I'm ready to go. Oh, you just press theme tune and we're ready? Do you want to go?
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take charge, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Guerrilla Cricket's coverage of the second test of England's tour of the West Indies. It's day 2 in Barbados, and England find themselves in an unfamiliarly good position at 244 for 3. They'll be looking to press on, so there should be some exciting cricket ahead for us today. I'm Jack Hope, and I'm joined for this first stint by Tony Bishop. How you doing, Tony?
I'm doing very well, Jack.
Great.
Very glad to be here.
And our man on the tweets, the man from down under, is Messy Jez. How are you doing, Messy Jez?
Excellent, thank you very much. Although I'm a bit sorry that yesterday was back to front for me. I endured the grind of Alex Lees making 31 in 3.5 hours and missed out on the excitement towards the end of the day because I was asleep by then.
You hadn't been drinking too much rum, had you?
You
Not
sure
yet.
did. Before we move our attention on to day 2 of this test, quickly to recap yesterday, after losing Zach Crawley early for a duck, their 8th of the year, England ground their way to lunch, as you said, Messy Jez. Alex Lees falling just after the lunch break, wasn't it? For 30 from 138 balls, but he'd done his job. He'd worn down the West Indian attack and made that ball old, and he gave Root and Dan Lawrence the opportunity to make hay. towards the end of the day. Root finishing up on 119 not out, and Dan Lawrence falling agonisingly short of his first Test century for 91 off the second to last scheduled ball of the day. That means that Stokes will be out, we think, to face the last ball of the 90th over to kick us off this morning. Tony, what did you make of England's tactics yesterday? Do you think they got it right?
By and large, I think yes. They're 3 down after day one with best part of 250 runs on the board. How many overs on the ball? They've just taken the new ball. In fact, they're nearly 10 overs into it. I mean, to be fair, they actually had 3 balls because they kept changing it. So the new ball had sort of 2 further lives as part of being the new ball. Obviously, it's the appropriate number of overs or thereabouts on it. I think Lees will be upset a little bit with himself. I didn't mind that, in fact, he was digging in, because once Root came in to join him, the scoreboard ticked along. So that didn't look quite so bad. If you've got one person to build your innings around, he'll be a little bit annoyed though, having the way he got himself out. I mean, no disrespect at all to Pamal, who hadn't looked terribly penetrative. He basically played across a straight one. Well, having ground out your 30, you're going to be a bit upset if you then do that. But yeah, no. Overall, I think it was fine. I mean, I think Root again has been superb, and I think Lawrence is going to just be kicking himself. He just chipped it straight to cover when he'd started to look, in my book, just a little bit skittish. I remember I was on there. I'd literally just finished and handed over, I think, for the last 3 overs to Bear, because I had to go and push off and do something else. But I remember actually using that word skittish. There was a couple of times when I'm thinking, just batten down the hatches, mate, and be there tomorrow. Sadly, excitement got the better of him. But all in all, a good position for West. The odd thing is West Indies didn't really bowl that badly. They probably bowled a bit short here and there. But they certainly weren't. They had one short spell where they did get hit around a bit. But by and large, I don't think they were wasteful in their bowling. They made England work for their runs, which is how it should be. I think 2 quick wickets this morning, it would look a very different game. So I'm quite excited for today.
Messi, Test 2 of the England reset seems to have gone fairly well. Are England good now, or is the pitch playing its role in making things look a bit easier than they actually are?
Well, I don't know. I think I rather like somebody referring it to as the Battle of the Minnows, because to a certain extent
it's a relegation battle.
Yeah. But I think, are England good? England will never really be good for another 3 or 4 years until they've had a chance to build over a period of time. But I think they're looking more comfortable, partly because I don't think that the bowling that I saw yesterday wasn't terrific. The pitch certainly isn't holding any fears for them, and really the wickets that they lost, they gave away themselves. So I would have said any decent team would have made a lot of runs yesterday. I found watching Alex Lees painful, but maybe that was necessary, and for his first test, not a bad effort, to be honest. So yeah, England are getting. There's more reset involved in this match than there was in the first, simply because of the enforced bowling changes, which I'm rather pleased to see. But we'll see how that comes off when they start bowling.
Tony,
So,
I just
getting there.
Tony, I just want your views on what the West Indies do from here. 244 for 3. It's not what they'll have wanted at the end of day one, but they're not out of the test. How do you think they can fight back? Just briefly before we get some jingles in.
I would say quick wickets. I think Holder and who is going to take the ball this morning straight away, and Roach, I think they can always be dangerous. I think they'll be dangerous early on. They'll remember 2019, and maybe Sir Garfield's had a word in their ear. It's going, remember 2019. A quick wicket or 2 this morning, it will look a different game.
It certainly will. We think Stokes will be on strike, and it will be Jason Holder finishing off his over. Should we get those 2 jingles in?
We will indeed. I've forgotten I was actually doing that. Where is Jason? Here he is.
takes an holder. He's a tall bowler. He's on for an over or two.
There he was, and I think because they're mucking around with the sight screen, we might have a chance to do this man.
I got out Ben Stokes, and he called me. Oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean, and he called me up.
Actually, I meant to play the other one, so we probably want to talk over.
Well,
even though it
there's-
was heavily censored, they're obviously playing around with the sight screen there, so that's
yeah,
going to take
it's-
some time.
the sponsor's logo is showing, which is orange and
Cricket
black
doing what cricket
bits.
does. Yes.
So the half the West Indian team are out there fiddling with the sight screen.
Well, here's the other
who
opener for
knows?
England then.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
Yep, the sight screen's been fixed. The players are coming back onto the pitch. The umpire went over there as well, presumably to coordinate proceedings. Early indications from the crowd, if you're on crowd watch, are that it will be heavily in favour of the away team again. It's very much Stoke on Barbados, by the looks of things out there.
I'd imagine the sponsor won't be that upset, to be honest, because we've just
Probably
spent
not.
the best part of a couple of minutes just staring at their logo as
Apex.
as they try to make it disappear. So that's probably
Maybe it's a
decent
plan.
coverage, to be fair.
Yeah, probably is. It's maybe one of the ground staff has slipped a few hundred Bajan dollars
Well,
to,
yeah.
to forget to oil that particular piece of gubbins before we start. And start we do with Jason Holder sending one down wide of Ben Stokes off stump. He leaves his first ball alone, and we'll go to tweets. We've got an early opportunity for tweets here.
So Farong has joined us. It says, greetings from Mirpur. Hope everyone is well. Happy St. Paddy's Day for those of Irish heritage. Happy St. Paddy's Day for everybody. England up for 500 runs. Joe a double hundred or a collapse. Runs scored yesterday. Lees and Root 76 off 251 balls. Root and Lawrence 164 off 271 balls. Lees did the hard work, but that delivery. Jack Grover's with us, says, afternoon all. I still assume Jack is being sarcastic, no matter how enthusiastic his words. You love sparring with Jack, don't you, Jay? And Brian Barry says, good day and good morrow, and cricket nerds. I might advise Messi to check his plumbing. Apparently there is much to do about a bunch of leaks over in Australia at the moment. Maybe that's just limited to Melbourne, who knows? Go England, sure, go England. Yeah, that's all football stuff.
Well, here's the new
it's all
bowler,
stuff.
by the way. Here he is.
Oh well, wherever you are, Phil Jason's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Phil Jason wants you for dead.
You aren't going to believe this, but at the other end we've got another sight screen malfunction. And the Apex logo has not turned around properly, so there are a couple of blokes in high-vis jackets fiddling with it.
I reckon Apex have slid a few bottles of rum to somebody to go and fix it.
Actually, it looks a bit like my car after the Saharan dust cloud descended on us yesterday, with this sort of few streaks of red, but
Yes.
predominantly the colour it was supposed to be.
Yeah, did you get some Saharan sand?
Well,
out
yeah,
in,
I didn't think we did until I went out and got in my car this morning, and then I realised it had settled on that.
England had a sandstorm.
Yeah, we had the Sirocco blew up
Bloody hell.
from the Sahara, and we got a little dusting of dust and sand.
Oh dear, this planet is doomed.
it is, but-
so Leah says, hello everyone, the weather is cold and wet, so I'm warming my soul with some chicken noodle soup.
Oh, very nice.
And Jeff Perkins says, Tony meant to play the uncensored Ben Stapes jingle, very different standards to yesterday.
No. Oh, you meant to play. Never mind.
They're still going with the sight screen. I think they've just wheeled it to the side now. There's a big backboard up at that end of the ground, which is all white.
Well, sort of. They'll need to paint it properly.
It's going to make a strange
over
old
on
lunchtime
YouTube-
chat, isn't it? If all we were able to talk about is trying to change the sight screen and one delivery. Hopefully something will happen soon.
Oh, well, it gives us time to catch up. Dara Azizi says, good morning from Arizona. Ched Wright says, I've been encouraged by what seems to be a slightly more aggressive mindset for England. Yeah, it does seem that at the moment. Sudahu says, amazing, of all the first jingles to play, and got the rest of the best to put my feet up and drink some beers to the cricket.
Here is Seals,
says,
and
Oh,
that is an absolute trash delivery. About a yard and a half wide of off stump, full, moving away. A real loosener. I mean, that could have been a wide, to be honest. It hasn't been wider, so it will just be a dot. But not great. Do you want to finish that thought, Jez?
Oh, Dara's easy, just mentioning that Arizona is the home of sandstorms, unfortunately. One of many, I suspect, Dara.
Yeah. The home of sandstorm. Well, there's probably a few contenders out there, aren't there?
Yeah.
Seals come through once more. A little bit closer there. He's about halfway from where he was towards the line he wants to be on. I'd say 2 feet outside off stump that time.
I think the
Root
first one was your
leaves.
traditional loosener, wasn't it?
Yeah, Root leaves again. As we see, is that Dan Lawrence getting himself a cup of tea in the England dugout? A well-earned cup of tea.
Oh, well, he'll have a nice quiet day, he'd hope.
Well, it's Matt Parkinson, who's basically probably got a space reserved on most benches wherever England go at the moment.
Poor bloke.
Seals through and wide off stump, left again by Root. Bit too wide to make him play at that.
I always get the feeling Jack Leach is doing just enough, but possibly not quite enough. So just enough to keep Parkinson out, rather sadly, because I think most English fans would want to see him given a go. Take the risk and see what he can do. He can turn the ball.
It's pretty unusual for a leggy to be in without an off spinner being there as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
As Seals is through. It's dropped into the offside by Root. It'll be England's first run of the day. A little vacant area at point with the man set out on the fence. Takes Root to 120 and England to 245.
I should say that it was Rod Marsh's funeral service today, which was really quite moving.
They covered
So
it
I've got
live,
a
didn't they? On
picture of him up.
Aussie
Yeah,
TV. Good, quite right too.
yeah. Had several. His brother Graham Marsh, the golfer, Bruce Laird, Dennis Lilly, John Inverarity, and a montage done by Adam Gilchrist, and it was, for someone of my age, of his generation, it was very moving.
Took the first wicket that I ever saw live in Test cricket, did Rod Marsh.
There you go.
Jaden Seals comes into the left-handed Stokes. He's in behind that well, playing it into the pitch. It will roll towards mid-on. There won't be a run. An assured start by Stokes so far. A leave and a very solid-looking defensive shot.
Jeff Perkins says, wasn't Brexit meant to keep this foreign sand out of Britain?
Yeah. It looks very warm in Barbados. The sun is out. A little bit of breeze. So far, no movement with the ball. A couple of slips waiting as Stokes gets up high to defend the final delivery of the over. And we will go back to social media.
So Mark Zepp is with us. He says, morning, all. Thanks to the Bear and Messi for granting the Patreon access to the archive. As one of our patrons on a particular tier, Mark gets full access to the archive, which is full of jingles and previous recordings, which is one of the benefits of becoming a patron. He said, I tested it by playing the very best jingle ever. One we don't get to hear anymore. I'm glad we don't, because he thinks the best jingle ever is the Dane Pete auto-tune version. Oh yes, Tony and I have similar views.
Pardon?
But if you like that appalling jingle, which some people seem to be addicted to, you can listen to it through the archive. There you go.
Oh, Holder is in. A little bit wide of off stump, and Root pokes it into the point area and scampers through for a single. So whose jingle was this with the auto-tune?
Dane Pete, South African spinner, wasn't he, Dane Pete?
Oh, right.
Yes, and a bear recorded it with his kids, and auto-tune wasn't working properly or something, and it's flat and awful, and some people actually left Guerrilla Cricket because they couldn't stand it being played. That's how bad it was. But other people became addicted to it because it was so bad.
Stokes defends again, pitched up by Holder on off stump, picked up by the extra cover fielder, no run.
It'd be interesting to see how Stokes starts, won't it? Because he's had a tendency of late to be very, very cautious and slow at the start, and then look to accelerate. Possibly no reason why he should do any different. We're England 350 for 3. He might see the world differently, but I don't see any reason he should change that approach.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Another sort of 30 or 40 more runs here, and England can start to play quite freely, I think, as Stokes defends. As you said before, play. If West Indies did pick up 2 early wickets with this new ball, then 250 for 5 could. I mean, that easily can be 300 all out, can't it? 270 for 3 with a 25 over old ball. The collapse or potential collapse is less on, I'd venture.
That looks horribly like Elton John, but it's not. But he just for a second
It's nothing like Elton John. There's this bloke wearing a hat and sunglasses in the crowd.
Holder is in again. Stokes walking down the wicket and struck on the pad, and a strangled appeal from Jason Holder. I think it was probably a bit high, maybe pitched outside leg stump. Not too much going for it.
a little bit of movement in the air for Jason Holder.
Yeah,
just
maybe
enough,
a little.
actually.
Yeah.
Still a bit of shine on that double lacquered Duke ball.
It looked like Elton John if he'd eaten 7 or 8 pork pies a day for the last 3 decades. As Root defends once more. Jason Holder tries to keep up to flick the ball into his hand, but fails. So I have to bend down to pick up the ball.
Get back, honky fat.
You must have seen it from an angle I didn't, Tony.
Yeah, sort of face, really sort of square on and quite full face. That's what did it. So Rolton, if you do happen to be listening, I'm sending you my apologies now because I'm a big fan.
He had the hat and sunglasses that you sometimes maybe associate with Elton John. Wide of off stump, and Stokes tries to steer that towards third man but finds backward point. There will be no run. That brings the 92nd over of this contest to a close, with England on 246 for 3.
I think Seals would be quite keen to get Stokes in his sights. Said he's done his homework, got him in the first test in Antigua, didn't he? So
not before he made a few though, didn't he?
Well, yeah, not so many.
Yeah. Brown Barris says, I've never been one for St Paddy's Day. Being a hockey fan, however, I'm much more into St Pucky's Day. Pucky, of course, being the mascot of the old Hartford Whalers of the National Hockey League. And Leah says the Dane Pete jingle is the crocodile of jingles. You know it's really bad stuff, but it also gets the monkey off your back.
Well, yeah.
Dara Azizi wants to know when Root's last double ton was. And he also says Elton John was terrible live. I think that varies. I mean, when he was in Vegas, people paid an awful lot to go and see him for a very long time.
I'm seeing
People pay a lot for anything
July.
in Vegas, so.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, true.
Well, Seals, we're going to find out now whether he has done his homework. But he's not bowling because it's Stokes and Root. He said he's done his homework on.
Yeah, here he comes to Root, and that one's hung well wide of off stump again. Far outside where the tram lines would be in an ODI. Root lets it go through.
Just in relation to Darren Azizi, I think, didn't he make a double ton in India?
Chennai,
in that-
yeah.
Yeah.
First test of that series.
Yeah. So that was 5th of February 2021.
Is Seals again, and he gets Root to flash at one outside off stump. Root tempted into the cut there, maybe a little bit too full, and then he doesn't make contact with the ball. Carries through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, when was that? That would have been mid-February last year, I think, the Chennai test.
Yes, it was February, the 5th of February 2021.
Early Feb.
Actually, yeah. And he made 228 in Sri Lanka as well.
He made 228 in Gaul, yeah.
Root does make contacts with another quite wide delivery from Seals. I'm not sure if he has a plan, but he's quite executing it perfectly here, Jaden Seals. Root picks up a single to the boundary rider, bringing Stokes back onto strike. Stokes still to get off the mark, 0 from 8 balls so far.
He's made 3 double tons in total. Yes, you're right. At the MA Chidambaram, he got 218. He got 228 in Gaul, and then you have to go back to Lords in 2014, also against Sri Lanka. Oh no, I'm lying. Old Trafford against Pakistan in
There's
16.
another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ball from Seals, and Stokes drives, but Brathwaite cuts it off that extra cover.
I'm lying again.
Ooh.
226 he got in New Zealand in 2019 at Seddon Park.
So is it 5 double tons
It's
here?
5
or
in
4 double
total.
tons?
Yeah, no, it's 5.
1,000 runs in double centuries.
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah. Yeah,
that's
I mean, you wouldn't put it past him making it 6 here. I know it's a long way away, and that's definitely the curse, but it's the sort of wicket where you could go big, I reckon. As Seals comes through very full, and Stokes plays an absolutely sumptuous on drive that will race away towards the boundary triangle for 4 runs.
Well, it was a gorgeous
Good arm
shot.
drive is one of the most beautiful things in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a textbook shot that from Ben Stokes. Head in the right position, nice and still, weight over the ball. Didn't play it too early or reach for it, let the ball come onto the bat. Hence the overall impression was one of being effortless. But you have to get everything in the right place to make it look effortless.
Seals in again, pushed too far across Stokes that time to end the over. England up to 251 now with 5 from it. Yeah, it was effortless. I didn't even think it was that bad a ball, to be fair to Jaden Seals as well. It wasn't too over pitched, just great cricket from Stokes. Anything on social media, Jez?
Yes, Jeff Perkins says Elton John hasn't eaten 2 to 3 pork pies a day for yonks. What was the point of flogging a few CDs if he couldn't get to enjoy the process?
I mean, a man of his wealth possibly finds other ways to spend his money than on pork pies, I don't know.
Leah says, I want all tests to be played at neutral venues. Imagine the sheer incompetence in all departments if the Ashes were played in India.
Jason Holder is in, and Root drops another delivery into that point area on the offside and comes through for a single. It's been profitable for him so far this morning. I think he's done that 3 or 4 times. It's interesting today. Normally when I'm on with you two, Tony and Jez, it's an obscure figure from music history that dominates the conversation. It's kind of pleasant to
We can
to
get
be able
more
to
obscure for
participate.
you if you like, Jack.
Yeah,
But then you
I've
always,
heard about
I think you
John.
know more than you give away.
Yeah, I think Tony's constantly trying to challenge you, Jack, with these obtuse references and to see what you really do know.
Stokes walks down the wicket to a holder delivery, and pokes it towards mid-on. There's no run there though.
I do recall when we did the Jingle Ashes, Tony was a little taken aback to discover that when you told him you knew nothing about various things and ended up knowing stuff that he didn't expect you to know at all.
All right.
Well, it's best, isn't it? I think as a holder is through, Stoke defends, it runs towards gully. There'll be no run there either. It's best. I think it's best to keep your cards close to your chest when you're dealing with Tony Bishop.
Yeah. And then you can only exceed his expectations.
Set very low expectations and then constantly fail to meet them is not necessarily the best approach. But Stokes, by the way, Stokes has he's got a mixed bag of fortunes really at Barbados. Got 32 in 2015, I think, before being out to Pummel.
Holder through, left alone by Stokes. Good leave that, just outside off stump. Left it on line, maybe on length as well.
And then he had a duck and a 34 in the 2019 rattling win for West Indies. The Roston Chase Holder and Kemar Roach game, really, because they all came to the party for that one, didn't they? And absolutely demolished England in their various ways.
Yeah, that was quite a shellacking. As Holder is through once more, Stokes coming down the wicket, finding mid-on again.
So yeah, you see again, 15 balls, one scoring stroke, and that one scoring stroke was an easy, a beautifully played on drive to a possibly just slightly over pitched ball. He's consciously not going after the ball in any way at all, isn't he, Stokes? He's letting the ball come onto the bat and going for the ones that are there to be hit, and there's only been one of them so far.
Holder through for the final delivery of the over. A little bit of a hint of an outside edge there, but quite well controlled by Stokes. The ball bounces a couple of times, reaches gully. They don't find the opportunity for a run there. So just the single for Roots off the over, 252 for 3.
Josie Oak says, are we doomed yet? I mean, what are you going to do with yourself when there's no prospect of England being doomed, Josie? You sort of run out of tweets. you're one tweet pony. Brian Barish just says, hashtag play the Ashes in Florida. And Jeff Perkins says, I'm not sure Jack does possess secret knowledge. Knowing Jack, not knowing Jack phrases didn't come about for nothing. Yeah, I don't know Jack.
I've just worked out where you're going with that.
Yeah.
Jaden Seals in and Root defends. There's a big appeal here from Seals. I don't think the cordon went up at all. It looked like an inside edge to me, and he was a fair way across as well. So probably if it did strike pad first, it was outside the line. Brathwaite is gesturing to various players, asking whether he should review. I don't think he will. He shines the ball on his forearm instead, and it looks like we'll just continue on with the game. Or did he review that?
I don't think so. It was the least convincing signal if he did.
No.
He has.
He has reviewed.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
If that
He
polish of his
he
ball
sold us the dummy.
he did sell us a dummy on that one.
I think we were the dummies.
That's the most casual review signal I have seen. Let's have a look at this again. I think it might strike pad first, but as I said, I think I'm probably called that right. I think he looks a fair way outside off stump.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it from a slightly different angle. I mean, we're seeing it from leg side. Here is a view from the other angle. Yeah, that looks to me like his impact outside. Yeah.
The review will be lost. I'm not even sure that would have come back enough to hit the stumps. Very speculative.
John Wilson's going to chalk that one up and put it down in his diary, isn't he?
Well, if you don't get that right,
get one right early on.
Just the one review left for West Indies now. They've burnt 2 so far. I think both
Wilson
on
stopped using a balance sheet a very long time ago, Dan.
both on route. Route defends the second delivery of the over, goes towards the West Indies captain at extra cover, who picks it up. And we get a nice shot of Joel Wilson standing, on a good length, stamping on the pitch. Obviously something slightly concerning there. Or perhaps it was a mosquito.
It was a very big mosquito. He had to stamp it out.
A herd of mosquitoes.
It was a bit worrying. It's pretty much on a length, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Seals through once more. Root shoulders arms to that one. And the ball dies a little bit as it goes through to De Silva behind the stumps. Takes it ankle high. Yeah, I'd like to give another look at what Joe Wilson was looking at there. But I don't know if we'll get that. As we are shown Joe Root's chances in this innings so far. There was the one that maybe carried to...
Oh no, I'm pretty sure it did carry to...
Yeah, I didn't think
De Silva.
that first one. I don't think carried.
Seals through and defended by Root. No, there's the first one where it flicked the pad and I think died before De Silva. Then the leg side one was a drop where he went one-handed.
Yeah.
That's how I saw it anyway. I mean, there's it's possible that the first one also carried, but I thought it didn't quite make it. It's looking pretty good though, Root. Despite that LBW shout earlier in the over, I don't think he was really in too much danger there. Judged it fairly well. As Seals reaches for a Yorker that time, and the England captain digs it out, pushes it back towards mid-on. Adjusts his gloves, I think possibly gesturing for an early drink.
I was going to say Root must be coming close to getting top of the batting rankings again, but Manus Labuschagne is a long way ahead at the moment. I'm surprised how far he is ahead.
As Seals winds up and Root finds his little scoring area, square of the wicket on the offside, to take one off the final delivery of the over, spoil Seals' maiden over attempt, taking England to 253.
Ravi Nair says, I'm running a campaign, I have been for 6 years now, to get Felicity Cloak to do a perfect pork pie, since I don't get one yet. Same in Australia too, Ravi. Don't nag her, but constant reminders, and to Bob Branley's, might help me achieve my goal. Good luck with that one, Ravi. I think it's a very worthy cause. Leah says, may I speak to you about the band that originally recorded the song Motorhead, Jack? And why the version with the violin solo is the best. I'm not sure that Jack's going to bite on that too much. I know I wouldn't.
There's a version with a violin solo.
Yeah. It's a matter of caring or not.
Jason Holder bowls a ball and Joe Root defends the ball, arrowing in on the stumps that time. Holder might have a little bit more joy on this surface if you do bowl quite straight, I think.
He's got a terrific record here, Jason Holder, with the ball.
Does he?
Yeah, 25 wickets at shade over about 13, I think.
Oh,
Best
wow,
of 5 for 41 against Sri Lanka. Got 4 for 19 in his first Test innings. In the first innings, and he got 541 in the second in that game.
That is pretty decent. Wide off stump from Holder there, and Root lifts his bat way above his head to let it go through to the keeper. I think I was at that Test, Tony.
Ah, well there you go. What, Sri Lanka against at Barbados against West Indies?
Yeah,
Sri Lanka won it. So despite
August 2019, day-nighter.
Yeah, despite Jason's efforts,
there.
didn't end up in a win for the Windies.
Here is Jason, and Root defends, playing that very, very late, so late in fact that the ball actually runs towards the cordon after it leaves the bat.
So before we change over, I'll just bring us up to date on YouTube. Dara Azizi says the band America was formed in London, and he said good win for England against India in the Women's World Cup. Indeed, and today for South Africa against New Zealand. New Zealand are in some trouble, and England probably are benefited by New Zealand's loss today.
Yeah,
New
Holder
Zealand have one win.
through again, and Root pushing into the offside. I think he scored every run today in that very small angle between gully and cover. Another single to him. It's annoying, the Women's World Cup, isn't it, for people in the UK? The start times of 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. and 1 a.m.
I've dipped in and out of it as I've slept, which is no comment at all on the cricket. It's just the hour.
Yeah. Holders in again. Stokes defends. Very watchful from him so far. Yeah, I've watched highlights, but it's pretty difficult to. It's quite difficult to just stay up all night, isn't it? That's
I caught a
fundamentally what it
little
comes
bit more
down
of
to.
the England's win against India, because it looked cut and dried until England managed to lose 2 quick wickets very very early in their innings, and all of a sudden I was starting to think, oh, this might not look so good.
Here comes Holder, wide of off stump. Stokes leaves it, and a sprawling De Silva picks up the ball behind the wicket, and I think that brings our little session together to a close.
It does. We're going to have a little shuffle. The Bear's going to move in, actually.
I shall see you in half an hour.
Yeah, as the Bear takes his seat, I'll say hello, and hello to the Bear.
Hello to you, Gary. How are you, mate?
Well, I'm in mid-season form. How's about yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. This test match, I've just got a feeling about this wicket that's going to be a little bit more receptive later in the game.
Well, I think we're in the midst of something really rather rare, which I'll come to after this ball.
What, England getting 450 in the first innings as Roach is in and immediately beats the outside edge of Joe Root. It goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
Well, kind of related to that, because I think we're in the middle of a first hour which is not crucial.
Ooh, kind of true. I mean, the one thing I said this to Tone earlier as we were coming in the flat. I think that in this series, because England have won the Test, the West Indies have always been trying to play catch up when they've been batting, and they've got a fragile batting order like England's. Now, if England had a bit of a crumble yesterday, which is totally capable of with this innings, the West Indies might have felt they can get on top in this match, but again they're going to be chasing the game, as that's defended by Root back past the bowler and there's no run. So England get 400, and again, West Indies are going to have to be batting very cautiously. They can't throw any caution to the wind because they've got to catch up the runs or get somewhere towards parity or get beyond, which is going to take them a long time, especially if Bono plays like he did last time. And maybe England can catch them on the hop.
Well, I think it was not Fred who pointed out that 4 England batsmen so far have made scores of 90 or above, which
is rare.
Wasn't in the brochure, as they might say.
Well, it's what you hope for. Driven at by Root out to the covers, and there's no run.
Who else is on, Bear?
Tone.
Oh, is it Tony?
You can see him. He's sitting next to me. You can see him.
Well, I'm going to ask Tony this question because I suspect, Bear, that you're not apprised of this kind of information, but Tony may have. So I'll give you the question.
What are you saying?
After this ball? No. There are many times you've told us that you're not interested in the next subject.
Okay, Roach in and defended, supposedly out towards cover. Fat inside half the bat from Root, goes out on the leg side, and they'll scoot through for a quick single.
Because one of my first jobs when I worked in fashion back in the 80s was to code up the various garments that were in our department. So we had a Pantone book of colours and various codes that went onto the computer. Now, I think that this pitch looks a shade of sienna.
Oh, God.
But I may be wrong in that, because I was never that good at differentiating between kind of beige and sienna and burnt orange and some of these other colours. But it is an interesting colour, I find.
Presumably you're not talking about Sienna Miller. In which case, yes, I'd go along with you. It's not a bad description of the colour.
I just get the impression it's a bit dustier and more willing to fall apart. And I don't know why I feel that way, but I do. Nicely pulled by Stokes. There is 2 men out on the hook. One of them fields. It's a single.
Are you talking about me or the pitch, Bear?
The pitch.
It could apply equally, I think. Oh, this is all good stuff, isn't it? Route 126. I made a comment at The Guardian, which excited a little bit of comeback, saying that there was a time, perhaps 2 or 3 years ago, that people were very keen to jettison Joe Root from the kind of big four of batting, which I returned to.
More on that after Root nearly has a flick. I think he pulled his bat away at the last minute.
Yeah, and, I nearly got him out. I nearly got him out.
Well, no,
I'll come back to that in the next over.
Well, no, I think. Well, it's the end of the over. Let's get Tone in.
Well, you can. I will tell Gary. If you want raw Sienna, that's Pantone reference 17-1436. If you want to, seeing as you did mention your Pantone references, Gary. Now I should go back to my main duty, which is Jeff Perkins immediately. The Hawkwind version. He's talking about Motorhead. The Hawkwind version is indeed slightly different to the eponymous one. Hawkwind. Who was in there? Was somebody very famous in Hawkwind who then went on to be very famous at something else.
Well, no,
Lemmy.
Lemmy, of course.
Lemmy,
there we go.
Hawkwind, and then he was Motorhead.
Indeed, he was.
Lemmy
Silver Machine being, of course, the one everyone would remember there. Let me have a look over on YouTube. Dan DeCastro. How does she pass fitness to? Oh, well, maybe I want to read these the right way. There was a little discussion about Anya Shrubsole and whether her solidity, which I think is harsh, so I'm going to leave that right there.
Okay. Defended into the offside. That's the internet for you. Out towards cover, and there's no run. Going back to your Root thing. No, I think there was a question of whether he should have been in the top four, but I mean the top four shouldn't be set in stone. Class is permanent. Form is temporary, and all that.
That was my point, because I mean they have largely been set in stone for about 5 years. The 4 preeminent batsmen in the world game have been Joe Root, Stephen Smith, Virat Kohli and Kane Williamson.
Yeah, well, Virat Kohli's under the same sort of scrutiny right now himself, isn't he? Driven square out to backward point, and there is no run.
That was my point, really, in that these 4 are probably all-time greats, and they're going to have dips in form because everybody does, but they're actually... the class is there, and if we ride out the dips, we'll get the highs.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, with Kohli, he hasn't scored a ton for 800 days, but I bet he scored a fair few 50s, 60s, and 70s. Which ain't too bad. I mean, and that was the same thing with Root, wasn't it? He went like a massively long period without scoring a ton, left alone outside his off stump, and there's no run. But he was still getting 50s, 60s, and 70s. In fact, he was looking so good sometimes, and he'd get himself out almost. There was a period where Joe Root looked so much far ahead of everyone else. He kind of accelerated too quickly and gave his wicket away for quite a period of time.
This got me onto who the next generation are, and I think we can see in Babar Azam, we've got one, and there was another. I can't remember who was. Marnus
Labuschagne, oh wow, now that's very full. Maybe an attempted Yorker, swinging in a little bit to Stokes. He drives it quite nicely, but straight to mid on. There's no run. There was also there was a shot that the first scoring shot that Stokes played was the perfect example, I think, of things we were talking about in the last test as well, where someone like Alex Lees, that shot that Stokes played was where you should be driving that. Too many players play that shot, falling over, trying to clip it much squarer, when actually it is. And a beautiful on drive will always, don't have to put much effort into it. It's the line of the ball and where your feet are. He closes his face on that one, however, but it goes out to a wide mid on. Still driving reasonably straight. Gets himself a single.
Look like Graham Smith there. So I think we can probably all agree that Babar Azam and Marnus Labuschagne sort of lead the next generation. But that got me onto where are the bowlers? And somebody came back and said, well, there's Pat Cummins and there's Kagisa Rabada.
Yeah.
But Rabada's played 52 tests and Cummins is 29 in May. So they're not really the next generation. So where are the next generation?
Shaheen Afridi?
Bowlers?
He's quite young still, isn't he? Reasonably. I mean, he was discovered at about 17. He's been playing about 6-7 years. He can't be that old. That's defended by Root square on the offside once more. Ends the over. England 257 for 3. Stokes 6. Root 126.
Jeff Perkins says, surely being Bayesian, the pitch is beige, which I can tell you is Pantone reference 14-1118. But that joke's going to run out rapidly, so I'm not going to keep doing those.
You got 2 hits of that. That'll do.
Yeah, that'll do indeed. Leah says, I think the pitch is colour code RLM 79. RLM, of course, meaning Reichsluftfahrtministerium.
No idea.
No, well, you might have to help us out a wee bit there, Leah. Swing it both ways, says Hello Gorilla Cricket. England setting this up to be a grindfest, especially if Ben and YJB can score some runs. Stokes again has certainly started off in his cautious way, hasn't he?
Yeah, he can catch up. He's tried to be. It's quite interesting, isn't it? He's used the crease. He's come down the track a few times to hold on. I think he's actually probably trying a little bit too much, considering he's just got there. And if you let the bowler bowl to him rather than trying to put him off, maybe he'd have found some more scoring shots. But as long as he's there, I'm happy. That one short wide, and Stokes doesn't miss out.
Wallop.
And he has hammered that down to the point boundary. Nice shot. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You know, they've only been out there 40 minutes. They're still feeling their way. They backed out the first hour. They should be on about 275, 280. Once they get above 300, I imagine they'll try and they'll ratchet it up a little bit more, try and force those quick singles, try and get the score up quickly to 350.
Should mention the GPL at some point.
Oh yeah, the GPL is open, of course, peeps. Of course we should mention GPL. Roach around the wicket to Stokes, who leaves that alone, through to the keeper, and there ain't no runs. Today's competition starts at £76, and already we've had a couple of entries.
That's about 270 Eastern Caribbean dollars,
Absolutely.
I think, there or thereabouts.
Which makes it sound better. It's about 150 Aussie dollars. It's about 100 or more US dollars too. We've had 2 entries today: 247 from Hombre Nuevo and 277 from Hombre Nuevo. So Roach around the wicket. Trying to turn it to the leg side. Stokes again. He's on the move and crashed into his thigh pad. Goes out on the offside. There's no run. You go to gorillacricket.com, hit the competitions thing in a menu. They'll take you to the thing. Log in, of course. You can buy your tickets. Guess how many runs there are in the day. You get it spot on, you win the pot. You don't, it rolls over to the next day. And currently, it's starting at 76 quid. And it'll now be 77 because we've had 2 entries.
Just to finish off that point there, I think Shaheen Shah Afridi is definitely in the front rank of the young bowlers coming through.
Oh wow, full and long half volley, and Stokes haven't been there for 27 balls and done bugger all. It's clattered 2 4s in this over. That was a beautiful shot out to the extra cover boundary. 4 more runs. Bumrah, he's he's newly discovered, isn't he, in the last 3 or 4 years? I don't know if he's that young though.
No, it's probably about 28. Is
he?
Now
Okay.
29. Maybe there's Marco Jansen at South Africa, and of course Kyle Jameson.
Yeah, although they're not frontline bowlers as such, are they? They're the all-rounder category. That's defended back up the track, and there's no run. I mean, the big dude Green, is it, for Australia?
Yeah,
has potential.
He's more a batsman than a bowler, I think.
Well, I don't know. That was originally maybe so, but he did bat. He ended up batting all right against us, but his bowling was certainly useful as a 5th bowler at high 80s.
What about spinners, Bear? Because Mbaldini looks good in Sri Lanka, but I haven't seen him outside that.
Well, spinners outside of Sri Lanka. That's defended into the offside and there's no run. I don't know. That'll be a tricky one. It'll be someone who does manage to conquer conditions outside. I mean, leg spinners. There's only Rashid, but he doesn't. He's playing for Afghanistan, so his Test cricket careers are going to be limited. Spinners. There aren't. Australia got Nathan Lyon. He'll retire. He's old. They got really no one coming up underneath him. The problem with spinners is it takes time to embed, doesn't it? I mean, if you're on the subcontinent, presumably you become really good really quickly in the subcontinent, and then when you play outside the continent, you discover what your limitations are. And it's completely the other way around for Western spinners who grow up in pitches where it doesn't really turn. You go to the subcontinent, suddenly you're flavoured a month, and actually people realise you can bowl, but you don't get used at home.
Well, I'd be interested in what tweeters might say of the next generation of bowlers coming through.
Jaden Seals is back into the attack. I'm not going to play his jingle again. He's only been off for about 5 overs. And that's defended out towards gully. Root shakes his head. I think he wanted to hit the gap.
That's the inner Yorkshireman in Joe Root. He's not a typical Yorkshireman by any means, although he obviously has the accent. But every now and again, you can almost hear it kind of, "Hey, by gum, that word right there."
Well, that's because he's left the borders of Yorkshire, you know.
Yeah, that's probably right. Outside the Broadacres.
Exactly. There's a world out there, you know. Root comes over the wicket to Seal. Seals comes to Root, sorry. And it's defended out in the offside into that little gap that is Root's space, and he gets himself a single.
Turning into an Alan Sillitoe novel, I think, for a moment there. But I think, well, I'm not sure if Sillitoe he's northern rather than Yorkshire. I think I'm not certain. I don't know. By all this babbling, you can tell that the cricket is rather staid at the moment, isn't it? England's happy to accumulate. West Indies really just putting the ball there and hoping for something to happen.
Yeah. Well, this is my point. This is what I was saying earlier. England needs to, first innings runs are really important in Test cricket. You get a big score, you can put pressure on the opposition even on a flattish deck because they're a long way back.
Well,
and this is quite a brittle lineup. Both sides have got fairly brittle batting lineups. Stokes left through to Josh De Silva, and there's no run.
I mean, I haven't got the figures in front of me. Tony, you might have them, but I think Ben Stokes might owe us a few runs. It seems to have been a while since he's scored big for England.
He got a 60 or 70 in the Ashes in one game, didn't he?
Yeah, it's not big though, is it?
No, it's not big. He hasn't had a big score, but then he was out for a lot last summer. He's probably only just about getting back into some sort of semblance of reasonable form. Didn't have a great Ashes, but then he was over bowled and undercooked when he went there.
Completely.
Seals is in, and it's defended on the back foot, full face of the bat from Stokes back to the bowler.
In fact, gosh, few starts in the Ashes did Ben Stokes. 66 and 60 in Sydney, 25 in Melbourne, 34 in Adelaide. So he got a few, but never really kept going, did he?
Exactly.
That was his issue there.
They're the kind of scores you might just about be happy with if you were the all-rounder at 6, but not at 5.
Yeah.
You've got to be making more.
Do we know if this is a bubble series or are they not in a bubble? Because I'm not sure they are, or not a particularly strict bubble. That's left alone outside the off stump by Stokes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I think Barbados Bubble was a 10cc album in 1978, wasn't it?
Oh, look, they've got graphics problems. It's gone all grainy. It's the kind of thing that happens at GC Towers.
I don't think it is a bubble series because there's no bubbling in the crowd, or there'd be bubbling amongst the players.
Well, that's what that's kind of the impression I get. Anyway, last ball of the over. Seals is 20th. Onto the pads of Stokes. Now, I'm not sure that was a leg bite. Was it a leg bite? Pitched outside leg stump. Well, I think it's probably going on to hit the stump, actually. May have been, anyway. But, yeah, it's a leg bite. Pitched miles outside leg stump. And Stokes will retain the strike.
Right. Well, Aidan is saying it kind of shows how bowling is more of an experience game in tests at the moment. Pakistan and West Indies have some promising young bowlers. Also would throw in Lasith Mbuldinya, who is 25 and I think has a long career ahead. Yeah, I'd go along with that. Ravi Nair says, you eyeless cyclopses. The pitch is clearly Pantone 160906. Is it Taupe? Taupe.
It's French for mole. So we used to use it when we've got fed up of using the word mole. We've used taupe.
Mole, as in I'm a mole and I live in a hole.
That's right.
Mole.
Yeah.
What would he? No, go on. Carry on.
I'll do one more. Yeah, Leah says, come on, Bear. They have the next leggy that conceded 150 plus on debut in Swepson. He'll unfortunately also... okay, no, I won't read that.
Left alone outside the off stump. Through to the keeper and there's no run. Taupe, I painted a wall. I used to like taupe as a paint. I used to painted a lot of walls in taupe.
Yeah, it was the new Magnolia for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Grey is now.
Magnolia is a wonderful song by JJ Cale, I can tell you that.
Oh, JJ Cale's great. I rediscovered him on Spotify the other day. I was bumbling along the motorway listening to Naturally and Troubadour.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Velvet Underground documentary?
No. Nice drive by Stokes, though, because that was a horrible ball by Roach, thrown out well too wide. Oh, there's a fielder in the deep there. Should only get a single. Good bit of fielding by. Carl Mayers is on for somebody. I don't know who's off, but he wraps that in, and there's only a single and a lot of chuntering from Stokes.
It's too long, the Velvet Underground documentary, but JJ Cale's the best about it, and I never knew he was quite so Welsh. His Welsh accent comes out quite strong.
I didn't know he was Welsh at all.
Yeah,
I assumed he was from the southern states of America with his country.
No, and one or two of I don't know whether it was, no, it's not him. One member of the Velvet Underground gave it up and went off to become an academic and became a kind of
Not Lou Reed.
No, certainly not Lou Reed.
Wasn't Lou Reed,
no,
yeah.
it was it John Cale, wasn't it? That's nicely flicked by Root, straying onto the legs from Roach as he comes back over the wicket to him, and that's quickly gone down to a fine leg boundary, 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan.
That
My
was
name is
very
Lakhan.
similar to the ball that he got dropped off, to be fair. A similar sort of shot attempted. Got a little bit finer yesterday, and Josta Silva dropped it.
I discovered in that film, I'll come back to it in a moment.
Roach into the pads and sumptuously clipped by Root, but Carmiles is out there and deep for him, and just beat a single.
That Tracy Thorne's brilliant debut LP, A Distant Shore, the track Fan Fatale on that, which she sings beautifully, is actually a Velvet Underground song.
Yeah,
I
it's
think,
on the Banana album.
Yeah, Nico was sang it for the Velvets, but Tracy Thorne's version is just sublime on a brilliant LP. If anybody is looking for a bit of plaintive pop, Tracy Thorne's A Distant Shore.
Roach around a wicket to Stokes, who just defends back to him, and there's no run. I think John Cale was probably the only one capable of doing it. He was a classically trained musician anyway, wasn't he?
Oh, it wasn't music. They went off and were an academic researching, I think, something like the history of indigenous peoples or something like that. It wasn't related to music. They just gave it up and became an academic.
Well, they only lasted about 4 years, didn't they?
Yeah, well, yes. It's
5 albums or something. Roach in to Stokes around the wicket, through to keeper, and there's no run. And that'll be you, Tone.
Yeah, I'm just going to say a couple of hellos over on Cricket Tracker India to our friends there. Bharata Hui, hello to you. Sanjeet Kumar, hello to you. There's a lot of you listening. Let me go back to our Twitter feed and see what the state of play is there. Aidan, I'm not sure who you're talking about here, Aidan, so you might have to... I can read the tweet which says, given he's from Sheffield and living here, also people don't have that E-by-Gum accent. Much more drawl and closer to some East Mids accents. But who are we talking about?
Joe Root. Joe Root's from Sheffield.
Oh, he is from Sheffield, yes. Matt Musings says, at 1:16 a.m, what more can one desire than listening to the most sagacious commentary one could find? I believe Test cricket is at its best when the ball is slightly on top of the bat. What do you think? That's a very good question.
I much prefer it when the ball's on top of the bat.
But then you're a bowler.
And I'm a bowler.
Well,
but I like
that.
I like Test matches to move on. I don't like flat pitches. I find them quite dull. Seals in and outside the off stump, left alone by Root through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, the bat was on top of the ball in Pakistan in Karachi, and
God.
for a couple of hours, it was really exciting stuff. Before Pakistan lost wickets at the wrong time, and the chase was called off. But it was a thrilling day's play. As Pakistan threatened a world record.
Yeah, they did. After their first innings collapsed, you thought, oh God, presumably they threw it away in the first innings and put their head down in the second, and it was still quite... Was there a lot of turn? I didn't see any of that Test. That's defended by Root and fielded off his own bowling by Seals, no run.
There was a little bit, but it was slow turn, and Barbados could not have been more in the zone. It was just impossible to be in better form than he was. He had a bit of luck. I think he was dropped a couple of times, but he looked absolutely fantastic. And then Mohammad Rizwan, who, if he was not a wicketkeeper, might be in that next generation of potentially great batsmen. He batted absolutely beautifully. He is a class act, Mohammad Rizwan.
Yeah, he is. And I remember when he first came over, I thought his technique let him down, but he's got guts aplenty. That's driven up to mid-on with no real timing by Root off Seals. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, Rishabh Pant is obviously the flavour of the month, indeed flavour of the year, with these extraordinary innings. And he bats like someone who averages 27, but he's actually averaging something like 42, which is extraordinary, the way he can turn games, change games, and still deliver the output. But I think Mohammad Rizwan will score more runs in Test cricket. Splendid player.
Indeed. Seals strays onto the pads of Root. Maybe a little inside edge. Looked like it's going down leg. Root thinks about second. It's not there. Is it? Yeah, it's a leg by down to backward square leg.
What there was there, and you'll appreciate this as a spinner yourself, is Lyon wasn't getting so much in the way of sideways spin, but he would get the odd top spinner to bite and then really kick up in the air. And it was a top spinner that got Babar Azam. And I think Lyon is at his best when he gets that overspin.
Yeah,
and he's got men round the bat.
You certainly want bounce as a spinner. Just as important as sideways movement, really. Seals is in, too full, and another sumptuous drive by Stokes. When he nails it, he certainly nails it, and that one is nailed down to wide, long off.
Too much width there.
Yeah, too much width, full and wide, long half volley outside off stump. I mean, you shouldn't miss out on those, and he didn't. It's gone all the way to boundary 4 runs, like one of these.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Have we got a in the Navy jingle for Seals? Because I quite like a bit of the village people. From,
no, we haven't,
Jason
but now you
Seals.
suggested it. Perko, you heard the man. Stokes is in, and that one is punched nicely. Again, this time it was too short, but it's still offering width. Veeraswamy chases it down, and they'll get back for 2. Things starting to ease up for England now. We're coming up to the end of the first hour. Batsmen have got their eyes in. Stokes has faced 40 balls. Root has faced similar. 102 overs gone. Nearly 20 overs with a new ball done. It certainly should get easier from here on in. Just don't want to give it away. I think these two just want to keep working the field, not taking too many risks, and you'll still get 3 or 4 and over.
Well, there's a lesson here, isn't there? Because there's all this talk about getting on top of the bowling and moving the strike rate on and scores runs quickly and everything. But about this time yesterday, perhaps a little later than this yesterday, didn't England have something like 63 or 40 overs or something like that?
I mean, we were going along about 1.67 at one point.
But here we are now, 283 off 102. So if you're patient, the runs will come.
Absolutely.
And there's far too much emphasis on strike rates and positive body language. And
Roach is in, and that's clipped nicely by Root down to long leg, and there's no one. I noticed a swipe on my left from the hand as Tony didn't manage to get any tweets in, so I'll let him get.
No, that was my fault. No, it was my fault because I didn't realise it was the end of the over. Spangly Syed said, "I'm colourblind. I've just looked up taupe as well. It's just brown, isn't it?" Neil Franklin said, "Silito, Nottingham." Alan Silito.
Yeah,
and Mark Zip has picked up on 2 conversations. Omi says John Cale is Welsh and part of Velvet Underground. Yeah, one conversation we were having was Velvet Underground, and the other one was about JJ Cale relating to Magnolia Paint because of his song Magnolia.
Yeah.
So sorry, Mark, we were
confusing you. Oh, font of all knowledge with music. As that one is defended by Root. Stokes on the back foot out to mid wicket. There's no. What I wanted to ask you. So, when you said you were setting up codes, I thought you meant like barcodes. What's that got to do with codes?
Oh, it was coding. It was the early days when we had Tandon 286s on the desks. Because when I started in 1986, everything was done by hand. But then to analyse the sales of our trousers in the trouser department, colour was a key metric. So every line we had to assign a colour to.
Oh, okay. Left alone outside the off stump by Stokes, and it's through to Joss to Silver, and there ain't no run.
So when I was just starting, you get all the dog's body jobs, and one of the dog's body jobs was to take a production sample that had come from the factory a week before they were due to go in the shop, and make sure that all the codes that needed to go into the computer were correct. So I had to decide what colour it was, what style it was, whether it was fly front or
they didn't
button
send
or
you a little note with this thing saying this is this colour.
Oh, well, every retailer would have a different description for it.
Now that one, Roach, full. Maybe trying to York Stokes, but it's certainly not had the away swing, and it's arrowed in towards leg stump and probably going quite a long way down. In fact, it's gone further down leg. It's in swung to the left hander, which should be an away swinger to a right hander. Very full, probably hit him outside leg stump and going further.
As ever, there's always a tactic involved in these things, and I remember the buyer telling me that we could be told off if we didn't have enough range of colour in our trousers. Okay,
Roach in. Stokes tries to crash it square on the leg side, thickish inside half of the back, probably onto pad, makes itself down to fine leg, and he'll get a single. And still, Roach searching for that singular wicket will take over the big man in West Indian cricket to Gary Sobers.
So one of the tactics was to avoid to add an extra colour to our range of colours. We would call mole taupe. So instead of having sort of 5 lines in mole, we had 3 lines in mole and 2 in taupes.
Roach into Root. It's short and he pulls it. Not with great timing. Out to the man in the deep. He'll get a single. Retain the strike. 3 off the over. England are 283 for 3 after, well, that's an hour. It's time. We're due a little change, aren't we? Switcheroo. You get to have a little rest. I'm going to stay here. You can grab me another beer out of the fridge though whilst you're next door.
I might just do that if you say please.
Please.
All right then.
The beauty of having somebody in the studio with you.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm not actually supposed to be on camera, am I? Because it's 3 men on the Zoom.
I think I'm going to ball by ball. So it's a flattish time to be on ball by ball. I mean, England are progressing nicely. They'll be very comfortable. West Indies have got a challenge here of getting 2 set batsmen out on a very easy batting pitch in the ideal batting conditions. But it's day 2, session 1 of a test match. It should be tough to bowl, and that's the value of winning the toss, having the guts to go in and bat, which, you know, for England is still, despite the good performance in the last test, is still a kind of article of faith, really, with the collapses that England have had over, well, probably the last 4 or 5 years, never mind the last couple of years. But Root did that. He was soon at the crease himself as number 3. He might as well be number 1. But he's still there a day or so later with a century to his name, and Ben Stokes playing himself back into some kind of form after a disappointing Ashes tour. And it's set fair for England here. The West Indies, on the other hand, have got to conjure some wickets here, and because they won't, I don't think, be given them by these two. Cue a run out.
Yeah, indeed. Bennett's supposed to be joining us. He's in the waiting room. If you want to come live, Bennett. I'm not actually supposed to be here now, but I will remain until you are ready to come on. And I should say, I got to deliver because it was my birthday this week, and Windrush Bay are kindly offering people discounts on their hampers as the half century and a century hamper. They sent me a century hamper which had 2 bottles of rum in it, Chairman's Reserve and Clement, I think. Very nice rums, lots of plantain chips, that's it, and mixers and limes, and it's very good. And it came in a little with basket, so very much thanks to them. And you should get that. I'm going to have a big Chairman's Reserve. I've never really had dark rum, so I'm quite looking forward to trying that later this afternoon.
Always makes me hallucinate rum, get bad dreams and hallucinations, and I never dream. Always makes me feel like I'm watching the start of Live and Let Die. I think it's
that's a weird dream.
Yeah, it's the sugar in it. I think it's sugar based.
And Bennett is here to join you, so I'm going to take my leave, and I'll see you in half an hour.
Hello, Bennett. I'm Gary. I don't think we've met before, and we're on the Zoom now, so we're kind of meeting in a very 2021, 22 way. So nice to meet you.
And I'm Missy. Bennett, welcome aboard. Gary, just in response to something you were saying earlier on about how England had done well in terms of starting slowly and just letting it accelerate, there was an important factor in that, of course, and that was Lees getting out. I think it was very fortunate for England that Lees did get out when he did, because he showed absolutely no signs of having any inclination to move on from scoring about one every 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it was a grind.
I mean, it's his job was to see off the new ball, make sure that Joe Root got support in playing himself in, and he did that. It's old school opening, but we see the benefit of it now. England 283 for 3. If you do have the stroke players to come in later, not every opener has to be Greenwich and Haynes. Some openers can be Larry Gomes, who was an opener who batted 3 for the West Indies, but played in very much more conservative style than either of the two greats who were ahead of them. Not that Larry Gomes wasn't a great player. Brilliant in support of Gordon Greenwich in his double century at Lords, for example, when West Indies chased down 340 odd. So there's Test cricket as ever gives you many ways, in that unfortunate phrase, to skin a cat. Yes, we've got a change of bowling coming on here. I don't know who's doing the jingles. Is it the bear, an absent bear?
Well, you just have to imagine the jingles for a little while.
It's Alzari Joseph, who I think has got something to prove. The West Indies having shown significant faith in him, as this ball is defended by Root. It's very much on the spot, though. I've been a little disappointed that Alzari Joseph hasn't come on as much as he might have done. But David Brooks has still got significant faith in the young man, and he has time to come through for sure. Bennett, I think you might be on mute. I'm not sure. There's some tech issue there, so believe it or not, I'll carry on talking. This is a half volley on leg stump, and Root says I'll just punch that to mid wicket and help myself to a couple. In fact, it's only one, so good work in the outfield there. And they're through for a single. The score is 284 for 3. Ben Stokes has 22 off 44. Joe Root has 135 off 283 deliveries.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can now.
That's better.
That's splendid.
Thank you very much. I do apologize. I had some technical issues. I was just talking and I was wondering what's going on. Nobody's listening to me. Anyway, just coming back to Alzari Joseph, I believe he's more or less like a shadow behind Sales now, isn't he? He's just lost that kind of ability from when he came through last year or so. He was much quicker at that time, and certainly Jaden Sales has been a revelation. I was just amazed at the way he was swinging the ball, even in this dead pitch. It was a good sort of a good potential for the future, I believe, for the West Indies.
Well, Alzari Joseph has bowled the next ball, and it's defended on a line and length by Ben Stokes, and it is no run. Yes, he seems to have slipped a little in the pecking order, but he's in again, is Joseph, and this is half volley really that Stokes lets go through to the wicketkeeper De Silva. There is no run. I was speculating, possibly a little unfairly, that he might turn out to be a better batsman than bowler, because I think he's got real talent with the bat, Alzari Joseph. But
I do agree with you on that, Gary. He certainly has got a good temperament, has he? A good technique, and he just likes to get on with his game. He's not afraid to hit the ball, and I think he'll be a good investment for the future.
This ball was outside off stump. It died a little in the pitch, and Ben Stokes played a crabbing attempt at a cut without moving his feet, and the ball bounces on the way through to the keeper, and the camera picks up Jason Holder, who looks a bit fed up with events, and there is no run.
It's interesting to note.
It was the bottom edge, I should say.
Over the last few years, in 2019 he had a bowling average of 23, but in the 3 years since it's been 55, 48 and 40. Not that there's many matches involved.
Ben Stokes gets a little inside edge to this one, so Joseph is finding the edge of Ben Stokes' bat, and it dribbles into the leg side. There is no run at the end of the 104th over in 284 for 3. Jez.
I'm not exactly sure where we're up to. Mohan Sharma says, "Good evening, everyone. Now England are showing their real capabilities. Very tough time it is for the West Indies ahead in this test." Ravinair says, "You know that our third cone in our eyes is on the X chromosome, so men having only one are vastly more likely to be colourblind. It's why I never argue with a woman about colour. They have genetic superiority." Good point. Claire Hobson, MSC, says, "First listen, good details on each ball's face, number of overs with the new ball, but no mention of the score. Please mention the score more often. I'm being badgered for the score by my friends in the party stand as the scoreboard opposite isn't switched on." So you're actually in the stand watching it, Claire. That's lovely to have you on board, and we will endeavour to accommodate you in that regard.
Here is an unnamed bowler, and his first delivery is full and just punched to the man inexplicably deep at sort of halfway back, long on, and they jog an easy single. We'll jingle him up.
Does anybody here remember Vera Sammy? He'll play again. Don't know where. Don't know where.
Very trippy jingle for Vera Sammy Claremore. My first sight of the left arm spinner, I have to say. He has 1 for 62 off his 22 overs yesterday. In fact, he has 1 for 61 from his 22 overs yesterday.
How would you rate him, Gary, in terms of left armour? How would you rate him, Gary?
Well, I haven't seen him, so I'll have a little look and see. It's a very economical run-up and a nice big shoulder turn, and Ben Stokes comes down the track and defends.
I must say, sorry.
The term non-threatening comes to mind for me, Bennett.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, compared to the first test, he's bowling a lot better in this one.
It goes back to Ben Stokes to this delivery, just punches it into the leg side, and there is no run.
They do have another left armer, Hussain, the guy who plays the T20s.
Yeah.
He's in the squad as well, but Perumal is the preferred option.
And he's in again. He gets nice close to the stumps bowling left arm over there, so it's a stump-to-stump line which will enhance any turn, but Ben Stokes just goes back and punches that into the leg side, and there is no run. So it's a tidy first over so far. Single and then 4 dots. Can you finish it off? And Stokes comes down the track and punches it again. Just completely inexplicable to me while they're offering him that single down the ground. And he takes it. The score goes to 286 for 3. I'll say that again. 286 for 3. Ben Stokes on 23 and Joe Root on 136.
It's a bit off when you're actually in the ground, but have to rely on us to give the score, isn't it? Farong says it's very un-English batting display so far. 3 for nearly 300. What on earth is going on? Well, every now and then things get better. We're Dara Zizi on YouTube says it's time to pick up the pace, and I actually think that's probably about right. It would be good to start moving along a bit for England.
Here's Alzari Joseph and Ben Stokes defends there, giving the impression there was a little extra bounce. I think England can pretty much coast for at least the next couple of hours play. I think if there's still only 3 down drinks in the second session, I think they can think about getting on with it, because the score will be about 360, 370 then.
I think they're looking to sort of consolidate their positions. Yeah. But Bairstow is next in line, and he's a very attacking batsman too. He can score the runs pretty fast. Stokes is not playing his usual sort of style, isn't he? He's just trying to get the better of the pitch, I guess.
Gets slightly turned around by this delivery from Alzari Joseph. The ball goes to mid-arm, who is saving one, as it should be for the spinner, but there is no run. I mean, I think at the moment the emphasis, or rather it's up to the West Indies really to crack this game open. They need a wicket or 2 in this session. They've got 2 slips and a gully, nobody else attacking in the field, and they just don't seem to be doing anything except sort of bowling the ball at the moment, which is very full. And Ben Stokes says, "I'll have a piece of that half volley," and lifts it over the man at mid-off and helps himself to one of these.
Harry, that was a very confident-looking shot there, wasn't it? He was just in control, making sure he clears the field.
Yeah, just punched it. It wasn't an attempt to hit a six. Check drive, almost an aerial check drive, which you can do when the field's up. But I mean, England look almost to be toying with the bowling here, hitting the ball over mid-on and mid-off when they're up, and just rolling it along the ground for an easy single when they're back. As Joseph's in again, and this is defended to cover point man. England 293. It's good to see the spinner being given a go this morning, but the attack is looking a little toothless if Kemar Roach isn't bowling. Is that fair, Bennett?
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a left arm seamer or any other kind of seamer that swings the ball, but this wicket's a bit dead, isn't it? And the left arm spinner doesn't look as threatening. However, the pitch has a lot to play, I believe, Gary, and England looking to consolidate.
Yeah, very full, but Stokes just defends that firmly to mid-off. He's been very good in his footwork today as Ben Stokes. He's both defended and attacked with generally good footwork. He had a bit of a waft at a wide one earlier on, but that positive defence that I think Duncan Fletcher used to talk about, that when you defend, you defend with strong movements either forward or back, and Stokes has done that today.
I just love the way that Stokes sort of building his innings here, Gary. It's not he like himself.
Yeah, he's on 27, and he flicks this one down to long leg, where the spinner Permall throws the ball back to the keeper. He'll soon be given that ball back, because he'll be bowling the next over. England 291 for 3. Your tweets.
Mark Zip says, not Fred is being contrary, of course. John Cale counts because of his production work. Stooges, Patti Smith, Modern Lovers, Squeeze, Susie, and Jesus Luzard. Most of which means absolutely nothing to me, Mark, but you wouldn't be surprised by that. Paul Marshall asks an interesting question, which I'll work on during the next over. He says, how many does Root need to get his test average back above 50? I think given the number of innings he's had, it's probably going to be quite a few, because his average it's just gone back. It's 50.04. So there you are, it's there.
It's above 50, but if he gets out, it'll go below 50. So he probably needs another 50 from where he is now to keep it up there. And Permall's first ball was just treated with utter contempt by Ben Stokes, who barely gets on one knee and reverse laps it very hard behind point for one of these.
2 + 2 is our man.
I mean, there was nothing wrong with the ball particularly. It pitch didn't spin very much, but that was just contemptuous, Bennett.
But what do you think, Gary? I mean, yes, it is, but Stokes playing this kind of a shot at this time when he's just settling down nicely into a nice build-up. Do you think it's necessary?
There are two schools of thought on that. Permall's in again, and Stokes comes down the track, and he just lifts him miles and miles over long on.
That's
one of these.
That's the Stokes that I like to see more playing straight. You don't want to take any risks now and play those cross-batted shots. These I've seen in the Sri Lankan series earlier on in India, where a couple of really well-set batsmen going unnecessarily playing that shot. Lovely shot there. He was full in control. He knew exactly where he wanted the ball to go, danced down the wicket to the pitch of the ball, and lofted it beautifully. I love that backlift of his, just holding his pose as the ball sails over the long on boundary. Lovely shot, Gary.
It was. Are you going to jingle us with the 6? Maybe after this ball.
I did, Gary, a while ago.
Sorry. Permall's in again, and he goes back and defends, and there is no run. 10 from the first 2 deliveries of this over, and England have crossed 300, the 301 for 3. What I like about it, and it is a measured risk, and I don't always like the reverse sweep, but there's so little spin, and the bounce is relatively dependable, so it's as risks go, it's less of a risk because Ben Stokes just tucks an easy single backward of square, and England go to 302 for 3. Is that he's not just letting the spinner bowl here, and what England need to do in a strong position, 302 for 3, they can afford to take a bit of a risk, try and get the spinner out of the attack, because once he does that, Brathwaite's got nowhere to go really in the afternoon. His seamers will be fatigued after a day and a half in the field. He'll probably end up bowling himself.
But I like the
Purmall's in, and this is punched by Root to the left hand of cover, and England are just milking Purmall here. Another single. They go to 303 for 3.
That's a great sort of way, a 6 and a boundary, and they're not just waiting for the big hits, but they're rotating the strike, looking for those singles, and I love that. That's the way. Left hand, right hand combination, the bowler is really going to have problems with the angle, and this is going to cause all sorts of problems for Brathwaite.
Well, and a couple of very experienced and classy batsmen. He goes back to Stokes and slashes this to backward point and have another single. If only we had a couple of experienced and classy bowlers to help with the bowling, hey? But that's another story. England 304 for 3 at the end of the 107th over. Stokes has 40 now, Root has 137. And Jez, has your tweets?
Not Fred and Mark having an argument, well, discussion around production values in music, which I'll leave them to continue with. Ravi Nair says, besides Root, who is teetering anyway, only one Englishman has averaged over 50 since the 1st of January 2000. Who is it?
Alistair Cook.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that sounds likely, doesn't it?
It's going to be a batsman who played one innings and was 51 not out or something. It's going to be. As a night watchman. The usual answer is Jack Leach, but maybe not in this case, as Joseph is in and Stokes gives it that immaculate forward defensive, high elbow, no run.
Solid defense there, Gary. Solid defense. He's looking pretty good. I'm quite impressed in the way he's looking rock solid there. Defending good balls and then putting the bad ones away, rotating the strike, and he's in control.
Yeah, what I liked about the two shots that opened the previous over, both the reverse sweep and the marvellous 6, is that he was very balanced, so he didn't look like he was hitting the ball too hard. Ben Stokes can get into trouble when he sort of believes he's Ben Stokes and tries to hit it out of the ground. You don't get any more for hitting it further than the boundary. So again, nice and compact, nice and balanced. He helps himself to an easy single. It's off at square of the wicket on the leg side.
Yep,
there is no run.
But
there is a single.
Sorry, the beauty of these two batsmen, Gary, I in my view, is that Stokes can easily change gears. He can defend, he can rotate, he can hit the attack apart. And Joe Root is the one that before you know it, he's actually got 20-30 runs. Because he maneuvers the field and is always a busy player. And along with the left-hand, right-hand combination, I think it's a pair made in heaven.
Yeah, I tend to concur with that, as Josephson again, and Root does exactly what you say there. He steals a single, Stephen Smith-like, to a slightly dawdling fielder on the leg side and through for 1. Yeah, you've got a boundary hitter at one end and a brilliant strike rotator at the other. It's a nightmare for the captain, it really is.
And Gary, the more time that Joe spends in the middle, I mean, he again, the calming influence that he's had on Dan Lawrence and even Zach Crawley, the previous previous test, highly commendable. Because I mean, that's what they need. Even with Stokes suddenly losing his momentum, I'm sure Joe will go up to him and say, let's just take it easy. So him being there is the
key. Stokes launches into Alzari Joseph, but he gets a big fat outside edge, but he hit the ball so hard, tried to hit it too hard, exactly what I was saying he wasn't doing in the previous over, and the ball sort of skied up into the covers. A big Brian Lara finish to that shot, back well over his head, but there was nobody out there, and England got 2, but there he is, believing the Ben Stokes legend there, because he was imbalanced. His front foot went away from the ball. He didn't have his head over the ball, and inevitably he didn't middle it. But he got 2 runs for it, and he punches this ball to mid-off. This is where Root needs to do what you were talking about there, Bennett. He just needs go back, just have a quiet word, say, Ben, there's 100 here at 3 o'clock this afternoon if you're still there.
And it's a bit like Dan Lawrence yesterday, right? He was batting so beautifully. 2 boundaries, and then Jason Holder's experience got the better of Dan. So I think it's just that sort of, playing, giving a bit of thought, I guess, from that sense.
Josephson again, and Ben Stokes gets one full, and he's looking to score off every ball at the moment. Stokes, he just needs to get the heart rate down a little, but he's retained the strike because he got that one down to long leg, and it's 309 for 3. Stokes has 44, Root has 138, and the captain and vice captain, I think he's vice captain Ben Stokes, having a word in the middle now.
Leah's questioned Ravi about Root's average. It is currently just over 50, Leah, between 2012 and 2022. And it's certainly not Alistair Cook, whose average was 45. Nobody who's played more than 20 test innings has got an average over 50 apart from Root in this century for England. So your guess is almost certainly correct, Gary, that it is someone who's played 1 or 2 tests and fluked a lucky one somewhere and some not outs.
This ball is defended from Permall to the man at mid-on, sort of straightish mid-wicket, I should say, and there is no run.
I mean, coming back to Root, it's almost been unbelievable the way he's carried the England batting in the last sort of few years. It's almost like Root, it's like the other country versus Root in terms of batting, isn't it? I mean, the closest we've got is Rory Birds after that, and that's a mile away from. Sorry.
So Stokes gets the reverse out and plays it down to. You've always got to think it through, haven't you? Backward point, because it looks like deep square leg, but it's actually backward point, and he helps himself to a single. So Stokes is certainly looking to score off every ball. He's 5 short of the landmark of 50. Root has 138, and as you were saying, Bennett, Root just scores and you don't really notice because it's all done with such ease, and he helps himself to a single into the leg side. Permore can't really find a line or length to bowl to these two because he's getting milked for singles and he's getting hit to the boundary.
And I think the left hand, right hand, sort of the change where he has to keep changing his angles is costing him a lot of problems. I mean, I bowl a bit of spin in my little friendly leagues that I play, and usually it's very hard when you have to keep changing it. So I can, it must be a little difficult sort of a place to be in there.
Many of us club cricketers would ban left-handers because we just get our line and length, and then somebody comes, left hand, lads, left hand. Oh, God.
It's not. Well, frankly, from my point of view, it was a matter of bloody having to shift around in the field all the time.
Well, that wasn't
never good enough to be bowling.
That wasn't much fun either. I very soon realised that although the opening bowler often spends time at long leg and third man, it was much better to be at the slip. This is very full and defended by Ben Stokes.
And for this particular reason, I mean, we've got 3 boys, and for this particular reason, I got all 3 of them who are right-handers to start batting left-hand from the young. Well, they bowl right arm and then bat left-hand.
Whoa! Stokes lifts this a mile back over Perball's head, and the camera can't find it. It's gone so far. Well, it's probably somewhere in the Caribbean at this rate. The English fans love it. Stokes raises his bat. He's got 51 to his name now, and this could get very, very unpleasant for the locals.
Since we came on commentary, Gary, and
long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Oh, Richard Rogers, you genius. Sorry, Bennett, go on.
No, I was just saying, since we came on commentary, like just about 25 minutes ago, how the momentum has shifted. We were just moaning and groaning that they're not really sort of accelerating. And, Stokes is one of those guys who can, I guess, play that game, defend, and really, be like a little snail trying to crawl across. And on the other hand, he can accelerate like what we've seen. Somehow pretty exciting. They're looking solid here, Gary.
Well, they are.
Well,
and
I think we got to give credit where it's due. Dara Azizi on YouTube says exactly 20 minutes ago, time to pick up the pace, and that's exactly what's happening.
Well, they've got to go for a replacement ball here because Barbados is only 37 miles long, and I think Stokes has hit it in the sea.
Oh dear. That's a brilliant half century from Stokes. I think it's Stokes has been struggling, hasn't he, in terms of all his personal challenges he's had and fitness issues. And in Australia, I thought he was not ready fitness-wise. He just pushed himself to come out there for his team, the Ben Stokes that we all know. And here I can see the old glimpse of Ben.
Yeah.
And I really hope, for the sake of English cricket, that we can see at least a glimpse of the old Ben that we know.
This is very full, and Stokes just turns that off his legs because the single's absolutely everywhere, as you can imagine now, and helps himself to 1. He goes to 52, a deck of cards. Joe Root has 139. England have 318 for 3. I'll just finish because I think we're due a change now. Something that's been really noticeable, which has not been noticeable for a variety of reasons with Ben Stokes and with English cricket. Both men are smiling here a lot. That's great to see because it provokes a bit of a smile in my face as well. So I'll be back in the second session. I think we've got a set of replacements coming on stream. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you.
And I'll see you soon, Bennett.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Matt.
Okay.
See you soon. Cheers. Bye.
Cheers.
It's time for a switcheroo.
It is indeed.
We're going to be joined hopefully by Jack. He's still there.
He should be if he's been paying attention to his rotor. Well, Ben Stokes has he's got the flavour, I think. Don't know if he's been drinking our chairman's reserve rum that's given them a bit of extra vavavoom.
Were you saying you wanted to try one?
Not at the moment because I got the car, which
Yeah,
is
but if you have
really
one
wasn't
early,
planning.
you'll be
Joseph
fine
over
later.
the wicket. Forward comes Stokes, guides this, but out to deep cover, extra cover. There is be just a single for him. England will move on to 319. They are looking a bit ominous, and I noticed again another change of ball. We're going through 3 balls for one within the life cycle of one
I
of
have
them.
to say the ball that came out the box, if the ball that they were handing back was the one that they were taking off the pitch that was being replaced with the one that came out the box, the one that came out the box looks a lot nicer than the one that went in the box. I have to say,
You were.
it certainly looks in a lot better condition than the one that it was replacing.
The only
If
thing
that was the one in the umpire's hand, I don't know if it was.
The only other thing I would say is England would be doing exactly the same thing. So,
Well, of course they would.
let's not say anything different. This one is fuller and swings a bit and away from Joe Root. It's through to De Silva. Possibly just kept a little bit low on Joe Root, but I don't think that was the issue. The fact is he genuinely got some movement in the air and off seams, more sort of a cross seam delivery, taken quite low down by his ankles by Josh De Silva.
A genuine
Wimbledonian that he is.
Genuine full shot. All right, Jack. Happy?
Bear. Am I happy?
Yeah.
With what?
This.
Well, the cricket. I think we'll just limit. We don't.
Or happy in general, you know.
It's not it's not your counselling session, Jack.
Yeah, exactly.
Just concentrate on the cricket for now. 2 slips and a gully flicked off his legs by Root. Brilliant diving stop at mid wicket, and it will keep Root on strike. Stokes looking very relaxed. Very typical Stokes innings, really, so far. Slow, gentle, steady. Get the lie of the land. And then look to accelerate, and he's the last 2-3 overs he's definitely been in that acceleration mode, I think, working away around the wickets. He's got probably more of his runs on the offside, hasn't he, between cover and between extra cover and long off. He's left-handed, isn't he, the other way around.
Yeah, he's a nice driver.
Joseph. That one forces Root onto the back foot, and he has to get the bat down pretty early on that, and stands and has a little look back down the track. But I don't think he's looking at Dalzari. Joseph, he is thinking that ball didn't get up much, I think. What did you reckon there?
Well, no, it didn't. I'm thinking that Joseph and Pamal don't offer him much control to the West Indies side, and every time they come on, things move on a pace. Both are going at nearly 4 and over, or slightly over.
It's going to be in again is Joseph. 2 slips and a gully. That strays onto leg and Root leans forward, flicks it backward a square. Will get 1 and he'll bring a more belligerent Ben Stokes back on to strike. He's operating from the Joel Garner end is Azari Joseph. 324.3. At some point we should get some parish notices in. We've got lots and lots of things to tell you. Should we start with the GPL? What is the GPL sitting on, Beth?
GPL has 10 entries today. It's on, so it'll be on
86.
No, it'll be on 81.
81 English pounds. That will be best part of 300 and a bit, I think. ECD.
Dollars, yeah.
Yeah, if that's your currency.
150 roughly. Aussie dollars, probably about 110 US dollars.
Left-handed Stokes. Raises the bat. Joseph's in. It's full and it's flicked off his legs very nicely though by Root. Way too deep mid-wicket. There isn't a man there. And it's going to be a superb 4 runs.
I was just thinking that's a little bit aerial.
So that over went for 6 and England have moved on to 324 for 3. Jack.
I don't even know where we're at. There's a big discussion about whether Root is averaging 50 or not.
He is
that
currently.
sort of destroyed the stream. Did anyone read Brian Barish's question about whether the plan is for England to only bat once?
Don't remember that.
There you go.
But I would think
to only bat once. Brian Barish.
The plan. I think that would always be the plan.
Yeah,
if you can get away with it.
Yeah, exactly.
So yes, I think would be our answer.
Well,
to that
not many people do like to enforce a follow-on, do they? I mean, if England get 550, and it all depends with a follow-on. I think nowadays teams, I think they kind of enforce a follow-on, even though it's 200 runs. They kind of think, well, maybe 350.
Australia enforced it 408 ahead this week. I paid the price.
Well, the match that was keeping us all as we wait for Pamal, who gives that some air. It's taken on the full by Root. Pushed to mid-wicket. There's no run.
They didn't enforce the follow-on, though, did they? That's the thing. You said
that's what I mean.
Yeah. No, and then they declared on 92, didn't they? Yeah, as you say. Yeah, it did get a little bit squeaky bum time.
Guyon and man from Guyana, Sami Pamal. Gets a smile out of Joe Root. He also gets a little nudge into the onside, and once more there is no run. Certainly given a bit more flight that time from Pamal, but Root very much the equal of it.
After this ball.
Round the wicket he comes again. That's a good ball on a good length. Root just pushes it back to him.
Bennett mentioned at the beginning of his his stint, the left arm bowler who bowled in the T20s. Wouldn't he be a better option?
It's a swept from outside a leg by Root to really sort of short fine leg, and he won't get any runs because there was a man there. So it's been tight enough from Pamal. Although overall he's probably felt he's been a bit expensive. 85 he's gone for so far off what is nearly 26 overs. He's got 2 balls left before he gets there. There is a slip, and that's tickled nicely off his toes by Root, backward a square, and will get a single and will bring Stokes on strike for the last ball of the 111th over. 325 for 3. England. The GPL, just very quickly, you don't have a lot of time with Veerasamy Pamaldi to say these things. GorillaCricket.com/competition. You can have as many guesses as you like, just guess the number of runs to be scored in the day. It's £1 a guess. No limit on the guesses you have.
And you win the pot.
And you win the pot if you get it on the nose. You share it if other people get it on the nose, and it just rolls over. So there's even more to win tomorrow if nobody gets it. Stokes steps back, looks to carve this away, but he doesn't really get hold of it. Some indication perhaps the ball not coming onto the bat as he would have wanted to. So actually, off that over, pretty decent from Veerasamy Pamal. Just a single. 325 for 3 England. Root will have the strike in the next over. Jack.
Swing it both ways, says Pamal and Joseph are smash bait in this bowling lineup. Very disappointing that they were selected, which is basically what you said, isn't it? In this,
yeah, very certainly with Pamal. I mean, he doesn't look to me test class. Yeah, and I really like. I mean, I know it's difficult because it's T20, but he bowled extraordinarily well, and I can't remember his name, so I'm really hoping that someone on Twitter reminds what his name is.
Jeff Perkins says you should get in parish notices or Barish notices.
Bearish notices. Well, we
There
could
we
do those as
go.
well. 2 slips and a gully. Joseph in. And he strays onto leg, and Root just helps it down to the finest of fine legs, and he'll get 4 for it. I'm not sure about bash bait at all, but I mean that was there to be tickled, and tickled it was.
Yeah, well, he did that in the last over as well. He's just his line is not very consistent. Maybe he's getting confused by the right and left hander thing, but got to overcome that at international level. Plus, they're on the back foot now, aren't they? At 329 for 3. I mean, things aren't looking good if you're a West Indian on the pitch.
Well, in comes Alzari Joseph again. He strays onto leg, and again Root this time just nudges him towards mid wicket and will take the easiest of singles. He's going to move on to 146. 330 for 3.
So
England.
here's a question. So Root gets 2 tons in 2 tests in a row, and he got overtaken by Marnus Labuschagne in the Ashes, didn't he? Does he take back his spot? I don't know what Marnus has been doing in Pakistan.
Well, we saw that earlier, didn't we? We were looking at the top 10 batsmen in the world. Yes, you're right. Labuschagne's definitely sitting proudly at number 1. Let's have a quick look at this field. There's a slip, a gully, third man, deep cover, extra cover, and driven towards mid-off where Shamar Brooks fields, and there'll be no run. 331 for 3 England. Other parish notices. What else do we need to talk about? Oh my goodness me. If you are a Gorilla fan and or listener with us, then if you want a real quintessential colour and flavour of the Caribbean delivered in a hamper, then we've done a fantastic deal with Windrush Bay. I'll tell you a bit more after this delivery, which is going to be to the right-handed route. And he just nudges it back in the general direction of Joseph. There's all kinds of amazing stuff in it. Chairman's Reserve runs, Clement run, Piton beers, bags of plantain chips, some amazing Shirley biscuits, and it all comes in the most beautiful hamper.
Which I got one yesterday.
You can go to windrushbay.com. You will just look at hampers and you will find it. You can check our Twitter feed because we've put in a link on that, and we'll do so again at lunchtime. But I'll tell you about the deal in a minute. As a moment, the 1 slip is down, and it's guided by Root to gully. He's a little frustrated with himself because I think he felt that was there to be driven past the diving gully, but it was well stopped. You do, as a Gorilla Cricket listener, get a 10% discount on what is a fantastic and beautiful looking hamper. There's 2 hampers you can choose from. In fact, there's the century hamper or the 50 hamper.
Half century.
Well, basically the half-century hamper, thank you, yes. My marketing assistant is on the money more than me there, as that one was left by Root. But, well, it was a good leave. Didn't get up much either, did it there? Again, for a tall fella, he's really getting not enough lift. I know that Vernon yesterday was critical of that. Anyway, so windrushbay.com, just go to hampers. 10% discount. You use the magic code, which I'm going to whisper to you now. It is WBGC. And if you use that code WBGC, you can claim your 10% Gorilla Cricket listener discount. Jack.
Ravi Nair says, Jack, between you and messages, you destroyed my statsgasm. Forget Root, the only English batter, male, who averaged over 50 in tests since 2000 is Graham Thorpe. 43 tests, average over 53. Well, 2 of them now, isn't there?
Well, we're looking at Joe Ray's double tons this morning to the tune of 5. Sorry, Jack.
Yep, carry on.
Swing it both ways. You're thinking about Akeal Hussain, I believe, Bear.
That's the guy.
Who were? Well, it's Veerasamy who's in, and it's down the leg side of the left-handed Stokes, who I must say his expression and general demeanour as that ball went past him was a little bit of the is that the best you got,
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
wasn't it?
Total disdain.
So let's see what Veerasamy, I'm sure he does have better in his locker, and and it does, because that turned a bit, bounced a bit, and Root was looking to reverse sweep, and a bit like leaves, reverse sweeps, there's good ones and bad ones. The ones that fizz to the boundary are the good ones. That wasn't one of the good ones.
That was lucky, actually.
He should have been out.
Yeah,
exactly.
His toe was out the crease for a little while.
Veerasamy again, back steps Stokes and absolutely hauls this high and handsomely up and over that square leg boundary for one of these.
Yeah, he's really got a bit between his teeth here, and he does seem to have complete disdain for form. Akil Hussein, yes, what do you reckon of him? Test match? Give him a
I
go?
will be honest, didn't really watch many of the T20s.
Ah.
But it's not, they're not really transferable skills, I think.
No, they're not, that's the
From
problem.
all in again. Stokes steps back and this time
Glorious.
carves it up and high over deep extra. Just 4 this time. Signalled by Joel Wilson. 10 off 2 for Ben Stokes, and he is tucking in to Pamol.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Certainly is. Pamol's got to come off now, hasn't he? He can't keep him
I don't
on.
really know what the point of Permall is.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, that's why.
What's he going to do?
Well, I guess on a turning pitch that's got bite and spin and turn, you know, he might be quite useful. And, you know, but a lot of spinners are quite useful in those conditions. It's when it's not those conditions, how good are you, really?
Absolutely smashed towards that Sir Gary Sober's pavilion. This one is swept by reverse swept by Stokes. There's a man at deep backward point, just a single though for him on this occasion, which is represents slamming the brakes on really after 10 off the previous 2. Bring Joe Root onto strike to face just one more ball from Pamol, and if the bear is right, then it probably might be the last we see of Veerasamy Pamol for a wee while.
This is what England have got to do though, isn't it? If they keep Pamol out of attack, they've got to tire the fast bowlers quicker, and or they've got to bring on Bonner, or they've got to bring on Craig Braithwaite's got to bring himself on, and they'll probably get tapped too. So
in comes Pamol, forward comes Root. We just saw actually Sir Gary Sobers there. He sits in that large wicker chair, rather in the manner of sort of a Roman emperor looking at the gladiators in front of him.
Exactly.
But very much at home here, of course. Fantastic statue of him outside. So many achievements here. Man of Barbados. His career speaks for itself. 342.43, 69 for Stokes, who's going to be next facing strike. 146 for Root. Jack, can you squeeze in some quick messages for us?
Paul Marshall says that Root needs to finish on 181 or more if he is dismissed in order to bump his average over 50. He might not be out, which would be even better, wouldn't it, for the old average? Dara, Dan and Stan, which is a decent collection of names, are with us on
Alzari Joseph, still wicketless.
YouTube.
Ray's coming over the wicket to Stokes, but Stokes just stands and delivers, crashes him between cover and extra, and that's 4 more.
This is the problem, isn't it? I mean, the other bowler's too tired to come back into the attack. They stuck with these two. I mean, these two are leaking runs. Possibly everyone would leak runs. England so far on top. Stokes seems to have the bit between his teeth, but you think that, I don't know, Holder has a little bit more guile here.
Very much so. Next parish notice. The next parish notice is that the brook will once again be babbling at lunchtime with the excellent voice of the Leeward Islands, Vernon Springer. Not sure who else. We were hoping it might be Hendo, but I'm not sure whether he's got the message. But there will be some lively chat. Stokes crunches high, and I think it would have bounced a couple of times before making it to that extra cover boundary. He's going to move on to 77. He's got 2 4s in a row, 8 off the over so far. Joseph pitched one short, over pitched that one.
This will be quite dispiriting for the Windies now, won't it?
Had the benefit of that Bayesian breeze behind it as well, did that one. Still wasn't enough to quite carry it over the ropes. 77, 350 up for England. Stokes swings through this and absolutely carves it past the man at mid-on for 4 more.
I'm not sure that was where it was supposed to go.
No, I don't think. I think he was looking more to mid-wicket.
That's one of those big, thick inside edges.
2 + 2 is our member.
Yeah, that it wasn't quite where it went to go. In fact, I think it went wider. He was looking straighter, wasn't he? Was Ben Stokes,
much
and
so,
he
yeah.
got it. Got a big sort of old inside edge, but such was the power he put into it.
But you look where the bat is when he finishes that shot. It's almost, I mean, it really is like a topspin backhand, double-handed backhand in tennis, where the racket ends up kind of square to the ground.
It is indeed. 354 for 3, 81 for Ben Stokes. Joe Root, he may get to his landmark before lunch. He's on 146. He's one shot away, but I think at the moment he's quite happy to stand back and go, righto, Ben, just carry on. Stokes steps across, guides this actually quite nicely past Joel Wilson, who's standing at square leg. They take one. They are going to have to come back for two. They're going to have to rush. They do pretty well. It was tidily taken by Joshua De Silva, and actually leg buys, in fact, in the end.
Well, no, I mean, if you're Joe Root here, you just let him go, don't you? Just say, right, I'm just going to bat. You know,
well,
if he does this, gets out, and Bairstow does the same, and Root just carries on batting in Root style, Root gets probably his double ton. Stokes has already got 80. If Bairstow does something similar and Root gets to his double ton, that's another 130 on top where we are. That's nearly 500 runs. You know, England will be looking for sort of to bat the best part of today, and maybe, hopefully, get 10 overs at them tonight with something like 580 on the board.
That'll be an interesting challenge for a quite reshaped England attack, of course. Matt Fisher in, Saqib Mahmood in. Maybe some of it they're there by dint of injuries to others, but they're in. This one is stand and crunched straight to the man at extra cover, and there will be no run. Ben Stokes looks just crestfallen and distraught if he doesn't penetrate the field now. His expectation is that everything's going to go, but it didn't on that occasion. Jack. Oh no, sorry, it's not the end of the over. Beg your pardon. We've got last ball here from Joseph. Down the track comes Stokes, high, straight,
battered,
and several rows back. It's 6 more. That's 20 off this over from Joseph.
Really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
Right. So at
Lord,
lunch, I can tell you who's joining Vernon, and Dave
Fantastic.
is going to be here.
Marvellous.
Joining Vernon and David Brooke will be junior coding from the West Indies Cricket 2020 and beyond from Jamaica.
Wonderful. That'll be an interesting conversation. So make sure you are listening in to that.
Leah says, speaking of the sponsors, I'm quite surprised it took an organisation as corrupt and scummy as the ICC to get in on that NFT crypto scam. Simon Hughes beat them to it. Lesler's just says, cheers, Bear. Jeff Perkins has written a little poem. Bless Purmall, bless Purmall, bless Purmall. His bowling's livened up the call. The point of Purmall, to one and all, the point of Purmall is to be mauled.
Well, that's rather sweet and lyrical.
Yeah,
but it's going to be Jason Holder who is going to be back into the attack. Another man of Barbados on his home ground. He's had better days. He certainly had a better day in 2019. Not quite going his way in this one so far.
Hold on a minute. Talk a bit more. I'm going to get a different Jason Holder jingle.
You can do that. Well, I can tell you that Root is going to be on strike, and that Holder is going to be bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end, and he's going to be bowling to the England captain, who is pretty well set.
I play the old Jason Holder.
Heading off and up. He's running up a run every other ball, really, is Joe Root. Drops the bat on this, dabs it really to backward point, takes a single, and yes, we will play the Jason Holder jingle.
Jason Holder. Jason
That's remarkably relaxing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I feel just mellow listening to that. Whose work was that? Do you mind? Who's
Men with Ven.
That was Men with Ven, was it? Well, it was lovely. If you want to become a Guerrilla Cricket Patreon, then patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, or just go to the website. One of the benefits of being a Guerrilla Cricket Patreon is you get access to our archive, which has got over 1,000 jingles. Over 1,000 jingles, not to mention all of our previous match coverage. You'll also get lots of other fun things. Some fantastic merchandise, opportunities for shout-outs, more besides. Some great content too. Hold on one second, as this one is defended for once by Root, and already Holder has managed to just slow Stokes down a wee bit. Yes, absolutely. If you do become a patron, you will get some fantastic Patreon-only interviews and shows. We have a regular show, The Bishop and the Bear. Occasionally misnamed The Bear and the Bishop in some departments. But we're having some great guests. We're hoping to have George DeBell on for the next one. By the way, if you're a Patreon follower, you can enjoy that conversation. There'll be plenty to talk to him about as forward comes Stokes, guides this away towards cover, jogs a straightforward single, 2 off the over. 88 for Ben Stokes and Joe Root, who has strike and 3 holder balls to face, is closing in on 150, but he's not there yet. 1 for 58 is Jason Holder.
Well, have we checked out any? We got some comments on Hot Mic.
Have we? I don't know if Jack's got that, so if you want to just jump in with those after this delivery, which is met sort of a couple of forward skips by Root, dabbed into the offside. No run. Who's on Hot Mic?
Well, we have Helen, and she's in Arizona, and she says,
Hello,
as
Helen.
well, for sure, this is the home of dust storms. Or Haboobs, great to have the Gorillas back. She says, thank you very much. And Paul, is this West Indies series emulating the Australia-Pakistan series now? Well, I don't know, it depends. Well, this is the second test. The first pitch was very flat. Hopefully, something will... I mean, England have the possibility of putting an enormous psychological pressure on West Indies, even if it's a flat deck.
Holder over the wicket. Root pulls. He's pulled it. Not for 4. It went backward of square. Kemar Roach came thundering around, did the fielding, and just as we thought we might be about to cheer Joe Root's 150, Kemar Roach said, no, don't get ahead of yourselves.
You know what?
He was there to field.
I don't think we have a jingle for 150.
Well, we'll get one.
Play the 100 and the 50 at the same time.
That's
well, I
true.
believe we've done that before, but it's a bit not a bad advice.
Oh no, we do.
It's like a countdown conundrum.
JP has sent us a 150 jingle, and we have a 200 jingle too.
Well, there we go. I think we've got just about any eventuality covered, including seagulls stealing your banana.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
It's in there somewhere. As this
is.
one is away, and will be just pushed to mid-on by Joe Root. He does get to 150, raises his bat. Fantastic effort from him. England move on to 367 for 3, but what really matters, Joe Root, from an England perspective at least, has got to 150.
You shall not shift me. You shall not shift me. I have made it to 150, and you shall not shift me.
Well, this will improve his average at number 3, won't it? Which has
certainly
been
will.
his
And what did he need
Achilles
to get?
heel.
180 to get his actual Test match average if he was out over 181, I think it was, to get back to his average up to 50. It's tough when you got an average of 50, isn't it? Couple of low scores, and that's it. You've got to get some massive score to get yourself back up there.
Well, he's going well. We're going to see. It's now. Who knows? This is an interesting pre-lunch tactic by the captain himself. He's going to bring himself on, and so it's going to be a bit of Craig Brathwaite. That probably increases or slows down the over rate just because of the length of time the ball takes to travel from his arm to the stumps. But we shall see what transpires. He's already bowled 3 overs, none for 15 so far. Swept a shout, in fact. So a miss by Joe Root, swept across it. I think that was going down leg.
Do you?
Yeah.
I think it pitched outside leg. I think it was going across him.
Well, umpire Dogood seems distinctly disinterested. Distinctly disinterested is where I was trying to go. He hasn't disintegrated Dogood. We certainly don't want that to happen. There's a slip for Brathwaite, who throws this up. Reverse sweeps. Way it goes to point and gets a single. I'm going to bring Ben Stokes on strike. So this is, I think this bear is about tempting Ben Stokes now, isn't it?
Well, I was
Can
just
he
about
hold
to say,
himself in?
Does Ben Stokes want his ton before he goes off for lunch?
Yep.
Which is 2 6s or 3 4s, and there's 4 balls left before lunch.
Well, I think that's
possibly not.
well, to me that's terrific cricket by Craig Brathwaite, bringing himself on. He's almost putting himself in there as the cannon fodder, isn't he? And say, go on then,
hit me.
If you want that ton, hit me. Gives it plenty of air, and it slapped past him. And he tries to get a hand down, he can't quite, but there is a man at long off.
That hurt.
And,
that was.
Well, he gets a pat on the back from Stokes, who only got a single for what was a crunching shot in the end. All the way along the line. No, it's not. He thrusts out a big right boot, and it catches him on the ankle, which is going to really.
That's painful, man.
Seriously, will have hurt. But it does get Root back onto strike, who not quite as aggressively pushes it to mid on. Don't forget the GPL.
You've got a minute.
You've got 1 minute left. GorillaCricket.com/competition, no S. Or just go to GorillaCricket.com. You can see where to go from there. Root steps back, steers to square leg, doesn't take a run. The run rate's crept up, by the way, to over 3 now. Early on in the innings, of course, it was just bumbling along at about 1 and a bit, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, it was always the thing. Well, I mean, we weren't. If we lost 2 quick wickets, been 250 for 5. Suddenly things changed.
369 for 3 around the wicket. Comes Brathwaite to Root, who just pushes it towards mid-on. That is going to be lunch, with England on 369 for 3. Stokes on 89. Brathwaite thought he might tempt him. It didn't. Stokes didn't fall for that, but he has really accelerated. Root has got to his 150. England will consider this very, very much their morning. And we will be handing you over. Do you have
I've got Vernon. Hello, Vernon. How are you, mate?
Have you got the Master of the Babble?
The Master of the Babble hasn't. He's in the waiting room. There he is.
Can you let him in?
Yeah, he's there. No. He was just turning his screen on. Junior Codling is in there too. You can turn your camera on now, Junior. I might have to send you an invite actually, because I turned it off myself.
Well, I can see them. Shall we hand over to David while you sort out the mechanics?
Yep, done.
DB, the floor is yours.
David, you're on mute, mate.
Thank you very much, Tony and the Bear. Just searching for my headset. I have to say it's all been a bit kick scramble. Pardon my English there. Very warm welcome to the lunchtime session. Bear's got me that one. You got me. The first one's a straight off the straight and narrow. Bear, I have to say, as a punter, Bear, just hold on for a second, Bear. As a punter, I have to. He's gone. I have to say, I've been earning a lot of money today on the cricket. I've been losing it on the Cheltenham Festival, and I've been winning it by backing Joe Root and Ben Stokes to continue this partnership at Express Pace. A very warm welcome to you, Vernon. Pleasure to listen to you on Gorilla Cricket. Vernon Springer joining us from Antigua Barbuda. Vernon, your assessment, please, of what you've seen today for this wonderful partnership.
Yeah, and let me just take some time out on behalf of Platinum FM 97.9 FM in Antigua Barbuda and the wider part of the stations who are listening to us, and also to have online my president from the West Indies Cricket 2020 and beyond, Junior Codling, joining us and being able to carry Gorilla Cricket. It's really been an honor for us. Not good news yet for the West Indies because they've had to toil, and the man who's been in tremendous form, Joe Root, continues to lead the unsolved, and this is what we're talking about. We're at the test level. When you drop class players, they make you pay. And the catch yesterday spilled by Joshua De Silva, wicketkeeper, where Joe Root on 34 has gone on to cost us very, very, very big. But we've seen a different Ben Stokes who's really come out, has lit up Kensington Oval, and it's been pretty exciting so far. And the West Indies, it's almost like an onslaught. In fact, even they only bowled close to about 25.1 overs this morning, which means that they're behind in terms of the scoring rate in the first session.
Absolutely, and big shout out to all the listeners on Platinum FM. I tell you, you're the lucky ones. You get Vernon most of the year, I believe, but the rest of us just have to make do with a small amount of Vernon. But we're getting increasingly used to it, I have to say. Now, Vernon, you mentioned our special guest today. Delighted to welcome Junior. Junior, tell us about the supporters, West Indies Supporters Organisation, of which you are the chairman. Tell us all about it. Let's hear you loud and clear.
Good evening, everyone. Everywhere in the world that you are, it's certainly an honor to be able to join you and talk with you today. Our group, West Indies Cricket 2020 and beyond, we're looking to really level the conversation on how people talk and view West Indies cricket, because it's way deeper and it's way complex in a holistic manner than people are looking at it these days. The problem that we're having is that we have people on the political divide that, bringing the conversation in a certain way. But what we want people to understand that West Indies cricket is a join up thing, and that's how it's supposed to be. People are too divided, and that's one of the problems that we're having. So our group come together really to give a balanced conversation, to give everybody the fairness, the chance to talk about West Indies cricket without any fear of rebuttal or to say that what you say you're not worthy to say that, and this is not how it goes. We try as a group to be inclusive, to be fair, to be factual, to be objective, and to be true. And that's how we intend to carry on and to fulfill the mandate by which we all swear to uphold.
Well, that's a very good a vision and mission statement there, Junior. And because we like being different here on Guerrilla Cricket, we provide the alternative ball-by-ball commentary across the whole world, and it's a pleasure to be going out into Antigua, Barbuda and the Leeward Islands. I thought we'd do this differently. I thought we'd attempt to have the first ever conversation about West Indies cricket where we focus on the solutions, not the articulation of the problems.
That's right.
So that's what we're going to attempt. It's an all-time first on I'm sure we've done it once or twice, but let's stick to so what do you think, this spirit of unity, Junior, what would it take? What are the things we can what would you like to see in West Indies cricket that's not there at the moment? The unity of which you speak, in order to make positive changes that's going to improve things for the West Indies fans in the long term.
The solution in our group, West Indies Cricket 2020 and beyond, we have over almost 24,000 people strong on the Facebook platform, and we're growing on YouTube. What we're looking to do really is that people that knows the solution and claim that they have it in their head but sit back and do nothing. Look at the ICC. You have 100 and odd members at the ICC, but who has most of the talk? India, because they get up and they speak. In the American way of life, they say closed mouth don't get fed. So we have people here in the Caribbean that they claim that they have the solution for West Indies cricket, but yet they're not doing anything, they're not saying anything, they're not getting up and making what they have become a reality. What we want to do really is that we want to drum up conversations that will invoke the spirit in people that are able to make these changes. We want to be able to talk to our sports ministers all over the Caribbean. We want to say to them, you're the biggest stakeholder in West Indies cricket. And many of the things that should happen in West Indies cricket, the reason why it's not happening is because governments here in the region more care about athletics and football. They don't really care about what brings Caribbean people together. Cricket is what breaches the divide. Cricket is what equals us with our English counterparts. Cricket is the sports that bring unity in the Caribbean. We're a divided set of nation, and it takes West Indies cricket to bring us together. And if we can get people to understand that governments need to play a part. The relationship and the downfall with West Indies cricket, it has been much improved since this present administration took over back in 2019. But there remain some fundamental problems with West Indies cricket. And the major one is that we have the governments that sit back.
Junior, you've just broken the rule of the talk, which was no reiteration of the problems. We want solutions. People don't want to listen to people complaining about problems. Supporters don't want to hear it. Listeners don't want to hear it either. Now, you mentioned that you thought the new administration of West Indies cricket had done a good job. Now, that's surprising. You're coming from Jamaica. Are you saying you were pleased to see the back of Mr. Dave Cameron, who did a lot for West Indies cricket?
Dave Cameron do a lot for West Indies cricket, but he also do some things that land us in the type of problem we're seeing on the field now. So I was glad to see the back of it.
You were glad to see the back of him, but do you acknowledge the contributions that he made to any positive contributions to West Indies cricket?
Yeah, he made positive contribution in terms of bringing the 4-day championship in getting the players get paid and so on. But it is the way that it was done, and we can't forget that all the presidents that came would have done quite well, but they does it go far enough really? And I don't want to seem to break the rule again, but what I'm trying to say is that
you're not going to break the rule again, Junior, are you?
No, I won't. What happened is that us winning the Under-19 World Cup, the World Cup for men, the World Cup for women, that was a tremendous positive.
Yes.
And us getting the first class players being paid was a tremendous positive.
Absolutely right.
But what I want to see is, did we get any governance improvement?
I looked at the government for solutions. I'm never quite sure about that. Junior, don't need to cut across you there. I just remember that at the time, my mind is going back to 2019 when these two sides played together at this Kensington Oval. And West Indies inflicted a huge victory on England. It looks like it's going to go the other way this time. Couple of questions spring to mind. That coaching team that was assembled by Dave Cameron, with Vasquez Drakes as the bowling coach, Toby Radford, Guerrilla Cricket contributor, as batting coach. It was really working. And when there was the change of regime straight after that series, which, don't forget, West Indies won 2-1, the whole coaching staff were cleared out for political reasons. Now, is this not an example of the type of non-union, petty politics that does get in the way? Who would you like to see on the, making the decisions as far as the selection is concerned? We've got a diverse panel now of Desmond Haynes as the chairman of selectors.
I'm not hearing you, Dave.
Vernon, would you like to pick that up?
Well, I think Junior was saying that.
Hi, Vernon. I think if you pick that up, we'll queue up our podcast to play in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, I think Junior was saying that he's not hearing you, so I guess maybe the technical folks can be able to sort that out. But coming back to the question that you asked, Junior, David, there's a fundamental problem that is plaguing West Indies cricket, and Junior hit the nail on the head, and it had to do concerning support for West Indies cricket. When you look around in the Caribbean, how many competitions, how many of our competitions, whether it is our 4-day competition, whether it is our youth tournaments, whether it is our women's cricket, are being sponsored? And that to me is one of the real fundamental issues. It takes cash to run cricket in the Caribbean, and it's a pretty expensive venture, starting from air travel and moving around even to try to get hotel rates. So it's very, very, very expensive. Secondly, I think there's too much politics being placed in West Indies cricket, and it doesn't matter which administrator gets in, everybody is juggling to be able to try to make sure that they keep their constituents happy. And so you have a lot of backlash coming around. West Indies cricket, the presidents are more or less, it's like a relay race. So you move from one president to the next president. So you have from Dave Cameron to Ricky Skerritt. You'll have from Ricky Skerritt, we'll move on to whoever is going to be the next president. It might be you, David, you never know. Maybe there's something that you could think about. Put your hat in the ring. Just become a member of one of the associations around here in the Caribbean, and you just never know.
I'm already a member of the Jamaica Cricket Association.
Okay, good, right. So perhaps you can get them to put you up. But on a serious note, David.
Oh, you weren't being serious.
Yeah, I think fundamentally, what we seriously have to address is the structure of regional cricket, of the regional boards. What is happening at the regional board level? Because without the structure of regional board levels improved, we're going to always have problem with West Indies cricket. In fact, West Indies cricket is almost a law unto themselves. The folks who are directors, Junior and myself and you, on our different respective talk shows, sometimes you ask yourself if they're listening, because some of the things that they continue to still go about with, it just leaves you mind-boggling. But this is not an easy fix, David. Fixing West Indies cricket, you can't fix West Indies cricket in 2 years. You can't fix it in 3 years. But the overall structure across the region, across the territorial boards, it's going to have to change. The mindset, seriously going to have to change.
Yeah,
we have to go back, David. I know you want solutions, but whether we like it or not, David, we have to start playing school cricket in all of the islands right across the West Indies.
Oh, look,
we have to fix the base.
Absolutely right. Have to fix the base. Look, I want to keep this as global as possible because we've got listeners from all over the world, including a lot of supporters talking about junior the supporters, a lot of English supporters who will have really enjoyed the session of cricket that we saw this morning, including our special correspondent Terry Blake, who joins us now with his impression for those watching on Facebook or YouTube of Dr. No. Or was it the fella from Austin Powers? I can't remember.
David, you're always burning me Googlies first up.
Well, that's a gentle one. It's a long hop outside the leg stump. I'm asking you to, as an England supporter, what that partnership, how much pleasure that would have given you. It's not a googly at all, Terry. It's another slow...
No, I misunderstood. Listen, it was wonderful to see. Great to see Stokes batting it and getting back into form. Roots in terrific form. I do just wonder, if you're a West Indian bowler, you must be thinking, why is this pitch not favouring fast bowlers?
Right, let's bring... Terry, can I just cut you off for a second and bring back in Vernon? Vernon, I don't know whether you picked that up from Terry, but look, West Indies had a big victory here on a fast, lively track 3 years ago. Why is this one as dead as a dodo?
Because the groundsmen fail to follow the rules and they confuse you. One time they produce a good cricket wicket outside of the Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium wicket in the Caribbean. All of the other wickets in the Caribbean are flat. The only wicket that has some grass that you can be able to get seam about is the Darren Sammy Stadium in St. Lucia. But I haven't seen the Grenada one yet.
But Vernon, 3 years ago,
I'm a little bit disappointed.
Vernon, 3 years ago, I was at the Kensington Oval, and I saw there a fast, bouncy, lively track. What has gone wrong? Why? I can't believe that supporters want to see a long batsman-friendly wickets. Surely what's going to get West Indies supporters back supporting the West Indies? This is what we heard on the podcast that we're going to cue in a moment from Mariah at Sportsman. What is a winning West Indies team? How can West Indies win on a pitch like this?
Well, David, you know, I've been saying this to you, and I'm glad that Terry joined us. The only way we're going to improve West Indies cricket is when we play on better wickets. So it means that the wickets at Sabina, it means that the wickets at Warner Park, it means that the wickets wherever we play in our first class cricket have to be good enough for our batsmen that they can bowl fast and that our batsmen can learn either how to hook or how to cut. As it stands right now, we're preparing what we say flat tracks in the Caribbean, and that's why we're being exposed when we travel to England, when we travel to New Zealand, and it's almost like we're playing away from home.
Why?
Because like I said to you, nobody's being held accountable, and so something has to be done. I mean, you cannot continue to, everybody's supposed to be on the same page. If I go to you, David, and
Ricky
you're the head
Skerritt must be
groundsman,
accountable. Ricky Skerritt is the head, the president. Junior was criticising the previous president, Dave Cameron, but he did a lot to fix the problems, and West Indies were on the way back in 2019, and now we've seen it go backwards under this administration. Why is Ricky Skerritt is accountable? Why is this administration more interested in seeing the Barmy Army drink for 5 days, bar takings, than actually get a result wicket that West Indies can bowl on?
yeah, but that is, the administration doesn't have anything to do with the groundsmen. What I'm saying to you, the folks who,
that's the problem in the structure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. So my point is that you come into Barbados, the Barbados Cricket Association, and the folks at Kensington Oval, they are the ones who are responsible for the track. That's why I was saying to you that there needs to be a different structure where Cricket West Indies, they are the ones who now come in, they lease the ground. So when they lease Kensington Oval, we also lease that period of time to be able to prepare the track so that we can get what surfaces that we want. If we continue to go in the same structure that we have, these are the results that we're going to get all the time.
Well, so we really should, if we could get one person into a lunchtime or tea time chat whilst we're at the Kensington Oval over the next 3.5 days, who from Barbados Cricket Association would you like to see in the hot seat answering the same question?
Well, you know the buck will be passed, right?
Yes,
so
of course.
What I'm saying, David, even if we spoke to the President Conde Riley, if you listened last evening, the assistant coach of the bowling coach for the West Indies team, he was asked a question by one of the English media, if this is the track that he asked for. You know what he said, right? You need to speak to the BCA president, or you need to speak to the folks at the Kensington Oval. So we're going to get the same answer, even if you get somebody from the BCA.
Well, I'm keen to try. So I think Vernon, we'll have a word with Iana. If you could magic up, I'm going to have a word with Conde myself. A man that knows Conde well, I think, was Terry Blake there. Terry, you made the point that you thought that it was you've worked as an administrator at a senior level for both the English and Wales Cricket Board for many successful years, and also for Cricket West Indies, in charge of their marketing and sponsorship under a previous administration. Do you think that this decision has, well, let me ask a question about English cricket. Does English cricket have a solution to the problem that Vernon has identified? If English cricket wants a fast track for Anderson and Broad, sorry, for Fisher and consults notes, Overton, how do they get it? Can they get it?
No, listen, groundsmanship and responsibilities for pitches is a little bit of a mystery, always has been. But I do think it's likely that the local cricket association would have to take responsibility. They couldn't just say it's up to the groundsman. They have to tell the groundsman what kind of a pitch he should try to make, and then if he doesn't succeed, then maybe they should look at getting somebody better. Because I can tell you, if I'm Johnny Grave, the chief executive of West Indies Cricket, I will be looking at this morning's play and admiring all this stroke play and thinking how many the West Indians will be able to score as well. I think a draw is likely already, and it's great for the English fans. But as you said, we need pitches that last 3 days, and West Indies blast people out. That's what will make people happy over here. So someone has to get hold of this groundsman issue and sort it, because they've got a good bowling attack and more in reserve.
Terry, I think that you would be the man to sort this out. Can we put you forward for the next president of West Indies cricket?
You just Terry, he just like a lot of controversy. You understand where I'm coming from? Don't go down that road with David.
I tell you, we're gonna get Comday Riley. He's the closest anyone's come to accountability here. He's the president of the Barbados Cricket Association, responsible for this surface, and is keeping, I put it to you, Junior, is keeping West Indies supporters away. Do you, as the chairman of the supporters club, want to watch draws, or do you want to see West Indies winning again?
We want to see West Indies winning again, and the responsibility. I want to take you to show you what happened.
Oh, I think we've lost you there, Junior. Hopefully we can get you back in a moment.
Our 4-day championship.
Are you hearing you, Junior?
We've got a few issues there, Junior. I think with the your
We're hearing you loud and clear, Junior.
Are you hearing me?
We're hearing you, Junior. Go ahead. I think David has gone off.
David's gone off. I'll join you. Hello, Terry.
Hello there.
I see Dave was trying to get you the job in the West Indies.
I've done that already.
But on a serious note, Terry, it's an issue which I feel that has to be addressed in the Caribbean. And once you have all these different territories around, you're always going to get different surfaces. In fact, if you look at the days of old of cricket, there were just certain patterns that you knew. You knew that once you come to Kensington Oval, you were going to get a fast, bouncy track. You knew that once you got to Sabina Park in Jamaica, you know that it was going to be real pace. You know, if you went to Trinidad, it was going to be a spinner's track. You know, if you went to Ghana, in fact, in those days it was border, you know, it was going to be a batsman paradise, or he was going to be able to spin on the 3rd, 4th day. And so that was the tradition. If you came to Antigua, you know, it was going to be a batting paradise. So it just depended on the situations. Now, almost all of the venues are matched up and are just the same. And it makes it so difficult, I think, for West Indian fast bowlers alone.
Of course. And if you look at the record in Guyana, even without the weather, the chances are more matches were drawn there because it was a flat pitch for most of the 5 days. But all the other pitches, whether spin in Trinidad or pace in the other islands, were, good, fast tracks, result wickets, exciting batsmanship, ball on bat, easy, and then lots of wickets too. So that's a good cricket wicket, or a good spinning track, but with a chance for the batsman. But these pitches where it's so easy for the batsman and so hard for the bowlers, tricky.
And in fact, what is also dangerous, if you check our regional 4-day competition, and you know this, Terry, because you've been around for a while along with Junior, it's dominated by spin bowlers. When you look into the bowling averages all the time, that's why you see people like Versamy, Pumal and company can be able to pick up those amount of wickets. Now, if you match that against the seamers, there's a vast difference. If you look at completed seasons, you would have close to about 25 spinners, and you really would maybe have seamers who will be coming through. So when we're talking about we want to see more fast bowlers, there are fast bowlers in the Caribbean, but are they given the proper surfaces that they can go and be able to exploit their skills and test some of the West Indian batsmen? Certainly that is not happening.
Well, exactly. So it's a fundamental problem and should be sought a global solution, if you like. A Caribbean solution needs to be found. So the West Indies cricket board has to take the lead.
Certainly. But coming back, I know Junior wanted to get in. Junior, are you hearing us? Are you back in, Junior?
Yeah, I'm hearing now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying that when you look at our last 4-day game that we had at the Kensington Oval, it was a run fest. And when you look at the T20 that was played there, not during England series, but the one I think that we had with Pakistan, it was similar pitches like these. A few years ago, during the last administration, the Dave Cameron administration, they employ the head curator from St. Lucia, and he's in charge to oversee the various pitches in the region and to how they perform. And I think he should be held accountable, and not necessarily the president of the Barbados Cricket Board. To a lesser extent, to be frank, but Mr. Crofton should be held accountable for this these two pitches in Antigua and Barbados, and we hope a repeat will not happen in Grenada, because the fans, the people of West Indies, want to see West Indies either win in 3 days or lose in 3 days. We don't have any problem with our team losing. What we have been calling for since the year 2000 is for them to show fight. We want to see them, if they're defeated, showing fight, lose, knowing that you're fighting, and that would make us more graceful in defeat if we know that we give it all we have, but the opposition was just a bit better than us. And that's what we want to see. We want to see the pitches being prepared better by the person that the West Indies Cricket Board is paying to look after these pitches. We want to see them prepare pitch to make West Indies win, but if they lose fighting hard. The pitch has everything to do with these 2 test match that is going to be completed pretty soon. And it begs the reason that if those that are in charge of our cricket is really on the side of these players, because if they're really on the side of these players, they would give them a pitch to give them the best possible chance of winning. We need to be strong here at home, and the only way we can be strong here at home is if everything is on our side, is in place. So if we lose, we know that those that are in charge gave us everything to win, but we just wasn't good enough.
In fact, Terry, this is also now becoming like a world problem, because it's not only in the West Indies. We only have to just look and see what's happening between Australia and Pakistan in that series, but we can go further. Even New Zealand and South Africa series. South Africa, New Zealand won the first test, and then you realize what actually happened after in the second test. And this was against the counterattack of the South African pace attack coming up against New Zealand. There was also complaints from the folks in New Zealand that, hey, what sort of track that was produced? You know, you had the Wagners and so complaining even there. So it's just not only in the Caribbean that we're having issues about the tracks. It's almost like a worldwide problem.
No, I do agree. I'm not a fan of the drop-in pitch. I don't think the drop-in pitch is always successful. But then on the other hand, you know, how can we predict pitches? Sometimes in India you get a pitch that takes too much spin too quickly, and it's not a good balance between bat and ball. That is the key. It must be a good balance between bat and ball, but it has to develop over 5 days. We all know what a good pitch should be like, and the question is, how can we consistently produce it? And I think, you know, maybe we need to go to ICC. If they want to save Test cricket, they have to make sure the pitches are good pitches, good cricket pitches.
Well, to be honest with you, Terry and Junior, I don't know if ICC is really, if we look at the calendar going forward, I don't know if ICC is really concerned too much about Test cricket. And I'll say that based on what's happening. If you look at the calendar, you realize the calendar is packed with either T20 or 50 over cricket in the build-up in terms of what's happening. Even though there have been some exciting test matches, let's say maybe over the last 6-8 months, there have been some exciting test series between some of the test nations. But I think it's a wider problem right now, where we have cultivated an issue where we want to see bat and ball. We want to see everything happening fast. And maybe in a point, Test cricket is almost left behind. Another question on another day, Terry, that we'll have to talk about is, will Test cricket survive under these conditions in terms of what's happening? Because when you look at the Pakistan attack, who came up against Australia, they themselves are very much disappointed based on the quality pitches that they would produce in Pakistan. So and they have some real formidable fast bowlers, and the tracks that they got is question mark. You know, you had some folks who felt that the Australian attack maybe might have been different, so we had to kind of tame them down. So with everybody trying to juggle for home advantage.
Yes. Well, I saw that Ramiz Raja, who's the chairman of the board, has asked for a convention, if you like, on pitches, because he's aware of the same things that we've discussed here today. You can't have first innings scores regularly going way over 500 and the side batting second hardly batting until day 3. It doesn't make for good test cricket.
Yeah, so we got a lot of runs. But David and Junior, coming back to today, England are in a very strong position, 369 for 316 overs. The West Indies bowling attack has been a toilsome one. When I say tiresome, we're talking about Kemar Roach with 20 overs, none for 47. Jaden Seals, 21 overs, 1 for 44. Azari Joseph, 19 overs, not for 95. For Sammy Pomal, 27 overs, 1 for 97. Jason Holder, 24 overs, 1 for 61. And England large in control. When we look at what happened in Antigua and Barbados, Terry and Junior, we saw that the West Indian seam attack got all 10 wickets in the first innings, and at that point in time, England scored 311 all out of 100.3 overs. As we speak right now, they're 369 for 3, and the way it looks right now, England might bat all day, which means that based on the run rate that they're scoring at right now, which is very, very high.
Just over 3 and over.
Just over 3 and over. So if these two continue in the rich vein of form that they're in, and based on how Ben Stokes is looking, you're talking about 89 from 92 balls, 11 fours and 4 sixes. They could be looking, West Indies could be looking at a huge total of 500, which could also put some serious pressure on their batting.
Yeah.
Well, it could, yes, it might. Oh, sorry.
I see the West Indies bowling better in this second session. I think what's gonna happen is that Stokes might get 100, but the West Indies, I think, will bowl better in this. These things are almost have to happen, because what happened is that between England and West Indies, there has to be these things. It's like it's edge in some sort of superstition or some spirituality, because it has to happen. I think the pitch in Antigua is a far better pitch than the one here in Barbados, and because England is scoring with a better, a more fluent scoring, and they seem to be behaving better, the pitch really, for batting on this occasion. What's gonna happen though is that strong Caribbean fight, that strong Caribbean spirit is going to make these bowlers that we have, that is very competent. They will, starting with Azari Joseph, I think they will eke out a few wickets in this second session, and towards the final session of the day, then we will begin to see the type of score that the West Indies batsmen will have to score come late in the evening or early tomorrow. But for the long and short of it, I think our bowlers will start to fight back in this second session.
All right, Junior, we want to thank you very much for joining us on this babbling talk right there. It was indeed a pleasure speaking to you, President Junior Codlin. as we get ready for regular programming back on the field. It was indeed a pleasure, and we look forward in talking to you over the next couple of days. Thanks for joining us on Gorilla Cricket TV.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks, Vernon. Thanks. That was a fantastic little lunch chat around the Caribbean. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, back with you for the second session of day 2, and as is usual, I'm not sure whether Messi Jez has joined us, but I have to tell you about this, Vernon. Every time Ben Stokes goes crazy with the bat, I miss it. I missed the whole of that session, I'm afraid to say. I missed him when he scored 258 in Cape Town, and I missed the end of that incredible match at Headingley that he almost won single-handedly. So now that I'm back, I think if you're a West Indies supporter, you can probably relax, because it's probably about time for Ben Stokes to get out. So it's you know, I always tend to miss him, and it's quite very disappointing. But I imagine we've had an incredible morning's cricket, haven't we? 125 runs scored. Most of those, or the bulk of those, scored by Ben Stokes. 4 sixes. What's been wrong with the West Indies bowling? Is the pitch just getting even more placid?
Well, it's just getting flatter. But at the same time, West Indies still have to be disciplined, still have to come out to the plan. They're playing a cricket game, and anything can happen. So my concept would be to bowl a lot more fuller and bowl one side. I'm just finding that they're just bowling on both sides and not consistent enough. So we're either going to bowl to a little line and length. Holder, so far, 24 overs, 4 maidens, 61 runs, 1 wicket. Normally, by his standards, he's been really the tighter bowler for the West Indies. Already, you see, for Sammy Pomal has been 1 for 97. So we really have not had anybody who's been able to hold the end and, you know, sort of build the pressure. And that's what is going to be needed after lunch.
It is, and the first ball is going to be bowled after lunch by Jason Holder. He's coming round the wicket to Ben Stokes. He's got just a wide slip for close company, and he just eases the ball up to long on and moves immediately into the 90s. He goes to 90 off 93, so run a ball. So the innings from him and from Dan Lawrence have been a joy to watch, really, haven't they, from an England perspective? Not so much from a West Indies perspective, but I guess we can all appreciate good batting. But Joe is allowed to go on his merry way.
Yeah, as someone who sat through Alex Lee's innings yesterday, it's a huge relief to be watching Stokes en route today, I've got to tell you.
Well, he might have been critical of Dan Lawrence the way that he got out late last night, played a couple of gorgeous drives and then gave it away with 1 ball to go. But Stokes has come out and taken on where he left off. This is down on the leg side. Holder bowling now back over the wickets to Joe Root. He was trying to tickle it on its way. Went quite a long way across his stumps, but couldn't quite get bat on it. And there is no run. 370 for 3. Well, England are looking just to bat once here, aren't they? I think you've probably discussed this. England will be looking to get late 500s if they possibly can. Still got a massive batting to come. Still got Centurion from the first test. Ben Stokes, we've got Folkes, we've got Wokes, Holder in, wide outside the stump, and rather slow as well. I think that was a response to what you said, Vernon, sort of putting it well outside the off stump, making sure that he's only bowling one side of the wicket.
Well, that's the gamble that they will have to take. But I think we have to give some credit to the partnership with Dan Lawrence and Joe Root yesterday. 164 for 271 balls. It's a pity that Dan Lawrence got out the way he got out, but trust me, when he gets his first 100, it's going to be a pretty one.
Well, I wonder whether he was trying to get to that 100 in the last over last night. If he'd managed to pull off that last drive and gone for 4, he would have needed a 6 to do it. Holder bowls a really slow, loopy delivery, a straight one, which Joe Root has to wait for ages before flicking through square leg for another single. And Joe Root is just playing not exactly the anchor role, because he's going along at 50 runs per 100 balls, but it's a perfect situation for Root, really.
You see the concept I was talking about, Nigel, about having somebody in the West Indies attack who could be able to get the ball to reverse swing. I think this is what is missing now from this attack, and so West Indies can't drop their heads. They have to decide that they're going to bowl one side, meaning that they're either going to bowl wide at the off stump or they're going to bowl straight. They can't afford to allow England to just run away with this game.
Well, they're going to run for another single, because That's easily pushed through the vacant mid-on area right towards the edge of the boundary. They'll just take another single. Stokes moves on to 91. Root has 152. Vernon, I thought last night that the heads went down from the West Indies quite easily. I was a bit disappointed in that. You were talking about reverse swing, and just for a little while, Jayden Seals got a little bit because they decided not to take the new ball when it became available. They left it for about 5 overs. There was a little bit of a reverse for him. Maybe they could look at him trying to do something here. Holder in, back of a length. Root is going to get another easily jogged single. And it's all gone very quiet, just singles coming as you like, really. No pressure on the batsman from the fielders at all. It's the end of the first over after lunch, and England are 373 for 3. Messi, have we got any tweets?
We have indeed. Swing it both ways as a question for Vernon. He says, is Joseph just not progressing, or is he actually regressing? In either case, why is he failing to do what his younger career promised? Leah says, Hendo, put another hero of revolutionary cricket on that chest and slap Arjuna Ranatunga's pasty lover's order on there as well. I think she's pleased to see you.
Oh, is that right?
I hate to see Root and Stokes in good nick. I want my chunky boy to win his first overseas test as captain later this year.
Okay, well, we're going to have Kemar Roach, 20 overs. We'll ask Vernon about Alzari Joseph after this ball. We'll see if we can get his response to that. We've got a slip, a gully, extra, deep mid off, deep mid on, square leg. It's him on the pad! That's got to be close, hasn't it? Well, I thought that was very close as Root came forward there. The umpire says no. I think that's going to be referred. Yeah, that's going to be a referred, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think Root is stone dead here, unless it's just clipping leg stump, in which case he may get away with it.
It might be umpire's call on leg. Yeah.
It might be, but it looks pretty good. How did it look to you, Vernon?
I think it just might be missing leg because Root keeps moving around.
He does.
Crease, and so the benefit of the doubt maybe might just go in his area. If I look at it, it looks like as if it's going down based on the shape of the delivery.
Yes, it's hit him on the knee roll, so height probably isn't too much of an issue.
No,
I don't think so. But it looks like it maybe might be just going down. Might be missing.
It might be missing, or it might just be clipping, in which case he'll get away with it, won't he?
I suspect clipping.
I don't know. I think I liked it when I think that's out. It is out. I'm afraid that Joe Root's vigil has come to an end in the most unexpected way, really, just moving across his crease, being hit on the knee roll, and it's going to hit middle and leg, and Joe Root has gone, and Roach has struck.
There goes Kemar Roach. He goes past Garfield Sobers with 236 test wicket, something he was looking for yesterday.
Brilliant.
And right after lunch, bang on the money. Root being dropped on 34, so this would be a welcome relief for him. But a great knock by Joe Root.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe it just all got a bit too easy for Joe Root, and he just lost a bit of concentration. He takes his helmet off and his headband wanders back a little bit disconsolate with some sort of disappointment, but he's holding his bat out as the huge English contingent gives him an incredible standing ovation.
You see what I was talking about, Nigel, about coming out with a plan, bowling as straight as possible or even wide of the off stump. This here was Kemar Roach with his experience, coming and bang on target, because when you're coming back out after lunch, you have to restart and refocus all over again.
You do indeed. I mean, that's why it's so difficult to play these long innings, because you have to get your eye back in as a batsman. And I just think it was perhaps a little bit casual there. It got a bit too easy, but credit to Roach for keeping it straight. His first ball after lunch, and it brings to the middle none other than Centurion from Antigua, Johnny Bairstow. Let's jingle him up.
Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow's been his good since daycare, so on the right legs and let them cruise from down low. What the boat to give him is a large rail. He can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a town and Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. Return to Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow.
Yeah, brings the Yorkshireman to the wicket. One Yorkshireman replacing another, and Root's innings ended on 153. I'll just get his details in terms of boundaries and balls faced. 316 balls faced, 14 fours for Joe Root in his 153. And a first victim for Roach in this test. A little bit more attacking now the field. 2 slips of gully, backward point, extra, mid-on, mid-off, square leg, long leg. He's in, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow props forward and defends a foolish ball straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Well, we talked about Roach doing well, but that question about Alzari Joseph, what's your view of the way that he's developing, Vernon?
Well, I think in fairness to Alzari Joseph, sometimes he's only played 18 test matches with 45 wickets. Made his debut in 2016. In 2021, he would have only had 8 wickets from about 4 test matches, but we'll get back to that, Nigel.
Yeah, Roach bowls again. This one squeezes off a thick outside edge of Bairstow's bat as it runs out towards backward point. Again, there is no run.
I think it's a learning experience for Alzari Joseph. How he's handled is another question, because he was Alzari Joseph who played county cricket last season, and then when he got back to the Caribbean, he was on the bench. What sort of message are you sending to a young fast bowler? Who'd have been improving before, but it's systems that you have to rise above.
Roach in again. Bairstow's going to get his first run here. He pushes forward, it takes a thick inside edge, runs behind square leg, and he runs to the other end. He's 1 not out. Stokes is on 91, and England are 374 for 4. Well, this is just a bit of a door opening here for the West Indies. If they can get one, maybe they can pick up 3, and they'd be back in the game. But England still looking on course for 500 here. You get down below.
Get rid of Ben Stokes.
Well, yes, got to get rid of Ben Stokes.
Fuchs looks in good touch, based from the practice game and from the test match. He does look in good touch, but we never know what sort of mood if Ben Stokes gets to his 100 in terms of what his approach will be.
He leaves the next one outside the off stump as Roach switches to coming round the wicket, and that goes through to Josh De Silva behind the stumps. So that was the first wicket of the day. It's taken until the second over after lunch for West Indies to pierce the resistance of England, and Stokes now, and we're talking about Stokes and his great innings. Of course, Stokes in that innings in Cape Town was joined by Johnny Bairstow in some absolute carnage. He waits for this one and he cuts it square. I think it's only going to be a single because there's a fairly deep set field. It is just the one. He goes to 92, 375 for 4 at the end of that over. Messi, you got any socials?
Leah's says hearing Vernon call Commandante Hendo Nigel is kind of surreal. I mean, very rarely does anybody call you Nigel, Hendo. It's true.
Yeah, that's true these days. I mean, I haven't been Nigel very much since about 2010. I was renamed in 2010 by Dan Norcross, and it has stayed with me ever since. Unlike Dan Norcross. 375.
The lovely Anna Forsyth has joined us. She says, if you're wondering what happened with the Root wicket, it's because I just turned on the TV. She's taking
well, Anna, that's exactly. You get Root out, I tend to get Stokes out. So we're working well for the West Indies. It's Stokes to face Holder, third over after the break. Just a wideish gully, and it's just a gentle ball outside the off stump, which Stokes decides to have nothing much to do with, and. It's a good day to be batting, it would appear. England won't really want to bat on, I wouldn't think, much more than an hour into the final session. But I think on the basis of the runs that they scored before lunch, they could be past 500 by then, providing they don't lose the wickets. Here's Holder again. Around the wicket, Stokes comes down the track, turns it into almost a Yorker, actually gets it very low on the bat in terms of a full toss, and drives it up to Roach at mid-off and takes the single. He moves to 93 and England to 376 for 4. Holder 1 for 66. He's into his 26th over. He really does get through a lot of work, Holder. Even now that he's not captain, he still seems to be involved in the game almost all the way through it. Bairstow will face up to him for the first time. I think they were teammates in the IPL, weren't they, last year? Johnny Bairstow and Jason Holder, didn't they both play for the Sunrisers? I believe so.
God,
So
I
they
can't keep up now.
Well, I can't generally, but I do remember Sunrisers because I think it's the orange shirt, something to do with that. And he's over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Johnny Bairstow. 2 slips, he's in, and this one carries through quite nicely from outside the off stump to the keeper, but Johnny Bairstow was not interested in putting bat to ball, and there is no run. Yeah, I often wonder how much time during the IPL these guys have to actually play against each other in the nets. Do they get much of a warm up against players that they're going to play against in international cricket later? It's interesting. Holder in again, Fuller, and lovely drive from Bairstow. He timed the pencil that, although he didn't really go through with a shot. Maybe if he had, he would have beaten the man at mid-off. He didn't on this occasion. So he remains on just a single, but he did meet that with very good timing, playing the ball up towards the media centre.
I heard an interview with, I think it was David Warner, about that very question. And basically what came across to me was that they don't actually do many nets during the IPL because there's so much going on the whole time.
Well, they're probably either playing or they're on a plane, aren't they, basically? Although, when these days with COVID protocols and playing in same venues, maybe more of that is possible. In comes Holder again, onto the back foot. This time Bairstow just eases it past Ben Stokes, following up backing up at the other end, and there is no run, just a single so far from this over. Stokes has moved on to 93, and Bairstow's in a bit of form, isn't he? He got 100 in that practice match, which I think Vernon was referring to. He got 100 in the test match. What can he do in the second test? Has a little look up, has a little look round, says I'm not quite ready. Some sort of question about a movement in the field that he wasn't aware of. It looks to me as if the man at deep backward square has come in front of square, and I think there's also a long leg down there. It's not terribly easy to see. In comes Holder again, final ball of the over, and big expansive leave from Johnny Bairstow. Lets it go through the keeper. 376 for 4. Messi.
Brown Barish says, Nigel, who the fuck is Nigel? Felix says, hi team, love to hear from you, keep up the good work. Tony Bishop says 399, that's Stokes Bairstow 6-wicket partnership at Newlands in 2016. And Leah says Nigel is of course the bear, which is also
well, that's true. There are two. That was it. There was already a Nigel involved with Test Match Sofa, which was the forerunner to Guerrilla Cricket, and he had taken the badge of Nigel. So I was forced to into a lesser position of being Hendo. Roach will continue. 21 overs, 1 for 49. He's got rid of Joe Root. If he could make it a double and get rid of Ben Stokes, the West Indies would feel they're right back in this game. 2 slips, well spread, and outside your stump, foolish delivery, left alone by Stokes. Through the keeper, it goes. I
know that Roach is going around the wicket to Stokes, but I would like to see him over the wicket, especially in this move and just getting the ball to cut across Ben Stokes, especially being on 93, because he's sort of tempered down. But as you rightly said, we won a couple of days ago, you and Messi, and this was something that we were talking about. It seems to be a tradition now that once the left-hander comes in, we go around the wicket.
Indeed, that is does seem to be the go-to situation, doesn't it? This one is trapped almost beneath him by Stokes, just very gently dropping the hands on it outside the off stump, and he just seems to have gone into his shell for a moment or two, which is no bad thing. He needs to play himself back in after lunch. Just because he was timing the ball so well before lunch doesn't mean that he's going to come out in the same vein. A little break can just throw you out of the zone you were in. Here comes Roach again, full, slower one, but he flicks this one away. Through mid-on, might come back for a second, will he? Yes, indeed, of course, with Johnny Bairstow as your fellow runner, you can guarantee that you'll get value for your shots. He's back, scampering back, and Stokes moves to 95. Bairstow just a single, 378 for 4 is the score. in Barbados, if you're just joining us. Welcome along to Guerrilla Cricket, also broadcasting in the West Indies, as I understand. And welcome along if you're listening to us outside the off stump. Left alone if you're listening to us for the first time, especially. A very warm welcome. We're glad to have you along. Stokes has left this one. It's 378 for 4. The run rate has gone up to 3.16, which is, reasonably healthy for Test cricket.
It is. It's a great relief after some of the grinding we've been seeing.
Yes, a lot of grinding against India, a lot of grinding against Australia for England's batsman. Roach again, and again flicked well by Stokes. He's going to be looking for 2 again here, but I'm guessing he'll just settle for the 1 because the fielder was just a little bit more alive to that this time and was in more quickly. That is another single, takes him within a boundary of a Test 100. Another Test 100 for Ben Stokes. I'm just going to have to check how many he's got. I think he's got about... Has he got 5 or 6? Or has he got more than that?
I think it might be 6.
No, he's got much more than that. He's got 10. 10.
Wow.
Test match hundreds. Yes, that seems a lot for Ben Stokes. However good he's been, does seem a surprise. He's got 10 hundreds and 26 50s. Well, 27 50s now. One will be changed into 100. He hopes in a minute. This is going to be a leg by, as Bairstow was trying to turn that into the onside. Just caught him on the pad, and in fact, amazingly, Bairstow was run back for 2. So 2 leg buys there. That takes England into the 380s. 381 for 4, and that is the end of Roach's over. He's got figures of 1 for 52. Messi.
Dave Wood says, the IPL, remind me, that's the 100 for people with a slightly better attention span, isn't it?
Yeah. Vernon, are you a fan of the IPL?
Yes, I think the IPL is here to stay.
Oh, yes.
It's almost, I consider it to be a retirement fund for most of the players around the world. And there's a balance between T20 and 50 over cricket. But like I said during the luncheon report, ICC seems to be concentrating on more white ball cricket rather than Test cricket.
Yep. That's where they think the money is. It does seem to be that way. We're going to get a change of bowling. Jaden Seals is going to come into the attack, so I'll allow, I think it's Tony is the man loitering around the jingles. I'll let him play one.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow, watching it.
First ball of his new spell is defended on the front foot by Stokes, straight to extra cover, and there is no run. The thing about the IPL is there just seem to be a huge number of IPLs recently. I think just because of COVID, wasn't it? There was a delay initially, and then there was last year's one which was split into 2 sections because of the when the variant took off in India. So it just seems to have been around a lot, and it's coming up again, would you believe, before the end of this month, isn't it? Seals in bowls. Stokes on the walk a little bit, but decides to play it defensively. And there is no run.
I wanted to support my point, Nigel, and I don't want anybody to feel like, if we look at the pattern in terms of what's happening with ICC and how they're addressing Test cricket and the disparity, let's look at Ireland and Afghanistan and Zimbabwe, those small territories. If you're not going to give them assistance to be able to encourage them to play Test cricket, then it means that Test cricket is just going to be played between a couple of countries, and because the cost is so high.
Yeah. Oh, you're absolutely right, Vernon. We talked a lot about this on Guerrilla Cricket. I mean, we're all in favour of a fund, I think. Down the wicket comes Stokes, smashes it. Has he been caught? No, it's just dropped short, I think, of Holder at mid-off. I thought he was going to sky that one, but he hit it flatter than I realised. But it certainly was travelling, and as he hit it, he might have been a little bit concerned that was going to carry into the hands of Holder, but it did, and it was just short of him. So Stokes stands there with one hand on hip, a little bit annoyed to be thwarted on this occasion. Just needs that one boundary to bring up an 11th Test 100. And here is Seals round the wicket to the left-hander. Short ball, he goes up on his toes and kind of brushes the ball away in the way that Joe Root quite often does behind square. He'll get a single out to deep point, and England move on to 382 for 4. It's absolutely right. I think there should be a fund for Test cricket into which all the teams and can dip to help them with costs, and also to bring other teams into the fold as they get more experience of it. We've long been proponents of a much bigger Test arena, a much bigger World Cup arena when we're talking about the 50 over game as well. But it doesn't appear as if the ICC are really listening to us, strangely enough. Seals is into his 22nd over. Figures of 1 for 45. He's going to bowl to Johnny Bairstow. 2 slips in the gully. He's in full, and Bairstow pushes this firmly up to mid-on. Nicely timed, but straight to the fielder. It's Holder again, and so there is no run.
Well, they talk about trying to be able to spread the game, but they're spreading the game in the T20 format. They're not spreading the game over a Test period era, and so that is where you have a major challenge. We can talk about football. You know, they have about 212, 214 members in FIFA. Everybody gets the same amount of money.
Yes, absolutely. I remember FIFA being very generous to some of the smaller nations. I'll break off. Seals is in, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow drives well, but he's not going to get it past the man at mid-off. He's just going to get a single for that. I remember back in, this was in 1999, and I was working in Bermuda, and I can remember FIFA, Jack Warner coming to Bermuda, and a whole lot of the smaller nations were given a kind of $1 million hand up. I don't suppose that's really enough, actually, for some of these small nations, but it was something. But I don't think we've got anything like that from the ICC.
I think FIFA's too busy giving money to the nations that will vote to have the World Cup in Qatar these days.
Well, that's true. That is true.
But at least everybody gets the same amount of money, so it's not too bad.
As we know, there are always people in these organisations who are, what shall I say? Happy to help out.
Susceptible.
Roach is in again, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow tucks this away. There's a man running around from square leg to his left, and he prevents the run.
I think Nigel and Messi, the West Indies have to believe, after picking up Joe Root, that they're in with a chance, especially in the first hour after lunch, that they can be able to restrict them. And that's why I'm saying they have to come up with a plan. Roach has certainly shown that. Seals has come back with a little bit more vigor. They got to bowl one side. They got to bowl as straight as possible and close off those singles. They got to be tighter inside that area there. Don't give away any singles. Make them work for their runs.
Oh, well, just as you said that, unbelievably, another ball into the Midland leg area, which is flicked away by Bairstow, and it wasn't a difficult ball to stop, but it was not stopped properly by the man at square leg, and so they do get through for an easy single. Was it Blackwood again? Well, that's unfortunate. I liked Blackwood when he first came into the West Indies team. I liked the way he played the game, but I do have to wonder about that shot that he got out to in the second innings in Antigua. It was extraordinary. In that situation, it really was. And he's a man who's vice captain, isn't he? He needs to show a little bit more responsibility, I think.
Well, it's mindset and game awareness. You know, in certain situations, you have to be aware of your responsibility. If the ball is there to be hit, you have to hit it. But at the same time, it's called game awareness. And sometimes I don't get the impression that we see much game awareness. I mean, even yesterday, after lunch, after tea, the West Indies came out and they came out with a ploy by bowling too short.
Full to Stokes, who drives back to Roach, who grabs it with his left hand on the follow through. Yes, I just thought it got incredible. I mean, I know that Lawrence came out and played an attacking game, and that was good, and he did well. But I just felt that the West Indies' heads went down quite quickly when that partnership, was probably in its nascent stages, really, and it was quite disappointing, I thought. Got to pick themselves up this afternoon. Roach round the wicket to Stokes, slower, fuller ball. He clips it up through mid-on. Is there anyone back there? Yes, there is. I was getting excited for a moment because I thought it might have been a boundary, but loping into camera comes Jason Holder and keeps him down to a single. He goes to 98, 385 for 4. England started on 244 for 3, so they've added 100 41 runs in the best part of 2.5 hours, which is pretty good going. And they'll want to keep that going as much as they can. Bairstow now waits for Roach, slip in a gully. He's in wide on the crease as ever. Defended, a good straight probing delivery out towards mid wicket, and again there is no run.
You know, Nigel. I know maybe I have another over to go, but I want to pick you on Messi's brain, and just talk about maybe the omission of a James Anderson and also a Stuart Broad. 2021. But we might have to do that maybe a little bit after tea. So.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I mean, I can understand the reasoning behind it in some respects. This is down the leg side, flicked on its way by Bairstow. There is a man at long leg. It's just going to be a single. I think it was Permaul down there. And so he will keep the strike, 386 for 4. Yeah, they have to look forward, England, and they're not going to last forever. But I believe that by lumping Stuart Broad in with Jimmy Anderson, England are making a mistake. Because Jimmy Anderson is 39 going on 40. Stuart Broad is still only 35. And I think he suffers by being considered this veteran alongside Anderson. I would have definitely brought one of them to the West Indies. And I think it was a little bit disrespectful.
That's why I asked you that, Nigel, because I'm saying Jimmy Anderson with 12 test matches in 2021 would have had 39 wickets. Yes, in 2022 he only had 1 test match, but I'm just saying based on the form and experience, you would have maybe wanted to bring one, and maybe Stuart Broad might have been the better option.
Yeah, and you're going to have a very inexperienced bowling attack for England when they do get out there in the field. This is Seals starting a new over. He pushes up to mid-off. We'll just have one more over from the 3 of us, and then there will be a change coming into the all-boy ball chair. It will be Tony. Josh will be joining us on social, and the Bear will be Summarise and Jingling.
But do you think, Nigel, it's a situation where Joe Root is trying to create his own niche with his own team by not having Broad and Anderson around?
Well, that's odd. I mean, he's a big fan of them both. I would be surprised if he had a lot of say in that, to be honest. Driven by Bairstow, driven well, straight back past the grasping right hand of Seals, and that's gone down to the boundary in front of us for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's got to hit the deck. It's got to hit the deck, Nigel. That's just too friendly delivery right there. It's got to hit the deck.
Well, Bairstow will be grateful for that. He's found the middle of the bat quite nicely there. Got him off and running. First boundary for him.
The thing that made me really angry, Vernon, about that was that if they're going to leave out Bairstow and Anderson for new blood,
as Bairstow drives again, this one is hit wide to the left of mid-off, I beg your pardon, and it brings him a second successive boundary.
The ground feeling by the West Indies has not been good at all, Nigel and Messi. It's just been sloppy. That's a basic stop there. You have to stop this at this level.
Yeah. Who was that again? Was that Blackwood? We get a big on him. I don't feel like I don't want to pick on him, but anyway, 1 for 54 is Seals figures. They've just been ruined a little bit there by Bairstow. In he comes again, fullish driven, and this time it lands just short of the bowler. It wasn't far away from being maybe a caught and bowled as he followed through. But Bairstow's not happy about that. I don't know why. I think he's just annoyed with himself. Feels like he should have put it away where there was no one who could have stopped it. He's moved on to 12 now. Stokes has 98. England 394 for 4. You're listening to GorillaCricket.com. And we're also broadcasting, we believe, in the West Indies. And so if you're on one of the islands, it's great to have you along. Seals in again, down the leg side. Bairstow can't reach that one. De Silva takes, and there is no run. Yeah, so I think, going back to that notion of that issue of Anderson and Broad, I really find it hard to believe that this is a long-term plan. I can't believe that they have dropped both these guys and we'll never see them again at Test level. Surely not.
We'll see them in England, maybe not for sure, not in the West Indies.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to see the West Indies, but we should see them in England. In comes Seals again, onto the back foot goes Bairstow, pushes to extra cover, and there is no run. It's the end of the over England have moved on to 394 for 4. Stokes is on 98. Bairstow is on 12. And after a few more socials, it'll be time for Tony Bishop.
Thank you, Hendo.
I'll catch up on a few tweets because
Go for
I'm
it.
well behind. Farong says some notable absences from the Proteas Test squad to play Bangladesh because of PTM Tata duties, i.e. the IPL. Leah says, "Oh look, they showed future Gorilla cricket superstar David Gower on the YouTube feed. I wish." Jeff Perkins says, "Very specific Hendo to only welcome people listening outside the off stump." Leah says, "As a German, I'm interested in Vernon's view on test status. I want to see my team that is full of refugees be able to play tests and give some pride to all Germans."
Have a chance.
wherever
Remind
available.
us towards tea time, Leah, because Vernon will be back, I think, at tea time. But
Great.
we'll
Okay.
remember that question. Well, Stokes is going to take
And,
strike. He is still on 98. He's going to be facing Kemar Roach, who's around the wicket. Back foot, dabbed, backward a point. He'll take one. Is he going to come back for two? I wouldn't have thought so.
No, he's
In
ambling.
fact, he's ambled. He's ambled the one. As
You do
relaxed
disservice
as you
to
like.
amblers the world over there.
Yes, Josh has joined us. Is this your first? You were on in the last test, weren't you? Yes.
I was on in the last test.
Because I remember that glass of wine being held in a very similar position.
Maybe the same glass, different wine.
I am drinking a lovely the reserve.
Looks like
from
a
the
Western
Chairman's
Australia
Reserve.
IPA.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Chairman's
The
Reserve.
Chairman's Reserve. Over the wicket comes Rich, squares Bairstow up a little bit. Outside edgily. Kemar enjoyed that. So did Johnny Bairstow. It was a really edgy shot away towards point, and Bairstow knows he didn't hit that right. Roach knows that he got the better of that. But at the end of the day, no one scored a run and no one got out.
Well, Thursday is the first day of the weekend, isn't it? Really, these days.
Thursday's the new Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's 5:15.
I think that's true.
Are any punts to be made on Thursday and Thursday?
Who knows? Well, you will be seeing. We'll tell you a little bit more about that fabulous rum that Bear's drinking in a minute, as this one is just lent nicely into by Bairstow. Away it goes into the offside again for no run. How's it tasting, Bear?
Oh, it's lovely.
Is it?
Yeah.
How would you describe it?
I'm kind of getting into.
What are you
this.
getting notes of?
Well, booze.
Notes of booze. Well, thank you for that.
Vanilla, caramelised banana.
Nah, my sense of taste isn't great. It has to be said. But mainly, normally I'm a whiskey
Make
and
a
ice
sense of
man.
decency,
But this is like a long drink, but it's quite pleasant. You know,
Well,
big
Roach
slug of rum.
is in, and it's played to the man who's at very short mid wicket really. Craig Bathwaite there as he's looking to apply some pressure to that nudge away towards mid wicket that certainly Bairstow likes to play, and they've cut off that particular route for Bairstow, so he's going to have to get past Brathwaite. Not quite a non-Hayden, it's just a tad wider, but you'll get the idea if I tell you that.
What have you mixed it with, Bear? Ginger beer?
Ginger beer and lots of ice. It's nice.
Which
man.
ginger beer?
The one that comes in the stripe.
In comes Roach, slip in a gully just for him. Straight again to Brathwaite. Well, Craig Brathwaite can give himself a little pat on the back, I think, for his fielding position, because 2 balls and 2 in a row have just gone straight to him from Johnny Bairstow. Stokes is on 99. Ben Stokes of 110. He has absolutely motored along, but we have lost captain Joe Root, which possibly wasn't in England's game plan, but of course these two have previous. We were talking about that 399 partnership in Cape Town in 2016.
Well, yeah.
Roach over the wicket, quite full. Bairstow forwards, and there we go, 3rd ball in a row, straight to Brathwaite. It concludes that over. It was just a single, courtesy of Roach and Craig Brathwaite operating as a team, and we'll go to Josh.
Well, I hope you're not going to me for tweets, because we don't have any.
Oh dear, oh dear. It's that time of evening, everyone's on the tube, running
Everyone's
home.
On the tube or the piss.
Yeah,
or,
one or the
or
other.
the rum.
Try and watch your language a wee bit as we. You can have a look maybe at YouTube. There's plenty of people on YouTube, but you can also have a look on our Facebook pages, all of which you are able to get us. So what, you've mixed it just with ginger beer, Bear?
And ice, yeah.
Ginger beer and ice.
And it's a long.
No-
it's in a half
no
pint
slice
glass.
of lime?
Nah, I'm not a massive fan of lime and drinks.
Well,
You know, I'm very unsophisticated when it comes to booze, Josh. It's basically beer and whiskey. You know.
And Wild Wild Women?
Well, wild win or do fine, you know. I ain't going to complain.
Was that beer and whiskey? Yeah, I think it was.
Beer
No, it was
and whiskey.
wine. That's wine and whiskey, wasn't it?
Yeah,
That's
wine is
and whiskey.
okay. It's just the problem with wine is that it's very easy to drink a bottle of wine in no time at all.
Ah, well, there you go.
I don't see what the problem is, Bear.
Because when you're me, that means probably 2 bottles of wine a night, and you know it's like no.
Refer the honourable gentleman to my previous answer.
Not healthy.
Well, I can tell you that the Chairman's Reserve, it's the flagship St Lucian rum, renowned for its harmonious, well-rounded finesse and style.
It's very tasty.
Well, that's fantastic. Seals in again and left by Stokes. Through it goes to Josh De Silva. The reason we're telling you that, of course, is we have a very exciting partnership with Windrush Bay. They have put together 2 absolutely magnificent hampers for us. The Centurion and the Half Centurion. And they are available to our Guerrilla Cricket listeners at a 10% discount if you just use the code when you get to that website of WBGC. And you get all kinds of other things. I'll tell you a little bit more in a minute. But first, Seals is in, and forward comes Stokes with a nice high elbow. Played that really well. Other things you're going to find in there, well, goodness me, you've got Piton lagers, you've got Old Jamaica ginger beer, you've got some fantastic Shirley biscuits, you've got tings, you've got limes, you've got loads of plantain chips and crisps.
Now there's
you've got a Clement white rum as well, so you've got 2 bottles of rum.
2 bottles of rum
in there. It's quite fantastic stuff, and special discount with that WBGC code for our listeners. Stokes won't care about any of that. He's on 99. He's down the track, and he's steered it again into that offside field. Frustration for him.
Do you think he'll let loose if he gets his ton?
Well, 395 for 4. I think there's every chance that, you know, England over 400. We're into the afternoon of day 2. You know, they'll be thinking.
I think you want to get the bowlers.
They'll be thinking 550 upwards.
Well, I think you want to get through the first spell of the first up bowlers, don't you? Because you know that what we're talking about, Azari, Joseph, and Pamal, if they have to bowl a leaking run. So
in comes Seals. Forward comes Stokes. He's going to do it with a quick single. They're going to have to hurry. They do. Stokes has got his 100. He's done it with a quick single. He's hit 6s and 4s all over the place today. But that was a sharp single. His hat comes off. He looks relieved almost as he looks up, and I think acknowledging his late dad, he gets the warm applause of a still largely home crowd. Let's jingle up that achievement there.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a Centurion.
Now, over in the chat, I see what I think is an erroneously named reminder not to read out the sweary bits of tweets for this series. Erroneously because I can't be reminded of something unless I once knew it. Is this a change in policy, a new editorial
We have a partnership
direction we're taking?
Well, maybe I'll drop you a little note off air, and we wait for Seals, who is in. And forward comes Bairstow and pushes it away into the onside. Actually, it's a new over. It's not Bairstow. It's Ben Stokes again, isn't it?
We're being sponsored not to swear on air?
No, we're on proper radio in the West Indies.
Oh, welcome listeners.
Yes.
Rather, you welcome us onto air. Excellent.
Nicely played by Stokes, who's just got his hands on his hips. He's reclining on his back, watching Bairstow, thinking about a job well done but not finished, I would expect, as this is just steered into the offside by Bairstow. It is the end of that Seals over. Just the one run from it, but it was the one run that took Ben Stokes to his 100. He set off down the track as if he was looking to cart him back over his head, didn't he? And then decided, well, possibly just the nudge will be better. Josh, who else have we got?
And I presume it's not just the sweary bits of tweets that we're not meant to read out.
Yes.
Presumably it's also the sweary bits of content of my own depraved mind that I should be trying to censor before they come out of my mouth, right?
It's only for a little while.
I'll do what I can, and I'll try not to let this bottle of Pinot influence me to far. Although on that subject, Brian Barish asks, we have to watch our language. Good thing Mog isn't here. And in other news, Brian says that it's a pretty big sports day here, other than this test. Brian, for other listeners, is actually closer to the West Indies than most of our listeners who are not in the West Indies. Other than this test, it's the first full day of the NCAA men's basketball tournament and the first day of spring training, which is what he describes as that bastardised rounder sport that we keep banging on about. I'm assuming it's bastardised.
85 runs, 85 balls Ben Stokes got to his 100 in New Zealand. That's his quickest ton. He's got there in 114 here in Barbados.
I'm always shocked at how many games teams play in a regular season in baseball. It's like 160 or something insane like that, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, each match.
But how many players play more than a handful of them, especially pitchers?
Holder is going to be in, and this one is, well, it's an attempted cut by Stokes, but he doesn't really get hold of it, and it just goes straight to extra cover, and there is no runs. 78 matches for Ben Stokes, over 5,000 runs now. He's averaging nearly 37, 26 50s, 11 hundreds, and of course that best of 258, which his partner will also remember well. His partner in this instance being Johnny B.
Got a ton at the same time, eh?
Most baseball teams have something like 5 or 6 starting pitchers in their roster.
Holder around the wicket again, and this one is pushed to long on. And they amble yet another single. I quite like an ambled single.
Yeah, our ambles, especially this time of day. Yeah. No, I think with baseball, it's it's much. A lot of American sports have massive playing staffs, don't they? I mean, there's like 50 people in an American football squad. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, baseball, one match involves sort of 9 different it's not like you play one team once. You tend to play a mini series against that team.
Well, yeah, it's 9 innings, but I mean...
No, I don't mean the innings. I mean, you'll play that team probably, 7 games in a row against them as forward solidly comes Bairstow off the bowling of Jason Holder. Dot ball.
Does that mean they're literally playing a game pretty much every
day?
Yeah.
And then
it's a different side, at least a different defensive lineup in each game.
I don't think so. I think you're
no, I mean the pitcher will be the starting pitcher will be a different player for both teams in each of those games.
That I don't know. I would bow to your superior knowledge of the fine American art of baseball. 397 for 4 are England. Jason Holder is going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow. A slip and a gully for him. It's short, it sits up, and it's crunched by Bairstow. Pass cover for one of these.
That was a sit-up ball, wasn't it? Slower cutter into the pitch.
Listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Well, I was looking at that, though. He seemed to run his fingers across that.
It was out the back of the hand, actually. It was a one-day ball.
It was unfortunately, Johnny Bairstow didn't get the memo that he was supposed to be fooled by it, and he seemed to have an absolute eternity just to wait for it, lean back, and away it went.
Just stood up and said, "Hit me," didn't it?
The word did say it. Certainly did.
400 up as well. 401 for 4.
400 up. Holder in. Forward comes Bairstow. Just pushes that towards mid-on. Adjusts his helmet. Has a little stroll away.
When did England last score 400 in the first inning of the test?
A long. Well, probably that test in India that seems to be the marker for
Chandigarh?
all these things.
Was it Chandigarh?
I think we got 500 in that innings, didn't we? Because Root got a double ton.
Yeah.
I think we got 530 or 20 in the first innings, and we rolled them for about 300, didn't we? And then got a little bit and eventually got them out, didn't we?
I can tell you one thing: it wasn't in Australia.
When that was.
As Holder is in, and that does jump a little bit on Johnny B. Much better ball from Holder. It was fuller, it was straighter, and it just got that little bit of extra lift. Bairstow took one hand off the bat, pushed it into the ground. There was no run. Josh.
Old Fart at Play joins us to say that he's listening in Ireland on a 4-day party as the government gave us the 18th as a bank holiday to say thank you. So thank you, Gorillas, for the attainment. A night of rum and the lash awaits.
Oh, more rum. Excellent. What rum? We want to know what rum he's drinking then.
And to twit to woo says, here's a tweet. No tube trains in Pal. Still listening. Still loving the service. Enjoy the rum. We shall indeed enjoy the rum. Dave Wood. A swear edict? Well, that's just redacted. Fantastic. I've never heard such redacted. Brian
It'll
is
only
enlightening
be a
us.
short recess.
A short recess.
What, until we get thrown off air?
Yeah. No.
Ever the optimist, Bear, ever the optimist. We should get you to put money on it.
Alzari Joseph is going to take up the attack here. Do we want to jingle him up?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should.
All right. Why
Number
not?
95. He's,
The
he's
rum's-
not having the best of things. Something needs to cheer him up.
The rum's
Wicket
taking
will do
effect.
it.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
Who is in, and that's very much down legs. Stokes has a swish and a miss. And Josh De Silva, he's got a sort of a resigned smile on his face, I think.
I would like
Dive to his right.
I would like to point something out, that there have been a few slip-ups on air today, but you'll notice that none of them have been done by the sweariest member of the crew.
Is that your official title?
Yeah.
The sweariest member of the crew. Well, I did it. The first first jingle of the morning was the Ben Stokes jingle. I thought, what have I done?
Well, it doesn't actually say anything in that.
Well, you can just about it.
Well, of course you can.
Yeah,
But that's
underneath.
what,
This
what
is
are bleep
pushed,
machines for?
Pushed into the onside by Ben Stokes. 101. He is on 16 for his partner, Johnny B. Did you put ginger beer in that?
What, in mine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, ginger beer goes very nicely, I suspect, with Messrs Stokes and Bairstow.
We have an explanation from
Excellent,
Brian
excellent
of
combo.
baseball and baseball rosters, which I shall give you after this ball.
Well, Joseph in, fended away backward a square by Stokes. He will get a single. I suspect it would be of the ambled variety, and it'll bring Johnny B back onto strike.
Right,
Every team, reminds us, Brian, tells us, informs us, plays 162 games, and each team has 25 players on its roster.
Jeez,
Usually 10 of these are pitchers, and half of those, so 5 out of 25, are starting pitchers who usually play every 5th game, because chucking the ball messes up your arm, unlike bowling.
Well, yeah, I know that. And a lot of them have injuries.
So
Wow.
in a-
But they only have. I mean, American football has. I suppose they hit each other a lot, but so the batters pretty much bat every game, and it's just the pitchers who get changed.
Well, this partnership between these two is now worth 29. This is full again by Alzari Joseph, and it's punched by Bairstow to mid-on. There is no run. He's a great adjuster of his headgear, isn't he, Bairstow?
Yeah, well, they're all fidgets, aren't they, these days? Fidget, everyone fidgets.
Have you, ever since you played, have you always had, were helmets in vogue when you started playing?
No, I didn't start. My first helmet I got probably when I was in my late teens, and it was a second-hand one of someone in the thing, and I never wore it. And in fact, I didn't start wearing helmets until I came back. When I started playing when I was 27, didn't wear a helmet, and probably after about 5 years, I started wearing one.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I went through my entire career without wearing one, but only because they weren't around.
I mean, they're
I
difficult
would
to get.
certainly
I mean,
wear
the
one
thing
now.
is, to be fair, towards the end, I hardly ever batted, and if I did get in there, I didn't last very long. You know, it's like, so it was probably easier to wear one and get off.
Well, yeah. Joseph is going to be over the wicket to Bairstow. Ooh, that one does climb on him a bit. That's now. He's been he's sort of licorice all sorts, hasn't he? Really, as Alzari Joseph.
Yes, well, he's been quite expensive.
And that one, he really got to lift.
And that's what I mean. I think this is the time now. What, they've been an hour. I mean, it was the same in the first session, wasn't it? After about an hour, things started to then move along. You only have to score quickly for that hour, and suddenly another 100 runs get scored. You know.
Well, that said, Johnny B dealt with it comfortably enough, just rocking back to watch it brush past his chest. In comes Joseph again, quite wide of the crease, flicked off his legs very nicely down towards deep mid-wicket. They take one.
I'll come back for two.
I would imagine they will certainly come back for two after that.
Carl Mayers on there.
Bairstow will move on to 18.
He's a big bloke, isn't he, Carl Mayers?
He is, well, and
Lord.
Vernon's desperate, but he reckons he can get greater swing, more movement in the air, reverse swing. He was, I think he would have played the extra seamer and not Pamal, and Mayers would have been his choice.
I still think you need a spinner on this track. I do think it looks like it's more like to break up than the previous one.
We've had a challenge set by Tim Gardner.
Oh, right.
Which is to read this without swearing. Chuffing Nora, he says, what the flock is going on? No swearing, admirable contractual restraint.
Admirable contractual restraint, I like that.
It's not really contractual. Which
ACR.
is slightly nice.
ACR. Bit of ACR at play.
ACR.
Admirable contractual restraint is the order of the day.
Any
As
other
we wait
TLAs,
for Jason Holder
TLAs?
to come around the wicket to Stokes, and he sort of splats this. It's an extraordinary shot. I just couldn't find the word. It goes down to Jaden Seals, who's with the floppy hat at long off. But yeah, it started off like he was probably thinking about a sort of a cross-batted swipe. Let's put it this way: it's not the most pleasing stroke you will see in Ben Stokes' canon of great work.
Well, yeah, this is the thing, and they're going to have to get Pamul on, and if Stokes is still there, that'll be fun.
Well, yes. He tucked in to poor old
I imagine
Veerasamy Pamul earlier. Bairstow as well may well get his eyes to light up. As nicely forward comes Bairstow. It's pushed away to cover. They'll get a single. I did like Jermaine Blackwood bringing himself on before lunch.
Craig Brathwaite, you mean?
Oh, sorry, Craig Brathwaite. I did like Craig Brathwaite putting himself on before lunch because I thought that was sharp thinking. I thought that was, throw that temptation out there.
Throw up a pie, see if we can get him to throw it. Feed us the pie.
I don't think they are pies, to be honest. I mean, I think he's deceptively.
No,
it did the job. I suppose the fact they were thinking, well, we're not.
What do we have to call it if they get wickets, though? If we can't use the S word.
Wow.
As around the wicket comes Holder, and this is thumped away by Stokes, but there is a man, Jaden Seals, down there at sort of wideish long off, and it will just be a single. Johnny B.
Beautiful contrast in styles there. Bairstow is batting with so much flexibility in those wrists of his, whereas we've got more of a stiff-armed punch out.
He is so much a man in form, isn't he, at the moment, Johnny B?
Well, now Stokes has played himself into form. In fact, we've had a century from Stokes, Bairstow, Root and Crawley so far in this series, and 91 from Dan Lawrence. The only one who hasn't scored in the top 6 is Lees. Bodes well.
As we wait for Holder, onto the back foot goes Bairstow, where's the offside? I mean, if you think about his last 3 innings, what did he got 113 in Sydney, didn't he? Then got 106 in the President's match at Coolidge, and now he's got another 100 today, so that's 3 back-to-back hundreds. For a man who we've questioned, I think with some reasonableness, his Test match pedigree, he might well throw that back at us, don't you think?
Sorry, I was reading something.
Marvellous. As Holder, and this one's swiped by Bairstow down towards deep mid-wicket. Alzari Joseph in his fabulous maroon West Indian cap.
Did you touch the top edge on that?
Yeah, it was a wee bit top edgy possibly, but I think he got enough over it.
I zoned back in on pedigree. What was the bit before that?
I can't remember now. Oh, we were questioning. Yes, three.
Were you concentrated too hard on your notes, Tony, as you read
back-to-back hundreds for Johnny B in 3 matches? I was saying we had been questioning his Test match pedigree. He will be throwing that back at us.
Well, he will do
on the
now.
basis of those 3 centuries, won't he?
Yeah, of course he will. But I mean, it's taken 5 years to get them again. It's that's the flip side of that.
True enough. Round the wicket comes Holder. Oh, this one is thumped by Stokes, but again, there is a man out there at deep mid wicket. It's Kemar Roach, and it will just get a single.
Sorry, Tony. That's the thing with Bairstow, isn't it? There's the question of why it is that it's taken him so long to come good, and obviously he's been in and out of the side to some regard. But from my perspective,
because he's
watching him for over 10 years now, and he's always had that immense talent, but he's also always had the ability to play the kind of shot I would play, playing around a straight one and getting bowled or LBW.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because he hasn't played much white ball cricket now since the IPL at the back end of last year in the T20 World Cup, and he's come in, played a couple of Test series, and his technique has tightened up. There doesn't seem to be the massive gate and the angle bat out towards the covers. I guess if you play the format long enough, you kind of rediscover all the triggers and the movements that you had when you were good at it previously.
Whether that's technique or mental preparation.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. Joseph is continuing, and Stokes rocks back, and for all the world again, Joseph got one to climb. Stokes looked surprised because as he rocked back, he rather left his rod dangling in the manner of a fisherman who left his rod on one of those things and gone off for a buyer's lunch.
He was trying to clip it down a third man, wasn't he?
Well,
jumped up on him.
Wasn't a good look. and it could so easily have taken a bottom edge or even sort of glided off the face.
A few little
But he
demons.
survived.
A few little demons in the pitch.
Well, I suspect the England
be happy with that,
bowling
won't
unit
they?
won't be that disappointed as Stokes plays this down into the ground. Johnny Bairstow's already anticipated that and is practically under his nose.
Well, looking forward
to take the single.
Who are England going to open the attack with? Is it going to be Wokes and Sakib?
Hopefully.
Presumably.
Yeah, you'd expect that to be the case.
Scott Harrison's got a point on that over on YouTube, which is he won't find any dissent, I think, in these parts. But he says if you're going to drop Broad and Anderson for new blood, you can't pick Wokes.
Well, everyone points quite rightly at that away average of about 50 plus compared to his home average on green seamers. This one is high by Bairstow. I'm not sure he's got enough of that. There's a man out there at deep mid wicket who rocks back, takes it comfortably enough. Bairstow punches himself in frustration and anger, but I'm afraid his eyes lit up. He didn't get enough of it, and it has been swallowed, and he has to go for 20.
You messed about, I called you out. How's that?
Through the shot.
Nkrumah Bonner took it and judged it well too.
Threw the shot a little bit too early, hit him on the top edge, sort of 2/3 of the way up towards the shoulder of the bat. It was, as you say, his eyes lit up in anticipation at there being easy runs on offer, and he didn't quite execute.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to be as relieved as anybody, and that is definitely going to be Alzari Joseph, because he was on the cusp of his own 100, which is the unwanted type of 100 if you're a bowler. None for 100 looks pretty horrible. 1 for 100 doesn't look great, but at least now it's 1 for 99.
Well, he's going at nearly 5 and over as well. That's the thing.
Yeah, I suppose if he was going to take a wicket, the way things have been going for him, it was going to be caught in the deep. And that's, as it turns out, precisely what has happened. Josh, do you want to get some messages in?
Also on YouTube, Daniel Keppel Music mentions that a pitcher would normally rest for 4 games out of 5 and play 30 to 40 games in a season, whereas batters play more like 150. He also asks, perhaps getting ahead of himself, what's the maximum I assume that's England, would score before declaring? Any thoughts on that? My sense is that, at this stage of the game, you bat on, you might declare 9 down if there's someone you want to rest without sending him out to bat before opening the bowling. But I don't think this is the stage of a game at which you'd be really thinking seriously about declaration. You'd just be wanting to get as many runs as possible on the board.
No, I mean, breaking up that partnership will once again give the West Indies a feeling that they might just, if one brings 2, they could move this game on a pace slightly more in their favour, or at least drag it back to hold themselves in the game. So they certainly won't be giving things up at this stage. That wasn't the last ball of the over, was it? In which case we probably should have changed there.
It wasn't. There's 3 balls left in the over.
3 balls left.
We can either have a change now, or we just finish that in the over.
Well, let's have a change now. It's a convenient moment. I believe it should be the Babbling Brook. The
Babbling Brook isn't here, though.
The fantastic Bennett.
The Babbling Brook is not here.
Is he not?
No.
Do you want to take?
Is he on the lash with the rum?
I don't know what he's doing, but I'll take his slot. Jason and Bennett will join me. Now I'm going to have to ask Bennett to turn his camera on again. Sorry, Bennett, but you are supposed to come into the room without camera off. Can you turn it on again your end, or do I have to do it for you? Ask to start video. There we go. So Josh is going to go. Bennett's going to join me. Jason's going to join me.
Go?
Well, you're not going to go. You're just going to sort of disappear off everyone's screens, aren't you, obviously?
I am indeed, but I was going to use another verb until I realised I shouldn't.
No. Yes.
Good evening, all.
Good evening, Bennett. Things going along smoothly if you're an England person.
Indeed. Very smoothly indeed. Slowly but surely we're getting on to a very commanding score here.
Yeah, I think anything over 450 is good. I think they'd like to probably carry on, in answer to that question that was just asked, to maybe an hour before the end of the day's play, if they can get there. And if they do, you'd imagine they'll be on 550, nearly 600, possibly. And then, and exactly that, bat once and see what happens.
Certainly having 2 debutants sort of paceman in the attack, it probably gives us a bit of a cushion as well, isn't it, in having a good, healthy first innings score.
Well, exactly, and it allows Root to keep fielders up that might get the catches when the ball is new. And West Indies are going to be knackered if England do. That's basically nearly a full 2 days out in the field in the sun, pounding away, getting nowhere. So that's defended into the onside, and there's no run. And even on flattish decks, I mean, these two sides kind of at the bottom of the World Test rankings, along with Sri Lanka's, etc. And at the moment, both have vulnerable batting lineups, and England have got away with it. If the West Indies stumble, they could be in all sorts of trouble.
I'd be very keen to see England give Ben Stokes as much time as possible out in the centre to get his mojo back. I mean, it's clearly most of it there now.
Yeah, left alone by Folks, who is new to the crease. I should give him a jingle. And through the keeper, no run. Sounds like this.
Oh, he's better than just Butler, and his name's Ben Folks. Oh, he can keep wicket at least 9 times as well. Ben Folks, you're the best.
I see where that is. Left alone outside the off stump by Folks through to the keeper, and that ain't no run.
Folks is a very isn't he? I mean, every time I've seen him bat, he's just as good as the top order batsman. I mean,
yes, I mean, he's just not explosive like Butler, is he? But do you need to be explosive like Butler? Most of the time, you really don't need that in a Test match, right?
You don't really have to, because I mean, for example, Butler, I really felt that he didn't really know which side of the bat he was getting up from when he came in. Is he going to attack? Is he going to be the batsman that he wants to turn into from a Test point of view? He made this bold statement saying, I'm going to attack in Australia down under. Unfortunately, after the first innings, we didn't see much of that.
No, exactly, and that's the point. I mean, if Folks averages 42, he'd have done better than Butler, who's averaging early 30s, I think, in Test cricket.
Yeah, but can you imagine being dubbed as the best clubsman in the world and having such a healthy batting average, not being able to play in spite of Butler failing again and again?
I know.
This is not a new story, though.
Yeah, it isn't. Oh dear, now Brathwaite's into the attack. He's bowling around the wicket to Ben Stokes. He just splatters that out towards that deep extra cover boundary. There is a fielder out there. Doesn't quite make it to the fence, and it'll be 2 runs.
I mean, one thinks of most recently for England, probably Jack Russell versus Alex Stewart.
Yeah, possibly. Oh wow! Now I think that has been launched. Has it gone a long way, or is it going to be caught? It's gone an awful long way. The cameraman lost it, and as we watch off the telly, it's very difficult to tell you anything than what the cameraman sees, really. And he didn't know what was going on. But my initial instinct was he absolutely lamped it, and I think he has lamped it, and possibly out of the ground. It's gone a very long way.
Stokes is certainly in a murderous mood, isn't he?
He is.
He is there to he wants to go for it now.
Well, he's been given the opportunity, hasn't he? He's seen out all the other bowlers, and eventually they're going to have to turn to the bowlers who he is going to like to attack.
Exactly. And also the other frontline bowlers are pretty tired. They're exhausted the whole day.
130 overs they've been in the field. Oh, that's filthy. That's
another one.
Hit into the ground now. He might have hit that. Oh man, that's unlucky for the man down there. He did miss-hit that. That was banged into the pitch by Brathwaite, slapped down to long on. He got it very vertical and not out in the middle of the bat. And I couldn't see who was down there. It was right on the sponge. Now,
it may have been Campbell, I believe.
Yeah, and oh no, he actually when he put his hands up, his back foot was already touching the sponge, so there wasn't a chance to do a sort of T20 thing.
It was always going away from
and that one has gone out into the offside. Has that got enough legs on it? No, it hasn't, and he's giving it away. Oh, Stokesy. He wanted to take Brathwaite out of the attack. It's cost Brathwaite 14 runs, but he has got rid of Stokes. That is buying a wicket, and
that was one too many of a risk, wasn't it?
Yeah,
he took. It's close there.
there wasn't. You could see what he's trying to do, and you'd love to see it come off, but he's just given it away on 120. England are 424 for 6, and we have to say goodbye to Ben Stokes.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah, 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 nah.
Brilliant knock comes to an end, isn't it? Brilliant knock, entertaining knock.
Could have done with another hour of that, though, couldn't we?
Absolutely, but I really like the way he grafted that innings. It was lovely to watch. He just got himself in. He got the measure of the pitch. He got the measure of the bowlers. Gave himself enough time, and slowly but surely, sort of moved on the gears, didn't he? He just took the singles, rotated the strike, and then he knew when he had to launch. And amazing to watch. He's back in form.
Yeah, he is, and. A lot of England batsmen have got runs so far. Do you want to give us some quick tweets after Arnie as we?
I would if I knew where we were.
I don't know where we are. Don't ask me.
Josh has disappeared without telling me. I was just going to say that Ben Stokes' murderous attacking intent reminds me so much of.
We just lost you there.
Overtly dismissive of all.
That's annoying because we lost about 10 seconds of your feed there.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm just saying he looks more like the Ben Stokes 2015-16 in Cape Town than he does at any other time since, I think.
Yeah,
I agree.
Well, when you got runs on the board, you have the freedom, don't you? I mean, so many times England have not got the runs on the board. They're deep in the doo-doo, and it's you got to be more circumspect.
But it's also sort of the expectation, isn't it? Like everyone's expecting Ben Stokes to fire from all cylinders when he comes down there. End of the day, he's not allowed to have a bad day or come out of injury.
On the back foot is Woes to face his first ball. It's very slow from Brathwaite around the wicket, 68 kilometres an hour. I think I can bowl that fast, and it's defended back to him by Woes, so we'll have to get used to the pitch. That one's fired in, slingshot, round arm from around the wicket. This is played out to leg side and there's no run. So Brathwaite comes on, buys the wicket of Ben Stokes. I'm just getting confused now. We've got Woes, Folks, and Stokes is out.
Ben.
Brathwaite's gone for 31 in his 5 overs.
Woes is a very solid sort of a batsman as well, isn't he? I love to watch him bat. He's got all the strokes in the book. He's scored a lot of runs.
Yep.
And to me, he's sorry.
Well, I was going to say these two are totally capable of getting England up to 500 on their own.
Yeah. How is Fisher like? He's batting head of Leach. Is he a good batsman? Do you know anything about him?
No, nothing about Fisher. I have to say.
I'm
looking forward to seeing him.
Fast bowler's long handle, but I'm not sure about much else.
For him to come ahead of Jack Leach, he must be at least somewhat capable. Jack Leach is not bad, isn't he? Although he's got.
Well, he never scores. Well, actually, I haven't said that. He was circular attacking shots in Australia. Some nice drives. Yeah. Driven by Folks up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Is it fair to say this is the last recognised pair that we have now? Who perhaps now West Indies, do they have a sort of a nose in now?
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I mean, these two, you wouldn't necessarily say they're as quick as the other guys, but, most professional batsmen, these two are certainly capable of giving it some long handle if they get themselves in. And it'll all depend, really, what's come, what the orders from the dressing room. Left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. And if I was Root, I'd be saying, look, you've got until, you've got an hour here before tea. We're probably going to go the extra. I mean, how many overs have they had today? They've only had, so they bowled 90 yesterday. They only have 40 overs today, so they're well behind the thing. So there's probably an extra half hour. So realistically, you can go.
It's all the picking the ball out of the crowd, I imagine.
Well, yeah, they had some problems with the sight screen as well. The first half hour was internally slowly. Only got about 4 overs in. On the back foot, Joseph bowling to Folks, who plays it comfortably enough, square on the offside, and there's no run.
And there, it's very often sort of we find that sort of we England just throws away the advantage they have, don't they? Like for instance, yesterday with Dan Lawrence, just 2 balls, penultimate ball of the day, losing his wicket, and then today, we were well set, losing good, quick wickets, so losing that kind of commanding position that we had. Is it something that we should work on? England should work on?
Left line through to the keeper and so on. Yeah, it's difficult to say though when England hardly ever get 300 runs. I mean, looking at 424 for 6 is an absolute luxury. And maybe it's being greedy saying we can get to 550. I think the pitch still looks pretty flat. I'm still hopeful that it will break up, unlike Antigua, and I'm still hopeful that therefore I expect you to bat as long as possible. Because if it is going to start degrading, it might not be till day 4 and onwards.
Exactly, it's a day 2 pitch.
Yeah.
Most likely it's going to get even more kind of flatter as it goes.
Indeed.
Make it easy for the West Indies batsmen tomorrow.
But Folks plays a lovely little shot there, a very Routian shot, if you like, and just guides it backward a square, past backward point, and down to the 3rd man boundary, which is not has not got anyone there, and it's 4 runs.
It was a lovely wristing shot, wasn't it? He used his wrist there.
Yep.
Decision.
Just rode the ball, didn't he, and guided it down there.
Indeed. He was on top of the ball and had full control of that, steered it away, and just past the gully area. Beautiful shot.
Joseph's in, last ball of the over. It's let through to the keeper and there's no run, but still 4 runs off that over. Now Joseph has been expensive.
Toby T is enjoying our commentary. He says he's currently on a standing room only train on the way back to Devon from Nottingham. I know that feeling. The gent maintaining my sanity. And Anna Forsyth says, although Folks' ascension to the gloves has been delayed, as Butler's was by Bairstow, in fairness, it has been delayed the last year or so by him being injured and barely playing and being an idiot and slipping on a bar of soap in the changing room.
Well, yeah, that is true. That was quite crazy, wasn't it?
That said, he didn't have a great 2020. His domestic season would not necessarily guarantee the return.
Yeah, but you're not picking him as a batsman, you're picking him as a keeper.
Exactly.
And the batsman wasn't doing much anyway, as that one is swept quite nicely by Wokes down to long leg, and it'll be a single.
How will you rate Bairstow as the wicket keeper? Do you think he's ahead of Butler in that part? Bairstow?
No. Bairstow is iron gloves.
I think Bairstow has now found his position as a hard-hitting number 6, and that's where he should stay.
And that's fine. And if he gets runs as a hard-hitting number 6, we're all happy. And he can be a backup keeper if the keeper gets injured. But no. Defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, Fred has argued, and many people on here have argued for quite a long time, that the keeper is a specialist position. That's clipped quite nicely by Folks to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And to be fair, a lot of keepers have quite good eyes for batting anyway, just because that's their job, is to watch the ball. They do it all the time. I don't know many keepers that I ever played with or you see in professional sides as that's clipped up to mid-on and there's no run. They might not be openers, but they're always handy with a bat, They're almost always handy with a bat. There aren't many rabbit keepers. Around the wicket is Brathwaite, clipped nicely by Folks out to deep mid-wicket, and it's a single.
But in this day and age, where they're always looking for players who can be sort of multi-skilled. Even if you look at Moeen Ali, him being turned into our frontline spinner.
Floated up by Brathwaite and flicked once more by Wokes to mid-wicket. There's no run. Ends the over. Folks will.
I was saying about Moeen Ali, he was primarily a top order batsman. His spinners caught somebody's eye, and they converted him into a sort of almost like cloned him into the spinner that that English cricket needed, and made him bat in that middle order and floated him around. So if they went purely on the skills of a spinner, I'm not sure whether.
Yeah, but that's because no one's any good at spinning in England anyway, really. So what they did is and exactly that. I mean, this is the problem with England, though, isn't it? They've tried to balance the side in so many ways that have worked in the past,
to fit a side together. I'll expand on that after this. Joseph is in and defended up to mid-off, and there's no run.
But it's a bit like Butler, isn't it? I mean, Butler was a pure sort of a, like one day format player, and bringing him back in, I was worrying a lot during the time when he was failing in tests, whether his sort of his white ball skills might just sort of get compromised, because he was, to me, one of the best white ball players around.
I don't think it will. I think he'll be all right in that respect. That's a nice back foot drive by Stokes out towards the man. That third man, very wide, and a single. No, but I mean that's it. But that's a bit of a hangover from Trevor Bayliss in that whole period where he was trying to win the World Cup. All these players were good Test players. They made it and became good white ball players, and then there's a lot of that sort of turnover. But England have always strived. England have never felt, partly because of that, they wanted to play the aggressive cricket. I think it was always that we needed to be able to bat to number 7. So 7 people had to be able to bat, right? So then Ben Stokes, being an excellent all-rounder he is, works at number 5, because then it allows you to have 7 essential batsmen, and then the wicket-keeper has to become a batsman, right? Yes. And then you can have 4 other bowlers, which gives you a 5-man bowling attack, which means you can have 4 seamers and a spinner. As that's a miss hit under edge by Woes. So I think he's not going to get 4. It's fielded and they'll get back for 2. So then you had a team where basically pretty much everyone could bat. And there's a number of all-rounders. Woes is a good all-rounder. And then you have Moeen Ali, because he was actually a half-decent spinner.
They played him.
And he could bat. He was a number 3 at Worcester.
Exactly. And they needed some cushion because there are people like Anderson and Broad. And if they play Leach as well, I mean, their skills in the batting area was not as good as
Well, so then when we went, so for example, that's right in the toes and angling into Woakes' toes. He clips that nicely out to deep mid wicket and there's no run. So then, this is the problem, isn't it? Then last summer, when we really wanted to have a balanced attack, would have had a spinner in it. Leach didn't play in England because Stokes wasn't playing international cricket. And what they should have done, and I thought they should have done, was move Woakes up to 6 or 5, because he's a good enough bat to bat there. Indeed. Then they could have had that same balance and had Leach in. And then when they went into the first test at the Gabba, they thought we really did Leach a bummer last summer because we couldn't have a balanced attack and we left him out when we probably should have played him, as that's just worked into the leg side. There isn't a mid wicket. Oh my God! Funny enough, and there'll be a single.
435 for 6.
Yeah.
435 for 6.
But so then we went to the Gabba. And suddenly Stokes was back in the side. They said, "Oh, look, we can have a balanced attack. We'll put Leach in the side," even though the overheads and the green pitch said, "Don't need a spinner."
Exactly.
And there's a lot of muddled thinking there. And I think actually dropping Butler and putting a proper keeper in, he looks so much better behind the stumps than Butler. It's a class above Butler, clearly.
And it brings more to the sort of batting department as well. In my sort of. My view, he looks a much more solid test batsman than Butler did.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a technique that isn't just bish bash bosh.
And he knows his game. He knows his game inside out. He knows what he's meant to do, and I think that's the key from batting point. 436 for 6.
Indeed. We ought to go to Jason. I've been rambling. Give us some. It's the rum. Can we have some tweets, please, Jace?
Yeah, lots of. The riffs on the Stokes Wokes folks theme. Message says, I do like that Stokes left to give folks some time with Wokes. And on YouTube, Daniel Capel says, are there any jokes to be applied to the Stokes folks Wokes jokes blokes? Dara Azizi, coming back to the game, says, of course we should declare. I think that's a bit premature.
Yeah, no, not 4-3-6 for 6. You've got to grind them into the dust here. You've got the opportunity. England don't have that opportunity very often. That is just...
No, they don't.
That's thrown up and comes down with snow by Brathwaite. And it's just clipped into the leg side by Folks. Get himself a single. You see, they don't have any faith in Veeraswamy here, do we? Brathwaite's gone to himself before he's gone to his frontline spinner. Which is weird now because actually Stokes is out. So that's clipped up to long on. Oh, they're going to come back for 2. That's good running.
Another thing that really kind of confused me right along is sort of Matt Parkinson. Even in India, we took him there and benched him, didn't play him. I get the feeling that we are not very confident in playing him. We are confident in having him in the tour party, but not playing him.
Well, that is driven by folks up to mid-off and there's no run. I kind of agree with you and I kind of don't. I kind of agree with the fact that maybe he should be given a chance, but I don't think Leach has actually done anything wrong to get dropped. It's difficult to drop Leach because when he's played pretty well, actually.
Of course. He's actually grown in the role, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. That's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. I mean, I'm hoping that he ends up like Nathan Lyon, i.e. they stick with him long enough, even though he's a workman-like spinner, but he's obviously got some talent, right?
Yeah.
That's worked into the leg side.
And I think what I've seen in this series is a bit more of a more mature, like a leader kind of a feeling I get, sort of seeing him. He knows his game a bit more. I mean, perhaps being one of the senior bowlers now that, everyone's sort of, all the seniors are not touring. So I feel he's a lot more confident and knows his game. At least sort of knows what he's meant to do out there.
Yeah.
In Australia, he didn't. So unfortunately, we can't say the same about him, can we? In Australia.
Defended into the offside, no run. I think in Australia they set some really odd fields for him. I said this when he came on. I'm a left-arm spinner. If I come on in a new spell, I don't want long off back, everyone out, giving away singles in the infield, right? Your job. I mean, initially, when you come on as a spinner, your first spell is, all right, I'm going to warm up my shoulder. That might take me an over. So I'll probably bowl some darts in at sort of middle and leg, because I'm a left-arm spinner as well. Try and get it up there reasonably full. Just get them on the front foot. Try and get them to thing. And then you work yourself into the spell. The whole idea as a spinner is you're not bowling with pace. They shouldn't be able to just run you off down to 4 for various parts of the ground. So you've got to keep it tight. You've got to have a ring. And you want it so that if they just play it into a gap, that gap is covered, especially in the offside. So you play that for 2 or 3 overs. You go for 1 or 2 runs and over, a couple of maidens. Then you might start giving it some flight and trying to move it around the crease. But in Australia, they set all these fields with massive gaps everywhere, and he'd come on and get battered around the park, go for 5 and over.
So, but they targeted him, didn't they?
Well, they did.
They realised that.
But they let them get away with it by not setting fields.
Exactly.
Because they gave them the spaces to hit it into.
We were playing catch up there, weren't we?
Yeah.
We were not ahead. We chose the wrong team. Then we went in there defensive.
Yes, exactly. There was loads of problems down. It was driven out to mid-off, and there's no. To be fair, they had no preparation. It's still COVID bubbles and all that kind of nonsense. But actually, in the last test, Leach bowled really well in Tasmania. And when they gave him his head and let him bowl a long spell, defended into the offside and there's no run, he bowled all right. And I think that's it. In the first test here, he bowled 70 overs, and nothing better than getting overs in the arm. 70 overs in a match is, that's it. You're in the groove.
I think talking about spinners, Bear, we've just had a change in bowling.
We have indeed.
Yeah.
We'll give his jingle now. It's Viraswamy Pamal. I wondered if he was going to get another bowl. He is.
Does anybody here remember Viraswamy?
And I think it's important as a spinner when your captain has that confidence in you, isn't it? I remember.
Yeah.
Right, Spermal comes in again.
And it's driven up to long on.
Yeah, and I mean even the great Shane Warne, if you recall that Sri Lankan series, how Australia came from behind, and Shane Warne, I watched that game. It was just unbelievable. I mean, leg spinning was not an art that existed at that time. And if not for the confidence that AB Alan Border had in him, I don't know where we ended up.
Well, I know, true. Defended out on the offside and there's no run. I mean, this is it. As a spinner, you really want to get on top of an opposition team, There's nothing worse than leaking 3 or 4 and over as a spinner. You want to be able to bowl at a man for a good portion of an over, try and keep him at one end, work him around the crease. Exactly. Create that pressure, put something in his brain. He's got to take a risk against you.
Yeah.
Tossed up by Viraswamy. And it's hit back to him by Wokes, and that ends the 135th over. You got anything for us, Jace?
Yep. Dave Wood says that Matt Fisher has a first-class average of 13.5 with a top score of 47. So he's not a mug, but he's not a Gary Naylor number 8 either. John Alford says, greetings from Madrid. What a pleasure to be able to tune in and hear the present score instead of the more recent usual situation. Is there a blue moon imminent?
Well,
Question mark?
I don't know, but it's good if you're an England fan.
And Leah and I think it's Shaw PJS are talking about rum sodomy in the lash, and the definition or the derivation of that phrase, which comes from some Navy traditions in the past.
Of course, pirates are scurvy in it, and that's bunted up to mid-off by Folks, who's in double figures now. He's on 13. Wokes is on 7. These two are pretty comfy.
He's using his feet quite lovely as well. Folks just coming down the pitch of the ball, driving it fluently. Looking good to both them.
Nothing to worry about with 444 on the board, though, have you really? It's just worked into the leg side. They'll think about 2, but it's not there. And they're going to single. And the West Indians look very tired in the field, it has to be said.
They do. It just reminds me of how we were in Australia.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they put us to bat just about 5 overs left.
Yes, exactly. And then they get 3 wickets, and we've been about 10
battered,
for 3.
Battered, bruised, and really kind of exhausted. And there you go, a couple of wickets gone down.
Exactly, and that's how it works, isn't it? As the first ball was just played back to the bowler by. Sorry, that was the third ball. It's a dot ball to Folks. Fourth ball is down leg side. He gets down and sweeps down to long leg. Get himself another single. But now they can go along at 4-5 and over, take a couple of chances. Now we've got half an hour before tea. Dave Brooke is supposed to be in. Yes, he is. Dave Brooke is waiting in the room. And
you do get the feeling that they're in a holding phase at the moment, just trying to give their fast bowlers a bit of a rest.
Well, exactly. But it's going to get shorter and shorter between when they need a rest as the day goes on. I can see Dave Brooke there. As that's worked into the leg side and there's no run. You don't want to turn your camera off for a second, Dave. You're not actually on till the end of the over. You're not listening to me, are you, Dave? No, he's just staring at the screen.
I really like to see Chris Wokes and Folks building a nice little partnership here. It'll be good for their confidence as well, given that Wokes didn't really bowl as well as everyone expected him to bowl in the first inning. It'll do him some confidence to get some runs.
Yeah. Although, again, I think these are easy runs, but you want to lap these up.
Indeed.
Then you don't always get these chances, and it's nice as a bowler to be able to come in, especially if you've got a little bit of talent and a good eye, and give it some Humpty for 20 minutes and score a quick 20 or something. It makes you feel good. you know,
come in and you have Brathwaite bowling to you.
Yeah, exactly. Give me some air balls, I'll pamp it out of ground, man. Right, this is going to be our last over before we have a switch, and Pamal is going to bowl it. He's bowling at Folks.
They do a fancy with left-arm spinners, don't they? With I remember Sulaiman Ben, who used to.
I liked Sulaiman Ben when I first saw him, but his career didn't seem to last that long either. Oh, now that is a cracking ball, and that will please Leach no end. That's a classic left-arm spinner. It's pitched on about middle and off, turned and beat the outside edge off the main part of the pitch. Did he get a
foot mark there, Bear?
I don't think he did. I think that's off the main part of the pitch. It's to the right-hander. It should be in the main part of the pitch.
Jack Leach must be licking his fingers.
Absolutely. And that one is played up to long on as it's dragged in towards the leg side line.
That was some serious turn there, vicious turn.
It was. Genuinely beat the outside edge, turn past the outside edge of the bat.
We have Archer there, training with England coach.
Yeah, getting some pads on. Going to give it some Humpty. That one is played back past the bowler by Wokes. He can't get across, he won't be able to stop it going down a long on. They'll get themselves a single. And that's England 450 up, 450 for 6. Centuries from Ben Stokes and 150 plus from Joe Root, 91 from Dan Lawrence. The main scores, a couple of little handy 30 from Lees and 20 odd from Johnny B. That's just played out to the offside and it is no run.
It was nice to see Dan Lawrence getting some runs as well. He looked in perfect control yesterday.
He did. He looked really good, I have to say. He's positive as well. I like it. Driven by Folks up past extra cover to long off. There'll be a single. One ball left to be over before we have a change.
There must have been something they've seen him in the nets, haven't they? Because Ollie Pope was certainly ahead of him. He was ahead of Bairstow as well when we were down under. that Dan Lawrence suddenly must have done something really well in the nets for them to go ahead with him at number 4.
Yeah, I think he's another player who had chances, maybe got dropped because he was taking someone else's place, but he didn't do bad, I think, when he played. I think he deserved to be dropped. I think he was just stuck in for certain bits and bobs. Right, with your change, Dave B is going to... No, Gary's going to take you through to the next tee. He's going to be joined by Josh, and Dave Barrett's back with us. Dave Barrett? Dave Barrett. Sorry, Dave.
Thank you.
Is it the rum there? Is it the rum?
Yeah, the rum has taken effect.
It's rum do.
It's very nice rum, Dave. Trust me.
Thanks very much, Ronnie.
Well, have a good evening, lads.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to hear you.
Just now.
See you later.
England are 451 for 6, and Craig Brathwaite is tossing them up at about 40 miles an hour, and this one is just pushed into the vacant mid-wicket area by Ben Folkes. They help themselves to an easy single.
50, Gary, 50. It was 81 Ks. That's 50 miles an hour. Give the man some credit.
The previous one was 60 that I saw, so it's so it was very, very slow. Between dead slow and stop is Craig Brathwaite. Just fair enough. Doesn't want to give them much to hit, and hit is what England should do, really, because they're not going to enforce the follow-on, so they want to have as much time bowling tonight as possible as this ball is defended. No run.
Does it matter whether they have that time tonight or tomorrow morning?
Oh yes. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Craig Brathwaite is bowling now. He's been captaining this side, chasing leather for nearly five sessions, up against it as this ball is just pushed to mid-wicket. The last thing he wants to do is be spending time in the middle tonight.
Yeah, but the other last thing he wants to do is to come out and field again tomorrow morning.
You've got enough. They're not going to enforce the follow-on. They've got to bowl them out twice. As this ball is just touched backward of the square, where Shamar Brooks does the fielding, and they're through for a single. Yeah, 3 quick wickets tonight in, say, 16 overs, and England would be huge favourites to win this match.
No, absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. Just like the rationale for that declaration at Adelaide in 2006, right?
Well, they were 550 for 6 on a track which is much easier to score on than this one, as this ball is pushed down the wicket and Brathwaite fields off his own bowling. And the situation wasn't exactly the same. I think that was things were a little different then, and of course the quality of the opposition was a little different as well. That's a moon ball. I bet that wasn't 80 kmh, as a full toss is just dabbed around the corner to long leg. It was 60 kmh.
60 kmh.
That's the one I was talking about.
Absolutely. What's that? 38 or so?
Thereabouts, about 40 miles an hour.
Jason's telling me in the chat box that the next tweet is from an old fart, but I'm sorry, tweeters, that doesn't actually rule it down particularly far.
Well, the score is 454 for 6, and David, from the West Indian perspective here, this is a tough old gig at the moment, isn't it?
It is, but they'll tough it out. That's Test cricket, and I think West Indies are going to relish the scrap. And there's a lot of needle building up in the best possible way. People really want to play the Test match and make a meaningful contribution. I think there's a lot of cricket left in this match. People going on about the pitch, people moaning about it over tea. Ruin my tea.
Yeah, well, I won't be moaning about the pitch, as this ball is just knocked from Hermel into the covers, and there is no run.
Gary, this shows every sign of being a good Test match pitch. It's breaking up. There's been runs on it. Take first knock and score as many runs as you can. So forget all this foolish talk about declarations.
I shan't, as this ball is hit into the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, you're forgetting
Gary has an interesting take on the state of this game. He describes it as a bit like the humdrum middle overs period of a 1990s one-day international.
Is he watching the same game as we are, Josh?
That's what I wonder. I
think he's on the wrong channel. He must be watching Sky Sports cricket. For those of us mugs stupid enough to pay for that.
Hermel goes wide on the crease and is just pushed to the obvious single at long on. Folkes goes to 20, Wokes has 11, England have 455 for 6.
Gary,
I disagree that these are boring middle overs, because these moments are determinant of the narrative and possibly even the result of the match to come.
This is pushed again to the agreed single at long on. That's what I find a bit boring, is that Holder is standing so deep there to offer them a single, and Wilkes just takes what's on offer.
Would you really expect them to leave gaps at the moment, Gary?
No, I expected mid-off to be up, saving one. As Permall is mid-on, Permall's in, and this is defended by Folks, and there is no run.
I'm actually a little surprised. If you're going to have a mid-on in, have mid-on saving one. Otherwise, why bother?
Yeah, I agree. And if they try and hit over the top, then there could be a catch, as Johnny Bairstow was out caught in the deep, and so was Folks.
Gary, they've got 4, 5, 6 on the board. And this shows every sign of being a really good test match wicket. Just beginning to crack up, misbehave, balls are bouncing. Lots to like about this. This could be.
Permall has 1 for 105, and he continues to have 1 for 105 at the end of the 139th over. And we'll go to your tweets.
I'm afraid we don't have any tweets coming in.
We don't have any tweets.
I've read the only YouTube comment. I am curious though, Dave. Are you on loop this evening? Because you
can anyone hear me? I've got a tweet. It's from Mariah, and it's quite a good one. From Mariah, who is our Caribbean listeners will know, particularly those listening to us in Antigua, Barbuda, and all the other Leeward Islands territories, where we're really pleased to be on FM radio behind Vernon. Springer, of course, great to have him on board. And you'll know Mariah from Sportsmax TV. That's the Sky Sports of the Caribbean, for those of you who don't know your West Indies
you were just
media.
insulting and saying people shouldn't waste their money on, Dave.
Yeah, no, she's been in touch about the that precise topic, Gary.
And here is an easy single agreed to the man inexplicably at long off instead of mid off, and it's taken by Chris Wokes, who goes to 13, England 4-5-7 for 6.
Yeah, she said that are you surprised England haven't declared?
Brathwaite's in, this is defended, no run.
And she says she wonders, I think it's an interesting point, Gary, she wonders, this is Mariah from Sportsmax, that she...
Sorry, is this Mariah from Sportsmax, Dave?
People think it's a spin-off from Carlos Brathwaite's comments.
Is this which Mariah is this, Dave?
Or do they genuinely just want the practice?
Moonball hit to long on, again an easy single.
She's referring, of course, to Carlos Brathwaite's eloquent and passionate remarks that he made on BT Sport at the culmination of the last test, where he said that West Indies will interpret Joe Root's decision to bowl long, even though there were only 4 down, to the bitter end.
This is quite an impressive diatribe to get in between balls,
clip of Carlos Brathwaite.
Here's Brathwaite and another moonball, which is another easy single, this time down to long leg. And I think both sides are just marking time here, really.
Yeah, before it was a very powerful piece from Carlos. It was circulated around the dressing room. Doesn't matter what you and I think of it. Is it having an impact on motivation of West Indies players? It certainly has.
This is fielded off his own bowling by Brathwaite. He's doing a decent job. Not least he's getting the over rate up, so saving himself penalty points or whatever the penalty is for slow over rates these days.
Carlos Brathwaite himself likened it.
This is pushed yet again to the single that's on offer at mid-off, and it's the end of the over. England are 460 for 6. Wokes has 14, and Ben Folks, who will be on strike, has 22, and we're back to our Carlos Brathwaite correspondent.
Yes, well, Carlos Brathwaite likened this to the speech by Colin Graves immediately before the 2019 tour, last time England toured West Indies, in which he described the West Indies opposition in the context of a discussion about...
David, all this is one 280 character tweet?
What are you talking about, Josh?
You're reading a tweet, right? From Maria from Sportsmax.
Yes, no, I'm reading a WhatsApp message. There's more than one social media platform, Josh. Get with the programme. You're still on Twitter. There's plenty of others. Have you got shares in Twitter?
I'm not even on Twitter.
Well, there you go then. This is a WhatsApp message. So I'm not going to have you talk over it, just it's on a different social media platform to the one that you prefer. Anyway, Carlos says that it had the same impact, disrespect issue, as the Colin Graves comment about mediocre, which got pinned up in the dressing room. And this clip is doing the rounds amongst the fellas, the West Indies players on their WhatsApp group. And he said it's really having a galvanising effect. So that suggests that the West Indies players will be very focused throughout the match. And just because they have had a comparatively tough time of it today, there's a lot of cricket yet to be played. Anyone who saw the first test and saw Nkrumah Bonner's fantastic batting in both innings will know that England have to work hard to get wickets. And Brathwaite, Carlos Brathwaite reckons that it's because of. I'll read you that, Josh. I know you're a research man and an academic, and therefore you want the evidence, don't you? I'm going to read it word for word. Okay, Josh?
Well, if it's having a galvanising effect, presumably without that galvanising effect, England would be 860 for 6 instead of 460 for 6. So whatever effect it's having, it's not working so far. But you need to see both sides bat on any strip. And this one is going to be, I think, an interesting stretch of 22 yards, because there's already signs it's beginning to show a bit of age. And that's what we need in Test cricket. We need each of the 5 days to be different in terms of the character of the pitch, which brings different players and different tactics into play. We've had the traditional ball change, I think, here from the fielding captain when he's up against it. Big smile on Verswamy Permaul's face. And he's taken a bit of stick from Ben Stokes earlier, but he's come back smiling, which is good to see. And he's looking to improve his figures, which currently stand at 1 for 105. We'll start playing cricket again soon, I hope.
We might even start talking about it.
Yeah, as left arm around the wicket comes Permaul, and this is defended into the man at short extra, who is saving one. Praise the Lord. And a dot ensues. We'll try and get some of your tweets in.
I would love. Sorry, we're still tweeters. You're pretty slow. I'll give you the call.
This is just knocked into the leg side. There's a man at silly mid on. What do you think of that, Josh?
I'd love an overhead view of this field, because I can't make sense of it. They seem to be willing to concede 4, 5 and over with the men. There's so many. They're not gaps. They're just fielders back, and yet you've got a silly mid. Silly mid on or an on Hayden.
It's an in outfield. Went very wide on the crease, did Permaul then, almost round armed it, and it was defended. There is no run. 3 dots in a row from Permaul is also wide on the crease, and folks just takes that inexplicable single you could get from any ball. It's Alzari Joseph fielding that.
There's a single to orthodox mid off there.
Yeah, it's very strange, which is why I think the value of getting an hour at the batsman, because I'm not saying that West Indies heads have gone, but they don't look like a side who are fully have the self-belief required for Test cricket just at the moment. This ball is just pushed into the offside. There might even have been one there, but it wasn't taken. And that's not to say a couple of quick wickets can change things around, but they look very flat in the field to me, to the West Indies. As Permaul is in again, left arm round, and this is defended off the back foot by Woes. No run. England 461 for 6 after 141 overs.
And after an 11-minute gap in our tweets timeline, we've got some more engagement from our listeners. The Jersey Jingler writes in to ask, how can anyone say these overs are boring? Read the next bit like you're in the movie Gladiator is the introduction. Isn't the highest test score for England since Pakistan 2020 enough entertainment for you? Rebel Scum challenges me to begin a reading of Milton's Paradise Lost for the rest of the day. Let's see how much I can do of man's first disobedience and the fruit of that forbidden tree, whose mortal taste brought death into the world and all our woe with loss of Eden, till one greater man restore us and regain that blissful seat. Sing, heavenly muse, that, and then there's another long relative clause describing the heavenly muse.
Yeah,
marvellous, fantastic, John.
I've seen a couple of adaptations thereof. As this ball is just clipped square, and they're through for a single. The sun's still shining bright. Does anybody have any weather for the next 3 days? Not that you can.
Yeah, I'm in Cardiff. We've got plenty of it.
I'm sure, but you can't always trust the weather forecast in the on any island really, and it's a smallish island, Barbados. I think 37 miles one end to the other. As Brathwaite is in, the most interesting 22 yards of those 37 miles are covered by that ball, and it's just pushed back by Chris Wokes. There is no run. 38 off 70, so it's not a bad partnership, but I think England could afford to go a little quicker now. Both batsmen are in, as this ball has just nurdled into the leg side, the man at short extra. The Bear will be happy with that fielder. Does the work. I think that's...
I haven't got a clue what's going on in terms of strategy from either of these sides. You know, you mentioned the... Sorry, Gary.
Brathwaite again, defended, no run. Neither have I, Josh.
Both the fact that the England batters are prepared to score at 3-4 and over, but also the fact that they're allowing them 3-4 and over, that has, to me, suggests that all this is doing is taking time out of the game.
Yeah, and
I don't think that's their intention.
As this is a horrible ball by Brathwaite. Perhaps it slipped and turned into a very long half volley that really could have been hit to the boundary, but it was just knocked around the corner to Alzari Joseph, who did the fielding at long leg, and Wokes took a single. He goes to 15.
Josh, I found the actual correspondence with Carlos. I'll read it out at the end of the over. Seriously.
Thanks, I'll be delighted. I'll be on the edge of my seat, Dave.
Round the wicket to the right-handed folks comes Brathwaite, and it's the end of the over.
Before you do, Dave, I'm going to read a tweet from Matt's Musings, who asks us to excuse this ignorant question, but is there any free-to-air Test cricket in England? Not that anything could compare to
England
us.
have declared! England have declared! Oh no, they haven't. Oh God, I thought they declared. There's only it's an unscheduled
Calm down,
drink
Gary.
break.
Calm down. You give yourself a hernia.
I might do, but it's an unscheduled drinks break. Why are these things allowed? Anyway,
there's a lot of activity going on Quick Tracker, Josh. Tony in the studio is saying, could we have a quick look at some of the comments? Big up to all of you listening to us on Quick Tracker in India. We really do love having you with us. And also, big up to all our new listeners in Antigua Barbuda and the Leeward Islands listening to us on FM radio in partnership with Vernon Springer, the main man. We've been getting a fantastic reception to Vernon in the UK. We only get Ian Bishop normally, so it's really great to have Vernon with a new perspective on West Indies cricket. I think people have really enjoyed listening to him, and I'm sure all of you listening to this broadcast on Platinum FM and Point TV.
Left arm comes Permall, defended, no run.
Over on YouTube, Stan Weasler is asking if in lieu of social, somebody could start reading War and Peace before, after, and on the top of the ball-by-ball coverage.
Permall into Wokes, who hits this high and handsomely to the deep mid-wicket boundary. So perhaps the drinks was a message from Joe Root saying, look, get on with it, we're going to declare it tea. Because that was a big 6 to the second ball after the unscheduled drinks break from Chris Wokes all the way over cow corner.
Yeah, just with the Carlos Brathwaite, I did prompt this exchange, Josh. It wasn't like it didn't come out of the blue, and it is. I'm sure he won't mind it if I read out a DM. So I said to Carlos, I'll come back after this ball. Permall's going to get through this over pretty quickly. I'll do it at the end of the over. I'll have another go at getting on, Josh.
Permall's in, and this is just it's a decent ball from Permall. It was Yorker, and Wokes took it out, sent it back to the bowler. No run. I think this one's going to go though. 3 men out deep on the leg side. Permall's in, and it's an attempted lap there from Chris Wokes. It's a very half-hearted appeal, and no run. So the unscheduled drinks break was the equivalent of the old bringing out a glove, I suppose, which used to go on and famously went on at Cardiff in 2009. I think it was Bilal Shafayat was the man with the glove. And
we had a different system at Sussex. We had Imran Khan bringing out the drinks with a
with one of those crimped bottle tops to go to work on the ball.
Yeah, well, that ball was defended. No runs, so there has been the show of aggression at the second ball of this over, but 3 dots after that. Let's see what he does with the last one, and he just shovels it into the Leg side, there's a half-hearted dive from short mid-wicket and fails to stop the single. Wokes retains the strike. England 470 for 6. Wokes has 22, Folks has 24, and Dave has
Dave has the next instalment of War and Peace to read.
Yeah, I said, this is my message to Carlos Brathwaite. I have a lot of time for Carlos. He lives up the road in Oxford in the UK, English girlfriend and regular. I said, Carlos, you were superb on BT Sport throughout the test, particularly your closing words on the disrespect issue. I was so pumped, I joined Warwickshire and the Bears as a full member for this season. Any chance of playing any county championship games, Carlos? That was, I got an immediate response from him saying, welcome to the Bears. I love that. He said, I hope the comment had a similar effect. He said, I hope the comment had a similar effect. I was in the team when Colin Graves made that statement, and it was printed and stuck on the door of the dressing room. And he adds,
Here's Craig Brathwaite. This ball is just pushed back by Wokes from whence it came, no right?
And he adds, as a nice little aside, because you know how much of a fan I am of many good as art, first-class cricket. He says, county championship may be a step too far as I'm coming off injury, but maybe eventually.
Well, he's in the BT Sports studio at the moment. Unlike Gladstone Small, who we've just seen enjoying a rum and coke, no doubt, in the outer. But here's Brathwaite again, and this is slapped to the man at short extra by Wokes. But it's Kyle Mayers, the substitute fielder, and he did well there, sprawling to stop a boundary, I suspect.
It's not often you see those slightly floppy sun hats in the field these days. There's been much more of a trend for the wide, stiff-brimmed Richie Richardson style.
Oh, toppish edge there. Had there been a second slip, he would have swallowed that. But as it is, Wokes gets himself a fortuitous 4 runs. He goes to 26, England go to 474 for 6.
The West Ilsley Invincibles have been in touch to say my beer deal is off. Oh, sorry.
I think you're talking over a jingle, Dave. Makes a change from talking over the ball by ball.
It's 50 up for the 2 handsome men in beards, and we're not talking about any of the commentators. We're talking about Ben Folks and Chris Wokes. As Brathwaite's in again round the wicket and dead batted by Chris Wokes. There is no run.
Oh, I have absolutely no idea what on YouTube. Fat Bastard 52 says somebody should buy Liberace some head lice shampoo.
Who knows? Who knows? Here's Brathwaite again, and that is clipped to the man failing to save one at long on. And they jog a single 475 for 6.
If you take the word lice out of Liberace...
It's a no ball! It's a no ball!
Oh.
Carlos Brathwaite is bowling 40 miles an hour no balls! Incredible!
Was it from
Craig Brathwaite? I've got Carlos Brathwaite on the brain, I don't know why.
If you take lice out of the word Liberace, you're left with an anagram of bear.
I see, too many cryptic crosswords. So this ball will be bowled again, not a free hit as it will be as of next year. Nice. And this ball is hit quite hard down the ground, and the man at long on concedes the single, and but probably would have done anyway because that was hit hard.
Are you referring, Gary, to...
has no cause to go and overstep. Don't get so close to Greece.
Oh dear, I've heard better jingles than that one. This is a horrible wide leg side half volley, and Chris Wokes just helps it round the corner to long leg, where I think that's Jaden Seals does the fielding. England 478 for 6, and tea is 4 minutes away, so
what have I missed? Asked Suter Who, and mostly you've missed Dave reading out the relatively long WhatsApp messages that are saved on his phone.
Do we have any other tweets, any other correspondence across the platforms? YouTube,
I can't manage to load Crick Tracker without being logged into Facebook, which is something of an issue. But I'm up to date on YouTube, and I'm about to switch back to Twitter as we go to
whilst it's fascinating to hear your blow-by-blow account, your journeys through your social media channels, Josh, I'll just slide in with a WhatsApp message from Nigel Chubb at West Ilsley Cricket Club. They're listening to us on another platform. And he said, the beer deal has now finished, Dave. And that was, I had a deal with them. Every time I mentioned West Ilsley Cricket Club, I get a beer. Only after they realised I'd slid it in 3 or 4 times, they cut the deal.
Well, who knows what's happening at tea? Because we do have guests. I just don't know who they are.
At tea, Gary,
well, that's good. You can tell us.
Tea.
Okay, so this is hit quite hard, square on the offside, and England are through for yet another of these singles conceded by deep set field. So,
Dave Grover says on Twitter that
Babbling with Brooke is tea time show, and we're going to have Vernon Springer, the man I was just bigging up there, joining us for a popular tea time feature, because I know all the FM listeners across the Caribbean, they like their tea time shows, and we've got a great one with Vernon Springer, and we've got an England supporter, Phil Martin's been in touch, and on Facebook actually, Josh, I'm afraid, another platform.
This is cut in front of square, and the sweeper comes around, does the fielding, and through for a single. Jay Grover.
Grover says, I can't think of a radio-friendly way to call Dave a tedious, coke-addled gobshite. Well, Jay, if you don't
want to read
nice,
that out,
if you don't have anything nice to say,
can I just give a message to Jay Grover? And if he persists in making abusive and unhelpful things like that, and you insist on reading them out, I will be suing both of you.
This is cut backwards of right in front of point actually, and they're through for a single. It's all getting a bit Fox Newsy here, so we'll try and concentrate on the cricket.
Brian Barish asks if I was incanting some sort of Welsh Pastafarian prayer, asking if that's what it comes to. They were the first 8.5 lines of Paradise Lost, which is sadly all I know from memory. And Rebel Scum asks if we've got any messages on Friends Reunited to read out.
This ball is just pushed to the agreed single at long off, and they're through for 1. I think West Indies could do with some Guardian Angels, speaking of Paradise Lost, because England are 482 for 6, and soon West Indies will be batting. The sun seems to have gone in, though. We've lost shadows of earlier on in Georgetown, as this ball's a beauty from Permore, absolute beauty, very half-hearted appeal. Nothing really from behind the stumps, and I think
they're going to review it.
I think they might as well. I think
exactly
what they're saying here.
The downside risk is pretty low at this stage of the game.
But Brathwaite
they don't seem to have done.
That was definitely.
But we're getting the jingle.
Definitely out. No.
Well, we're seeing it again, but I don't think it's the result of DRS, and I think the ball just missed the bat. Oh, maybe we are. Maybe it is a DRS.
Passed pretty close, but there's nothing on Ultra Edge.
Yeah, it just didn't look right, didn't feel right. Joshua De Silva wasn't interested until we saw the bowler going up. And here, left arm round the wicket. This is a leading edge. That one stopped a bit in the pitch. And, well, I mean, that's a rare misbehaving ball there to finish the 145th over. Have we got time for another one?
I suspect not. We do have an absolute gem from Perko to get through before we break off.
Give us the gem. Give us the gem.
Brooke.
Oh, it is the close, so I'll just give you the score. 482 for 6. England. Wokes has 30. Ben Folkes has 27. And yet another session in England's favour. You're going to tell us something from Jeff Perkins?
Before Perko, we've got Toby T off the standing room only train, listening to you with my mum, who's a nurse and has just finished a 9-hour shift. What a legend. But Perko has written Pair of Dice Lost in Milton Keynes.
Oh.
Offside field, set back and wide, 6 fumbling fellows try to hide, brought Fisher and Mahmood into the side with loss at Eden Park to a greater team, restore rankings and regain top 3. That's it from me. I will see you in the evening session, and we'll be handing over to babble with the man who will apparently sue Jay Grover for saying and me for reading out that he's a tedious coke-addled gobshite, David Brooke.
I actually can't believe that you just read that out again. And as I say, it's not often I have to say this on radio, and apologies to our FM listeners in Antigua, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to take legal action against people who peddle those sort of abusive messages and hide behind anonymity on social media. And I think it's absolutely disgraceful that my colleague read out that message twice. And I think that's appalling. And we need to clamp down on this type of abusive use of social media. We all enjoy social media, and through digital technology we get to speak with Antigua and the wonders of Antigua. And joining us for our tea time show today, babbling with Brooke, is the man we're honoured to have on British Cricket, a man of great moral principles and clear opinions, Mr. Vernon Springer.
Hey, good evening to you, David, and good evening to the folks. A torrid time for the West Indies. 29 overs bowled, 113 runs, 3 wickets, and I was just going to some quick stats, David, and looking to see how hard the West Indian seamers would have worked from the Antigua Test match, even up until the first innings here of the Test match in Barbados. In the first innings, they would have bowled between Joseph, Holder, Seals and Roach, 84.3 overs, 22 maidens, 259 runs, 10 wickets. In the second innings, 71.2 overs, 9 maidens, 244 runs, 6 wickets. And in this Test match to date, 99 overs, 4 maidens, 296 runs, 4 wickets. And I have to say congratulations to Kemar Roach, 1 for 56. He's now gone past Sir Garfield Sobers on the all-time wicket-taking list for the West Indies. But it's been a hard grind for the seamers. And so when I was talking to you about the preview before this Test match, that's why I was indicating that did we really need Versamy Pamal? You know, it's kind of really babbling me and just have me a little bit suspended that we just didn't bite the bullet and maybe even go for another spinner, whether it was a Cornwall or a Chase or even a Kyle Mayers who was in the team, you know, to maybe have been a holding bowler rather than a Versamy Pamal. I think you need to unmute, David.
Apologies for that, Vernon. Yeah, just a word about Kemar Roach. What a fantastic team member he has been for West Indies. It's a remarkable achievement, and the company he is keeping there. Vernon, I'm going to ask you to read that list, and just because we had the graphic, but for those of on FM radio, I haven't got the visuals. Just give us the run through of these names that he's now joined.
Well, I think his next on the hurdle is Michael Holden. I think it's about 249. So
can we just hear the 5 players he's now passed, 5 beneath him?
Let me just pull up my stats, David, because I really didn't pull up. I didn't have that one lined up.
Absolutely, it's a remarkable achievement, and there's no doubt that. Once he retires, he'll get the accolades that he deserves. It's just one of those things that following the golden era of the 80s, no one can ever be quite as good as that. So everyone has to take second seat. And Kemar Roach has been consistently underrated and under-recognised. It's not being one of the greats. You said, Kemar Roach, one of the greatest 5 West Indies Test match bowlers. He wouldn't get in most people's 5. There he is. And he's the gift that keeps on giving. Because he's still playing, we don't rate him as highly, Vernon, as the players of the golden era of which you were part of.
No, but in fairness to him, he's got 236 wickets as we speak, age 33. And remember that he would have also been injured during his time. And since he's come back, he's really been consistent. 116 wickets against England, 64 against New Zealand, and 58 against Bangladesh. So for someone making their debut in 2009, playing in 70 Test matches, and being able to get up to 236 wickets, because remember he was in and out of the West Indies team because of injuries. But his latter part of his career, for sure, Kemar Roach has been the leader of the pack. And when you look at the amount of work that he's put in so far in the series, I am almost majorly concerned about him maybe even going to Grenada, because he's already in this Test match bowled some serious overs.
Well, give him a rest. Bring in your man Anderson Phillip. I'd like to see him. Tell us about him, by the way, Vern. It's always nice to know about the next players coming through that we can look forward to seeing. Anderson Phillip's one of the leading wicket takers in the reduced first class season. He's in the squad at 13. If Roach was to be rested in Grenada, do you think he might get the call up, and what could we expect from Anderson Phillip?
Well, Anderson Phillip is somebody who burst onto the scene a couple of years ago in CPL for the Trinbago Knight Riders. I can remember seeing him at Warner Park in St. Kitts, running into bowl to the Universe boss Kriske. Really had some pace. He certainly has improved. But like I keep telling you all the time, David, we will see these seamers, but if we continue to produce tracks like what we're seeing here at Kensington Oval in Barbados, it's almost like we're playing at border. Then it means that we're not going to have any fast bowlers.
Well, there's a few coming through, aren't there? And what about, do you think West Indies puts its players showing inflexibility in typecasting its players as T20, 50, or first-class players? So people like McCoy, Obed McCoy, it's a quality bowler, that's clear for all to see. Why isn't he being considered for Test match cricket? Puran should be in the Test match team. When will West Indies drop the absurd qualification requirement of having to play in a domestic 4-day tournament? They took their own players out to play in a 1-day tournament in India, and because of that their own players didn't qualify for selection for this Test match. Powell, who's been in devastating form, Jamaican Powell, Rothman Powell.
I think under this new panel you already heard from Sir Desmond Haynes that this will change. The current panel before, Roger Harper and Miles Bascom, he was feeling that some of the players have to come back home and play regional cricket. My point is that if you're good at whether you're playing T20, 50 over cricket or whatever, if you're good enough, you should be selected. And you have to understand that players, the way how the world is shaped up right now, are you going to ask David Book not to go to IPL to come home and play regional cricket where he's going to maybe play 6 games?
That's my point, Vernon.
We have to be serious about what we're talking about.
That's my point. That
is something which I feel
turn
that
down
really
this
has
lucrative contract. Of course not.
So that is I think that's a balance that Cricket West Indies are going to have to seriously address going forward. And already Desmond Haynes has indicated that he's going to think outside of the box. So people like he said he has had a conversation with Nicholas Puran about him making himself available to come home and play some Test cricket. But the flip back side to this, David, is sometimes you have to think about how many Test matches West Indies would automatically play within a year, especially under this ICC Test Championship. We're now down to maybe 2 Test matches, maybe 3 Test matches. This Test series, we're playing 3 Test matches when originally we're supposed to be playing 2. So there's going to be a gamble as to, are you going to come back home to play 2 Test matches, or are you going to hit the high road and go and play your T20 cricket or your 50 over cricket in England?
Can I try a word on you, Vernon, and your listeners? And it's the F word, I'm afraid. Flexibility. Do you think it's time, in these times, post-COVID times, that cricket administrators, cricket selectors, showed more flexibility? Because, it's all very well having these rigid qualification rules, but circumstances change as the schedules change. As you've said, you can't expect a fella to turn down a lucrative IPL contract, nor even a less lucrative Bangladesh T10 contract, whatever it is. Or indeed an opportunity to play for a country in white ball cricket. Of course, those opportunities should not be neglected. We've got to make it easier for these fellas to play all formats. Rothman Powell spent a year of his own time at the University of West Indies at the High Performance Centre at his own initiative to play 4-day cricket as well as the white ball game. And he was rewarded, completely transformed his technique against spin. And I think he should be in this team. I'm not seeing a great strong West Indies batting lineup. Yeah, he's not because of the qualification things. Puran, he's clearly got a huge amount of talent. Should be the wicket-keeper batsman. Should be being groomed for a number 7, 8 wicket-keeper batsman, a la the days of Derek Murray, David Murray. These sort of guys, And I hope under the Honourable Desmond Haynes, who is a fantastic choice as the head of the selectors, the Honourable Desmond Haynes. Ronnie Sarwan, that was a good pick as his deputy. We saw in English listeners will be thinking about Ed Smith and his deputy James Taylor, who would follow him around on his coattails. Ronnie Sarwan's not going to be like that. He's a very much his own man. Come up off a big spat with the big man in Jamaica. Chris Gale stood up to him. Sarwan refused to be intimidated by Chris.
You want to hear my input, David, on this?
Yes, please.
on those two guys.
Yes, please. I'm going to pull back.
I think they would have been better served on helping our young batsmen in the Caribbean, especially Desmond Haynes and Ramesawa.
Well, I agree with that too.
I think that's where we need them. I think we need somebody like a Desmond Haynes as our batting coach. I really have an issue with Desmond Haynes sitting down, traveling around the Caribbean to select a West Indies team. I want to see Desmond with the technical aspect or the technical area that we so dire need help of. Whether it means with our high performance team that we have somebody like a Desmond Haynes or a Ramesawa and helping our young batters. That's where I want to see those guys.
Absolutely right, Vernon. I'm just trying to get hold of. I'm just in the process of inviting to join us. This is an English guy who heard you earlier on, Vernon. I wanted you to connect with some of our English listeners. I keep telling you your comments are being well received. And this fella contacted us earlier, Phil Martin. I know him. I played cricket with him down in Sussex, saying that he was at a Leewards-Windward match during this era when you were the coach with Richie Richardson and Viv Richards. I'm not going to have time to get him on now, Vernon, but tomorrow I'll bring him on tomorrow's show.
So you think Joe Root will declare the innings? Is that the process here?
I think they'll squeeze every last run out this session. For a start, they may only have to bat once. Secondly, the pitch is breaking up. And thirdly, the feathers like to bat, particularly the England tail. They enjoy having a bat. They all would fancy their chances.
I'm a little scared based on what I'm seeing there on the track already. Jack Leach could be having a field day if we don't bat properly against him.
Well, yeah, I think right now I'd be recommending probably England win here. But I think West Indies will show a lot of fight though, because they've got Bonner who played so well in the last test. I'm looking forward to seeing how well he does in the second innings. I think we're in for an interesting session because England will be trying to squeeze out every last run. That's clearly their approach. Only bat once, squeeze out and hope the pitch deteriorates, which would make it a good cricket wicket, which is what kind of you were saying earlier, Vernon. I think that's what you were saying in your earlier comments, which were very astute, as always, when you said, yeah, people are criticising the pitch, but it's a test match over 5 days, and who knows what it's going to be like days 3, 4 and 5, how true that looks like being.
I just think that the West Indies, their bowling plans, David, even though we would have picked up 3 wickets, bowled 29 overs, picked up 3 wickets, England still scored at a healthy rate, 113. I just thought that there were just too many vast acres of land where the singles were just easy. England almost could have just walked away. I don't think we really pressured them, and maybe consistently. It was almost like you were seeing.
You've got to tell us about Ben Stokes, the warrior. Another moment to savour in a glittering career for Ben Stokes. 5,000 test match runs, another 100 of 119 balls. What's the take in the Caribbean on Ben Stokes?
Well, he's a warrior. You saw him working up some pace at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium where he bowled a couple of overs. So expect him to come and bowl a number of induckers, especially at some point in time.
That achievement the innings today. Test. Yeah, well, what about the innings? Just thinking about this innings, this latest century. Tell us about it.
Well, it was explosive. This was the Ben Stokes that I think that the world was waiting for some period of time, coming back from injury and his own personal, the loss of his dad. That's a pretty situation there. So much things happening around him. To be able to come back and get 100, especially at a full house at Kensington Oval, 120, 11 fours and 6 sixes. He really was remarkable. I think he will feel a little slighted that he gave his hand away to Craig Brathwaite, but that's history. And I think he'll be looking ahead now, knowing that one more test match to go in the Caribbean, that he would maybe want to get another 100. But we can't help but talking about Joe Root. His 12th score past 150, and he's really in a rich form of vein. And this is the stuff that you're talking about. When these guys give you chances, you have to grab them. If you don't grab them, they're going to make you pay. And that drop chance at 34 by Joshua De Silva has turned into 153 for Joe Root.
Absolutely right, Vernon. And as always, a pleasure to listen to your views. Just a reminder that you're listening to the alternative ball-by-ball commentary from Guerrilla Cricket. And the man behind it, the man who made it all possible, we just call him the Bear, aka Nigel Walker. He's, thanks to Nigel, our producer and leader, you heard the World Cup on the radio. He fixed it all on the ICC's World Cup, the Bear that brought it to everyone, and was Clive Lloyd's personal chauffeur for the duration of the tournament. Bear, I can't think of a better person to hand back to in the Good Cricket studio.
Well, yeah, is that there was a cover going on, then it came off again.
Maybe just a slight drizzle, just for precautions.
Well, it seems to be coming off. They were racing off the field, not on. Hendo is supposed to be here. I don't know if he is. Oh no, sorry. Jacob is coming in. Well, I was going to... Yeah, I mean, Vernon, I was going to say, actually, what Dave was saying there, what you were saying about the pitch. I mean, if it does deteriorate, and it, you know, I still think it's a good cricket wicket, and to a certain degree, luck of winning the toss and then utilising the win of the toss gets you to the position where you can, you know, break the back of 2 days of cricket, and then hopefully the pitch does deteriorate. Pamor was suddenly getting the ball to turn there, right? Right just before tea, the ball was starting to really kind of break off off the pitch, the right-hander, which is quite interesting, I thought.
Yeah, and I think that Joe Root will come into the bowling reckoning to bowl a couple of overs also in this test match. See that the West Indies are coming back out, so it means that England most likely will be piling on the pressure. Yeah, 482 for 6, 4 Marlers already bowled some 33 overs, 1 for 117. And like I said, I could see someone like a Jack Leach bowling between 40 to 45 overs in this process here, especially in the first innings. Because this is going to be a good batting track. This is only going to get better.
Do you think? Well, that's my point. I'm not sure if it is. I'm really hoping that it does break up. I mean, the fact that the ball was actually turning, it never did that at all in Antigua. So, I mean, this is the back end of day 2. Personally, I think England will try and probably bat until an hour towards the end of the day and try and get on to 550 or something stupid like that. And you're right, try and bat once and try and win it that way.
Well, you know, on first day I did tell you that the Joe Root, when he won the toss, his objective would have been, and the look of the England team was to bat once here. And you get a track like that, you're certainly going to be thinking about piling the pressure on. So I think the West Indies are going to really, if they batted out of their skins in the second innings in Antigua, they're going to really have to lift their game in this test match, especially with a less inexperienced bowling attack of the England team.
Yeah, there was that point there. We should, of course, say hello to Jacob.
Hello.
Sitting quietly in the background there.
Hello to both. How's it going, Bear? Yeah, good to be back on.
Yeah, it is. Vernon is going to be doing ball by ball for this session. It's your debut on ball by ball for Guerrilla Cricket, so take it away, Vern.
Thank you very much. So Kemar Roach, one of the most experienced bowlers, starting very quickly to bowl to the wicketkeeper Ben Foakes, and he comes quietly forward and glides this one into the offside. Picks up an easy single. West Indies starting very early with a sweeper. Score goes up to 483 for 6. Kemar Roach has toiled so far 24.1 overs, 1 for 57. It now brings the man himself, Chris Woakes, who is a decent cricketer in his own wit, and it's wonderful to listen to Nigel and company talk about the role of Chris Woakes and the balance of the England team. Roach turns away. He's going to move in now to bowl to Woakes. In now to bowl to Woakes. Shot delivery. He gets onto that very quickly and has a steer at Woakes to say, you're going to get some more before England maybe declare. I'm going to get you out very quickly this evening. Nigel Dugan just having a laugh there with Kemar Roach. Welcome, Jacob.
Hello, Vernon. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk over the last, well, there was before the tour, but since his last time here, but in the last couple of days, Chris Woakes not looking too comfortable with the short stuff, and I think Kemar Roach is trying to take advantage of that here.
Certainly. He's back and just looking to glide this one down to third man, but can't get any runs, remains on 30. Just more or less just poked in the face of the bat. I think most of the England batters have traditionally now just picked up the norm from a Joe Root. 70 test matches for Kemar Roach, 236 wickets, 116 wickets against England, 9 5-wicket hauls. His best been 6 for 48. He's really been a servant for West Indies cricket. Start, stop. Just had to go back into his spectrum. It's been a long day here so far. I'm Nigel and Jacob for Kamara Roach.
It's very nice to have a long day with England batting for once.
Yes.
Getting 4, when we were on 300 and something for 3 and now 483 for 6. God, I mean, Bear, could you remember the last time we were touching the lofty heights of 500 other than in India?
Well, no, that's it. I mean, India, everything stops at India, that first test in India.
Here is Woke squeezing this one down to the vacant third man boundary. A boundary for Wokes. He goes up to 34 and the pressure continues here on the West Indies team. 487 for 6 and Wokes is no third man. And what do you do in a situation like this? How many runs, Nigel and Jacob, we see in international cricket, just especially in test match cricket, just get squeezed down to third man? It's so many runs.
It's kind of like the modern vogue, isn't it? I mean, it has been since sort of mid noughties, I suppose.
Here is another slow bumper bowled here by Kamara Roach. And West Indies partnership is 63 from 98 balls. West Indies have to come up with a sense of purpose because you can't let England run away very quickly. They're aiming for at least 500, and as Nigel said, they'll be looking to get 550. West Indies still have to be disciplined within the attack. I would like to see them bowl more on the off-stump line, more or less to a 6-3 feel. This is something I'm not really seeing consistently. But they need wickets. 487 for 6, England. At Kensington Oval, Roach wearing the number 24 in now to bowl to Wokes. Had a more or less a swash bat at the short delivery, missed it completely, and Joshua De Silva coming across nicely with a good take. Being good team spirit, Jacob and Nigel, between these two teams.
Yeah, and I think that's nice to see, isn't it? I mean, they do seem to enjoy each other, and they, to be fair, test series between England and West Indies are always quite hard fought. We haven't won away to you guys for a while. You haven't won at our place for a while. There's always an odd victory that's picked out, but never quite get across the line. So it's good fun. And hey, look, anyone from our side of the pond who goes to the West Indies to play cricket, it must be quite a joyous experience. You know, the atmosphere, the weather is almost perfect. You know, beautiful sea. I mean, it must just lift your soul to go over there and play cricket when you live in England.
Craig Batford will be looking for his spinner in Vasami Pomal to get more than 1 wicket. He's already bowled some 33 overs, 1 for 117. He goes past the umpire now and in now to bowl to Folks, who is really an attractive player. I love to see the look of him, Ben Folks. And really looks organized, looks like a proper batter.
I don't know what it is about Folks' bat. There is no logical or physical reason for this, but it looks thinner to me than everyone else's.
A good observation there, as Folks sneaks a single onto the offside. Goes up to 29, score goes up to 488 for 6, 146.2 overs bowled. And Vasami Pomal from his 33 overs so far, 1 for 118 in this second Apex Test series being played at Kensington Oval. First test drawn at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and as you know, we're not playing for the Wisden Trophy, we're now playing for the Richards Broughton Trophy. And here is Wokes pulling away and trying to beat Craig Batwet at short extra cover. Look at chatter going on there from Jermaine Blackwood, the vice captain of the West Indies team. He's going to have to do a lot of batting. He's under some pressure too, also to keep his spot in the team. Here is a delivery which has gone past the wicketkeeper in Joshua De Silva, and it goes down to the boundary. Looks like it's going to be 4 byes. That one had a little bite onto it, and Joshua De Silva didn't skip across. And more or less as a coach, you have to skip across. Nigel and Jacob, much needed boundary to England.
Yeah, well, just want to cruise on up, don't they, to at 5:50. There's plenty of time. I think this will go all the way through to it's 9:30 our time. I presume it's 5:30 your time there. I think they'll have the extra half hour today.
Certainly, some 15 extras here so far. Here is Wokes punching this out into the offside, and picking up another easy single, and the score motors on to 493 for 6. Just want to say good afternoon to the folks who are listening to Platinum FM 97.9 in Antigua and Barbados and our neighboring islands in Montserrat, in St. Kitts, in Jamaica, wherever you're picking up our coverage. We thank you for joining Guerrilla Cricket. Another single sneaked onto the offside here. So the partnership is just pressure piling on here. 494 for 6. And the West Indies up against it right here. 34 was bowled by Permal, 1 for 120, Nigel and Jacob.
Go Jacob.
Who's on the socials?
Me. We haven't had a tweet since tea. So if you're listening, which is a bit of a shame, let's have a look at what's going on YouTube. Someone asking where's Gary? Yahweh. Gary's here. He's not coming back for the rest of the day though. It's a bit quiet. I mean, over here, English time, of course, where a lot of our listeners are, it's tea time, and it's Thursday evening. People will be going to the pub and having their dinners, and they'll be coming back shortly, I hope.
So 494 for 6. The partnership now 70 of 105 balls, and Kimar Road starts his 26 over 1 for 61. Is in now the bowl to Folks. Folks is clipping this one away, trying to get past Campbell at the short mid-wicket area. The West Indies ground fielding has not been impressive, Nigel and Jacob. Something I think that they have to certainly improve on.
No, it's been a problem. The West Indies, not usually the team ridiculed for it. That honour is reserved for Pakistan. But they've been not great in this. England have been surprisingly good. We've had quite a few catches held, a couple of drops, but not seemingly with the regularity we used to.
Yeah, 494 for 6. It's all happening here. It's been a long period of time. Roach starting his 26 over. We'll be able to just go to the bowling figures for the folks who just joined GorillaCricket.com. West Indies have had to toil for a very long time. England aspiring to get up there to maybe 500, 550. 495 for 6. As Roach bongs away. Coming now to bowl to Chris Wokes. Gets a short delivery and just clubbers it onto the mid-wicket area. Coming around is Jaden Seals. Can't stop the single. West Indies need a containment bowler, and in getting a containment bowler they will also need to get some wickets.
I was interested at tea as well that when you were talking about the overs that these bowlers have bowled, and you're right. I mean, there was literally like 3 days between tests. There's three tests in 20 days, which is 15 playing days out of 20 from the 8th to 28th after this ball.
Yeah, Folks is in strike and maybe tentatively coming forward and can't score. But the bowling figures so far, Nigel and Jacob, for the West Indies seamers attack. Jaden Seals 24 overs, 4 maidens, 55 runs, 1 wicket. Then we also would have had Jason Holder 28 overs, 4 maidens, 76 runs, 1 wicket. Azari Joseph 23 overs, 1 maiden, 109 runs, 1 wicket. Wasami Palmer 34 overs, 1 maiden, 120 runs, 1 wicket. Craig Bartlett 12 overs, no maiden, 59 runs, 1 wicket. And then Kuma Bano, who's not been used, 1 over, no maiden, 3 runs, no wicket. Roach in his 26th over. His one is just being glided out to the field at the backward square. Another single. Folks goes to 32. Wokes is 36, 497 for 6. And England playing a psychological game here with the West Indies.
And yeah, that's it. It's the psychology, isn't it? Just grind them into the dust, make them stay out in the field as long as you can. Accumulate a load of runs. Put legs in the, overs in the bowler's legs. I mean, this is a long series.
Very long series. Here is Wokes clubbering out one out to Campbell at the short mid-wicket area. Can't score, and the score remains on 497. Still remains on 497. West Indies more or less just going through the motion. We look at the consecutive overs so far being on the screen. Maidens in Test cricket. India 78, England 75, England 74. South Africa 58, England 58, South Africa 54, Sri Lanka 53, Australia 54. So this is in terms of most consecutive overs without a maiden for West Indies in tests. pretty interesting stats coming up there on the screen there, Jacob and Nigel.
Yeah, and that's what West Indies, especially Virasamy Pamal, will probably, as he is here.
Another delivery there from Pamal. It's been a long grind for Virasamy Pamal.
You'd think he'd be disappointed with that maiden's figure.
Yeah, he's only got 1 wicket to complement for that. You maybe need to get that beefed up. Maybe if you can end with 5 wickets there. This one is sneaked out into the offside. Jaden Sears on the offside. They get another single. And Wokes comes back into strike. Folks goes to 33 of 63 deliveries. Brings Chris Wokes back into contention. 36 of 53. Partnership is 74 of 113 balls. Virasamy Pamal comes in now, bowls to Wokes. And Wokes is on driving down the ground for another single. This was I was talking about, Jacob and Nigel. It's almost like a stroll in the park. West Indies like they're waiting for England to declare. They're not forcing the issue.
It's very much like, I mean, this is like a one-day field, isn't it? You were saying before. I mean, it's very easy for England to stroll 4 or 5 and over, isn't it? Oh, there's no wicket.
It looks as if Pamal might have been able to pick up his second wicket. Folks look like he would have been. In fact, he's walking.
Yeah.
Stump.
He came down the track. He was well out. He got beaten in the flight. It dipped and it turned past his outside edge. Good bit of keeping behind the stumps by Josh De Silva. But he was stranded, wasn't he? But that'll be good. I mean, you look at that and you're thinking, if you're England, you're Jack Leach, you're thinking, well, you know, that's nice.
Yes, but an important wicket for the West Indies. Right after tea there, Ben Folks sliding down, missed one. And Joshua De Silva kept his composure and was able to sneak off that one. 7th wicket down for England. Still no declaration. Jacob and Nigel.
No. I was about to talk about how I'm actually quite surprised the West Indies, given the lack of control that Pamal has had, now blowing my argument out the water by taking a wicket immediately. But that they haven't used Kyle Mayers, who's just come back into the team and averages 25 with the ball in Test cricket and provides that sort of medium pace holding role.
But he's not. Yeah, he's not in that playing squad for this, though, is he? I mean, he's in the playing squad, but he's not in the actual team. He's 12th man.
In the actual
final. Oh, is he 12th man?
Yeah, he's subfielder.
In.
Yeah, no, he's subfielder. Who's off Vernon, by the way? Because Kyle Mayers has been on for quite a lot today.
That's why I was confused.
So we see Macho Fisher. There's a Fisher coming out. He was a long way out, folks. For a keeper, you don't get so far down the track, Nigel.
Well, you know, I mean, this is it. And that's a gimme, isn't it? I mean, they're just trying to get runs on the board. I have a wicket, I missed it.
All right, Pamal is going to come in now to bowl to Fisher. His first ball in Test cricket. And he will remember that for a long time. His parents are in Barbados, so he'll be enjoying that. This will be a good one for him. Let's see what the approach will be. 499 for 7. England batting first. We're on day 2 of the second Apex Test match. Pamal is in now to bowl to Fisher, who is on driving but can't score, so he remains on naught. Wokes on the non-striker's end is just saying to him, just take it easy. I will take control of this at the end of another over. 35 overs bowled by Pamal. 2 for 122. So far, England 499 for 7. 149 overs bowled by the West Indies.
Matt Fisher, I've just checked, does average 13 in first-class cricket, so this should be fun.
Well, hopefully it'll be short and sweet. To your question, Vernon, why aren't England declare? They're not going to declare. They're not going to declare. That's what I'm saying. Ideally, this is only day 2. Get the big scores, just get the runs on the board. But ideally, I think they'll want an hour tonight. All the bowlers fresh, get a good shot with a new ball, maybe 10 overs, and then the ball is still reasonably new tomorrow. They come back fresh and have another ping at them.
They're going to have a long time. They're going to have a long ball because, as you rightly said, Nigel, they might not use the follow on. Wokes 37 gets a delivery from Kemar Roach, and just for a moment sort of got into a little tangle there. As we look back onto the screen and see that delivery right there, got a short ball again, and they're really deciding that they're going to pepper him, Nigel and Jacob, with these short balls.
Wow. He has got himself in a tangle with the short ball for quite a while. It's quite a reputation he's got. He does hook, but he does get himself in some really awkward positions a lot of the time. Oh,
I think his trigger movement is the issue for that. Here is him aggressively finding his way and coming up with a big boundary. And he's that sort of player. He's going to fight fire with fire. I don't want to say that he's a Ben Stokes, but once he comes into his era, he's going to have a heave at it. And he just went after the delivery, just pitched between middle and leg, and had a heave, almost turned it into a one-day shot. Picked up a boundary for England, 500 up for England, 503 for 7.
God.
Plug sweep from Chris Woes.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's gone to 41 with
bowler.
Here comes Wokes. It's going to be easy catch. Now, not a short ball from Kemar Roach picking up Wokes, and he was persistent with it. Wokes had a fire at it, and he goes caught by Jaden Seals for 41, and England lose another wicket.
That is not going to help Chris Wokes in the long run in this series or any other, because now roughly 90% of the balls he receives will be aimed at his face.
Yes. In some places it's not going to matter. And, to be fair, England 503 for 8. It doesn't really matter if he gets out. To be fair, England just want as many runs as quick as possible, take as long as possible to get it. Well, not necessarily into tomorrow, but go deep into this session if they can and pick up another 30 runs quickly. England will be happy. They'd be happy now at 503 for 8, but they're just not going to declare, Vernon.
So you would not have declared Nigel and Jacob?
Nah, I wouldn't. It's the first innings, Test match, 5-day game. You got to put the team under, man. You got to put your stamp on the throat. That's what it's about.
I like it, Nigel. I love it, Nigel. I love it. I don't know if Jacob is feeling the same way.
No, I'm sure.
No, I agree. I would declare. I think if you look at the Test match which just went on between Australia and Pakistan. If you get 550,
went right down to the wire.
But if you get 550 in the first inning, and only have to bat once, it will take something pretty special to save the game. And so you put the West Indies.
Remember Australia batted twice. So remember they
did, and they nearly got themselves in all sorts of trouble as well.
But it will take something pretty spectacular to save the game. Whereas if England put the West Indies in a position where they effectively can't win, that demoralises the batting lineup. It takes purpose away from your batting, and as England showed us, if you feel like you're not batting with purpose, as they were in Australia, it
can go wrong. Yeah, it can go. I mean, that's my point. Cricket is a psychological game, Vernon. When you get the upper hand, you've really got to make it count, and it can really, it may be like even on the flattest of decks when you're facing 550 and you make a couple of mistakes, things can go wrong quite quickly because it gets in your head, and then you start playing shots that you shouldn't play or leaving balls that you shouldn't leave and stuff like that. So
we saw with Pakistan, they got bowled out for 182 in the first inning.
Exactly, and then put their heads down in the second innings.
Short leg now employed here by Kemar Roach, Bono under the helmet, and just for a moment Kemar Roach thought that he had gone through Fisher's defence by just bowling him around the legs. He's just thinking about it, both batsmen are not, but we can't underestimate Jack Leach, because he's got a high score of 92. He's got a half century in Test cricket, and if you remember him a couple of years ago, so he's really as we would say in the Caribbean, he's no rabbit with the bat.
He's no rabbit.
I was there for that 92, and it was fabulous.
As a night watchman as well.
Yes, certainly. Roach comes in to bowl to Fisher. Fisher got himself into trouble there with that short delivery. And all of a sudden, Kemar Roach has found some energy, Nigel. He's really come out pumped. Don't know who he spoke to in the dressing room.
That's what wickets do for you, Vernon. A wicket will always give you a little shot of energy. And especially with the tail, you think, it's a couple of, it's 9 and it's Jack, 10 and Jack. I should be able to bowl these boys out, he'd be thinking.
Comes in now to bowl to Fisher, and again another good delivery again there by Kemar Roach, searching for it, because he would have had some experience in playing in county cricket in England. He would have come across some of these players. Has picked up most of his Test wickets against England. Pretty interesting stats. It's gone to 117 Test wickets against England, 237 wickets, Test wickets.
7th now in the all-time West Indies list. He's just overtaken Gary Sobers.
Well, he's trying to get past Michael Holding with 249. Might not be far off sooner rather than later. Maybe it might not happen in the series.
The unbelievable thing about Holding's figures, though, is he did it in 60 matches.
Yeah.
Whereas I think Kemar Roach's on 72 matches now.
70.
70. You know, very good, excellent figures. But Michael Holding, 100 and however many wickets it was. Could you remind me of the figure?
It's 230 or something.
249, wasn't it? But in 60 matches, it's just unbelievable, averaging about 23, I think.
So Pamal is going to come into bowl to Leach.
Big turn.
A very big turn. Leach must be smiling.
Exactly. Woo, he's loving it, man. I mean, what gets me about that list of top West Indian bowlers? Not only all fast bowlers. There's no spinner in there. Go on, Vernon.
No, I don't. I'll come back to you in a little while. Pamal, I just think he just needs to just give it a little loop here, Nigel, especially to Leach.
Yeah.
See what happens into those footholes. Leach is lashed out onto that.
Yes.
That's a lovely cricket shot. I'm truly offside for 4.
Inside out.
He's on the go again.
Inside out, over the top, extra cover. No, I mean the thing about that is the averages of all those boys. I mean, that's like 4 or 5 of them are under 25.
Pamal now to bowl to Leach, and Leach is defending a quicker, faster delivery. In the meantime, England continue to pile the pressure and the agony on here on the West Indies team. 507 for 8. The run rate now, Nigel and Jacob, 3.37, and we're into the evening session of day 2 at Kensington Oval. Pamal starts, stop, and then in. Goes to Leach. Leach at out stump. It's gone past the drifter. And Pamal is smiling. Play down the wrong line. Is Joe declaring? I think he has.
I think he's declared. Not going to make Zaki Mahmood walk out there.
Yes. So finally. So I think, Nigel, I think you might have to buy me a pint.
Well, yeah.
Because finally Joe Root has declared.
Matthew Fisher, starting his career, he's been called a Jimmy Anderson type bowler, and starting his career with one of Jimmy's classical not outs at the other end.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Jacob.
I mean, the other thing about, overs in bowlers' legs, of course, by happenstance, as it were, England have 2 bowlers who are fresh, if you like, in the fact that they didn't play in the last game. That was only last week and was a hard-fought, long 5-day game. They weren't involved in that, so they'll be fresh, raring to go. The only other thing, obviously, they're inexperienced. And England have, half of that attack is newbies.
So a good chunk of rough outside the left-hander's off stump as well. Sorry, Vernon.
So for our listeners who've just tuned into GorillaCricket.com, the news is that England have declared their first innings score here on the second day's play of this Apex Test match. 507 for 9. They lost wickets at 480, 244, 373, 410, 424, 499, 503, and the last wicket of Jack Leach, who was neatly stumped by Joshua De Silva. And just to give you an idea in terms of the scorecard for England, batting first, Alex Lees, LBW to Pamal for 30. Zach Crawley was caught Joshua De Silva bowled seals without scoring. Joe Root, the England captain, scoring his 25th Test 100. LBW to Kemar Roach for 153. Dan Lawrence, he batted beautifully on day 1. Caught Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, bowled Jason Holder for 91. Ben Stokes, he was on fire today. Caught Shamar Brooks, bowled by Craig Brathwaite for 120. Johnny Bairstow was not himself today. He was caught in Kumabona, roughed up a little bit by Zara Joseph for 20. Ben Fowkes, the wicketkeeper, he was stumped Joshua De Silva off Pamal for 33. Chris Wokes was caught seals, bowled Roach for 41. And Jack Leach, the final batsman for England, being dismissed, stumped Joshua De Silva, bowled Pamal for 14. Extras were 15. We had 5 byes, 6 leg byes, 3 no balls, and 1 wide. The bowling figures for the West Indies. And Kemar Roach, in fact, leading the way would have been Versami Pamal, 35.5 overs, 1 maiden, 126 runs, 3 wickets. Let me read those figures again. Versami Pamal, 35.5 overs, 1 maiden, 126 runs, 3 wickets, quickly followed up by Kamar Roach. 27 overs, 5 maiden, 68 runs, 2 wickets. 27 overs, 5 maiden, 68 runs, 2 wickets. And then we had Jaden Seals, 24 overs, 4 maidens, 55 runs, 1 wicket. Jason Holder, 28 overs, 4 maidens, 76 runs, 1 wicket. Then Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, 12 overs, no maidens, 59 runs, 1 wicket. Alzari Joseph, 23 overs, 1 maiden, 109 runs, 1 wicket. And then Kimo Bonner, the lone over that he bowled, it cost him 3 runs. So the West Indies will first have a Herculean task, and that will be to get to England's first innings score of 507 for 9 declared, 2 centuries in this all-important test match. Joe Root, the England captain, and the return of form of Ben Stokes. Nigel and Jacob, your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I'm going to unfortunately have to challenge you there, Vernon, on Johnny Bairstow. Some would say he recently hasn't been himself, and getting to 20 and holding out on a pull shot in the deep is exactly himself, but I am not so uncharitable as they. I think it was a good England performance. And very, very pleasing in the within the narrative of the Red Ball reset to see newer players, Dan Lawrence get to 91, Joe Root continue his fabulous form and defy his average at number 3, Stokes to get back in the runs after looking a bit peaky in Australia. It's all kind of gone well, and yeah, that's exactly what we've always wanted. Let's see if we can bowl.
And just before I get Nigel to come in here, I just wanted to also just talk about the importance and the keenness of partnerships. There was a partnership between Joe Root, the England captain, and Dan Lawrence, 164, 271 balls, and then Joe Root and Ben Stokes, 129, 164 balls, and then Chris Wokes and Ben Foakes, 75 from 115. So partnerships are going to be important, Nigel.
Yeah, well, this is this is my point earlier. This is Test cricket. It's the longest form. It gets in your head. It wears your body, and they've taken a lot of time, and they've built up those partnerships. And at times they slowed down when, if a wicket fell, they would get back into the next partnership would take their time to get themselves in, and then someone would try and be aggressive. And they've got big runs on the board, and that was the aim of the game. They've eaten up the best part of 2 days on the pitch. Suddenly we've had 2 stumpings right at the end there. That last ball beat once again. Although it's Jack Leach and he's number 10, he was beaten in the flight coming down the track. There's a bit of turn, and that'll be something for him to look at. And with 500 odd runs to play with, you're in the box seat, I'd say, for England. Now, my question back to you is: have the West Indies got the mental stamina and the mental, after being in the field that long, are they going to come out? If they lose a couple of wickets, are they going to be able to dig back in, or is it going to, and we've no disrespect to West Indies, we've watched England collapse like a pack of cards pretty much for the last 12 months. We've hardly won a test match ourselves. So, is that something that even on this reasonably good batting track still West Indies could do? Could they just collapse if a couple of early wickets go? Does it get in their head and it all goes horribly wrong?
Well, I said to you, Jacob and Nigel, I'm almost very much concerned about Campbell's form. And based on what I saw against Jack Leach in Antigua, I'm a little bit much concerned about him based on what I've seen. We've already seen some serious footmarks here, and with the ball turning here from Vasan Mall. And the way how Leach bowled in Antigua and Barbados, I think he's going to get a little bit more assistance here on this Kensington track. We're joined back here by David Book. David, good evening. You sound like you went to get a pint.
Not a pint. I'm a very moderate drinker, but I'm quite partial to the Banks Carib beers, or indeed the St. Vincent beer, Pitter.
I mean, David, that you didn't have a Wadadley. You needed to get a Wadadley beer from Antigua and Barbuda.
I mean, I hate to say this, Bear, because I know that we don't. Well, look, we're free spirits on Gorilla Cricket, Vernon. We have our, occasionally we give a shout out to a commercial company, but look, I'm going to go completely off piste here. I'm actually I have to front up. I'm drinking a Chinese beer, Tsingtao. It's not a political statement there.
Are they sponsoring you too?
I don't
wouldn't take their money.
Have any drinking on the job.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take their money.
Well, the Windrush fellows, the very nice people at windrushbay.com, sent me a birthday hamper, which was the Century Bouncer. So I've been drinking the Grand Reserve from St Lucia, which is the chairman's. I can't even remember. I've had a couple of them. They're quite nice with ginger beer. So we have to say a big thank you to them. And of course, there's a code which is WBGC. Will get you 10% off if you go to windrushbay.com. Go to the hampers. There's a half century and a century.
Well, Nigel, David, and Jacob, my time has come to an end. I just wanted to thank you on behalf of Platinum FM 97.9 for sharing the spotlight with you, and we'll continue working with GorillaCricket.com. Thanks very much for having me on here, and don't worry, the West Indies will be pushing ahead as the openers walk out.
Indeed. And Tony's going to come over and take over from me. So Jacob is staying there. David is going to do some ball by ball. And
indeed. Thank you very much, Bear, and thank you again to Vernon Springer from Platinum FM 97.9 FM. FM radio, such a big deal in the Caribbean. We write it off at our peril. We talk a lot about media habits in the UK, but FM radio is how people across the Caribbean enjoy listening to cricket, and it's an absolute honour to be broadcasting this to you now, especially as you took Talk Sport off. No, I'm joking. Jacob, looking forward to this session. Woes opening the bowling. Your favourite?
Don't get me started, David. No, I am looking forward to this session. Woes, the papers I've been reading have said that this is kind of last chance saloon for him away. He's got to prove that he's got some teeth. I hope he does.
I'm going under, boys. I'm going under.
Craig Overton pulling up unwell the night before this test match starts. So it'll be interesting to see who takes the new ball alongside Woakes. I'd imagine possibly Matthew Fisher, because he's more of a new ball type bowler, whereas Saqib Mahmood actually averages less with the old ball in first class cricket by some distance and is a reverse swing merchant. So Fisher would probably be the smart choice to pair with Woakes, even if they are a bit similar.
Yeah, just on the odds, Bear, I know you're a punter, I'm a punter, it's Cheltenham week where a lot of punters are listening to us here in the UK, and I know some of our friends in the Caribbean enjoy a punt on UK racing and Premier League football. The over-under market that Bear referred to there is offered by bet365.com, and I've been making money on that all day, Bear, as I've been losing at Cheltenham. So I've been distributed my money via some bookmakers in Cheltenham on the horses and winning on the cricket. So we'll read out some of those odds in a moment. But
I'm going to do it now.
The odds?
Well, currently the match odds, West Indies are 40-1. Wow. I'll give some jingles too. Who's doing ball by ball? Dave, you're doing ball by ball.
Yeah. Here's Chris Woakes. He's going to bowl the first ball, and Brathwaite covers up, plays that really confidently down on the leg side, and there's no run.
We should have some jingles indeed. Facing is who's facing? This man, Skipper. He's got a really long jingle, so I'll cut it away.
My spelling ain't strong. Can you tell me if I spelled your name all wrong? I wrote it down with a C before. Now is it 2 G's? I wanna be sure.
Here's Woakes. He bowls to Brathwaite, plays a flashy shot, come through the covers for 4. First runs to Brathwaite, positive intent from him, and confident hit away for a boundary.
God damn. See, Crack Brathwaite was still going on underneath there.
Brathwaite has gone off like a train here, and I recommend I'm going to recommend a bet to you on now Bet365. It's also on Sky Bet, I think, and 888.com. I'm going Brathwaite first innings runs. I mean, this is a sensational bet coming up here. His Woakes bowls, Brathwaite leaves that. To score more than 30 bet, I'm going to take 10 to 11.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
I'll be going under that.
Brathwaite?
Yeah, still, he's still got to get himself in. 30. What's his test average?
In the 40s. Oh.
No, I don't think so. I think it's 35.
Yeah. So I thought in the last calendar year. Here's Wokes. He bowls to Brathwaite, plays that nicely through mid-off. That's all the way to the boundaries, looking in prime touch here. Craig Brathwaite. That's 4 more to him. 8 runs in the first 4 balls.
1, 2, 3.
Went off like a train in the last test, didn't they? This man's bowling, by the way.
It was his fastest test 50 in the last test.
Yeah.
Had himself net. Found this way that his heel had healed. Passed the test and he went to the tee.
On the spring of showing his he said that Brathwaite's changed his technique. You're right, he has. He bowls, and that's played round the corner by Brathwaite. There's more runs here. They're going to take 10 off this first over from your favourite and mine, Jacob. Chris Wokes. He's struggling here, isn't he?
Well, he struggled in the last test match and was criticised heavily for being expensive with the new ball. And, well, 10 from the first 5 balls of the over. There's 1 yet to come, and then I'll catch up on some tweets.
So just 20 more for me to get that winning wager on Brathwaite. Good value, that. Here's Wokes, he bowls. And, yes, Brathwaite leaves that one alone. Good, confident lead from him. 10 off that first over from Chris Wokes. A man who, Jacob, we were very eloquent on this subject, but you may say so. You made it clear it wasn't a personal dislike of Wokes. He's a perfectly good bowler. But you said, why drop Gordon Anderson and then hand the new ball to a 32-year-old? You know, where's the planning in that? Fine. You know, get when Harmy and Hoggard retired and Anderson and Broad replaced them, or when they was dropped, when they were dropped, fair enough, because you could see where the direction was. But your point on air, it's very eloquent, was what reason of Gordon Anderson? Is it so that we can watch Wokes with the new ball?
So we can watch this man.
Oh, yeah, now this
taking
one,
the new ball.
Well, this is a jingle I don't think I've ever played before. I don't even know what it sounds like. I've got to find him. Here he is.
I'm going to break the punchline by telling you that we're talking about Matthew Fisher.
Tim Bresnan called him a freak.
Here is Fisher with his first ball in Test match cricket. It's going to be a boundary, I'm afraid. Campbell played it confidently down, and the leaking runs here and this new look England attack.
Fortunately, I haven't put my under on yet, though. I was going to
go ahead, Jacob.
I wasn't speaking, it was the bear.
It was me.
Not ideal from Fisher.
The fall of the first wicket is 36.5 now. I'm going under that.
I would go over I'll take that money as well, Bear, to cut out the middleman. Here's Fisher from Yorkshire. He bowls, and Campbell has a puff at that. That takes the money as a wicket.
He's got him.
Test match cricket. It was a nothing shot from John Campbell, handing your head in shame. It was a poke, and Bear has collected.
No, I fucking haven't. I didn't get it in time. Sorry for the language, people. Sorry for the language. That's really irritating.
Bad luck, Bear.
It's an easy game, this Test match cricket from Matthew Fisher, who strikes his second delivery in Test match cricket. What was John Campbell doing? Having a little poke outside the off stump, a nothing shot, just a simple catch, and that's the end of John Campbell. And well, Matthew Fisher, Jacob, must be thinking this Test match cricket. It's an easy game, easy step up from Yorkshire.
Yeah, I think Campbell and Brathwaite have a bit of a strategy. They realised that Wokes and Overton were expensive with the new ball in the last game. They were thinking about pushing the pace, getting the shine off the ball on a flat track, but Campbell pushing it too far, injudicious shot, 45-degree angle on the bat, not cutting, not driving, little under edge, and Matt Fisher, who I must say has quite a nice and aesthetically pleasing action, getting his first Test wicket with just his second ball. He now averages 4 with the ball in Test cricket.
You know, that bet, I went to put the money down as he got to his mark, and obviously the TV's obviously behind what's going on at the ground. And by the time I pressed, I want to put my bet, it said, that's no longer available, accept change. And then I watched him get caught behind. That's really irritating, David.
I should probably catch up on a couple of tweets, actually, because we haven't read any for a while. We're very sorry about this, guys, and I have no idea where we left off either, and I'll break off.
Fisher to Shamar Brooks, who's the new batsman. Outside the off stump, he leaves.
So I'm going to go with just kind of the latest stuff we have. As it's reloading, as they check out the middle of the pitch. Hombre Nuevo, I don't think it matters if Wokes needs to prove himself abroad. We all know he struggles away from home, but he should be up at the top of the list for home test. That can be in no doubt. I agree with that. Wokes is a brilliant bowler in England. Jeff Perkins, just like the jingle, sometimes it makes me wonder how to stop Bear going under. He also says, hopefully that means your lawyers, David, only sue everyone who tweeted or read out a tweet that he was a wanker for £300 each.
Fisher covers up, Brooks plays it out to the onside, and there's no run. So it's Shamar Brooks who's been thrust into the action here, completely unnecessarily by John Campbell, who has really handed the initiative back to the English after a good period of play from the West Indies team, and a great start by Brathwaite, and Campbell's just handed it back on a silver platter. So Kyle Mayers will take his place in the next test. That's the end for John Campbell, return unless he goes big in the second innings. Fisher is bowling right arm over. He's got nice easy action, bowls, and it's a nice lead from Brathwaite, and a sort of unnecessarily dramatic dive from Ben Folkes.
Well, it did a bit. My best friend Brian Barish says, and quite rightly says, that he could listen to Vernon read score lines all day.
Yeah,
he has a voice like molasses that sort of trickles into your cricketing soul, doesn't he?
Tony,
I love it.
joined by the Holy Father himself. Hello.
Oh, bless you, my son.
Oh, hello, Tony. Yeah, sorry, I didn't clock you.
Yeah, quite all right. I'm still reeling from 4 and then a wicket on your first 2 balls in Test cricket, which is quite spectacular.
Yeah. He hits his last ball this over, and it gets up, bites off the pitch, gets some lift and bounce. Very good first over from Fisher, the man from Yorkshire, plucked out of obscurity. Only 35 county championship wickets to his name. He's bowled his first over. He's taken a wicket, and West Indies coming in are 14 for 1.
His first class wicket was Brendan Taylor, the Zimbabwe opener. And Yorkshire were playing Zimbabwe, I think. So he's got his first wickets in spectacular fashion, or comparatively spectacular fashion, I think.
A very nice first over from him as well. Good length.
Certainly was.
The ball was doing quite a bit out of his hand, bit of swing, and it nipped off the pitch. I'll just run through some more tweets because we're getting them more in. Jason has replied to the Jeff
I think I'd better
Perkins'
take
comment
over from
the
David
jingle.
quickly, as in comes Wokes.
Wokes
Oh, you're back. There you are.
He's back.
I hadn't gone anywhere. Wokes, I just turned my camera off. I had a bite of the sandwich, Tony. Wokes, Brathwaite plays the first ball out to the leg side, and there's no run. Completely unsponsored sandwich, plain packaging. Brathwaite on 10. Brooks, no score, 14 for 1, and the trail is 493. Suddenly it seems like it's a long way off, and the English supporters are absolutely wrapped. There's not, they're all in the seats. There's no one in the bars for this. They want to see what happens in this last session as West Indies. Brathwaite plays it good, defensive shot from him. He's looked in really good touch, and he'll be disappointed in his opening partner. But you think about the responsibility on Brathwaite's shoulders as the captain leading this team, and he's fronted up more than one occasion. That's what got him the captaincy when he took over from Jason Holder after leading the side in Hazel Holder's temporary absence in Bangladesh, gave him the job permanently. His batting's really improved as a result of it. Wokes bowls, good lead from Brathwaite, and some decent pace from Wokes. So that Campbell dismissal means that another player is going to be fighting for his life later on. That's Jerome Blackwood, the vice captain, also from Jamaica, hasn't put a score on the board. You've got Carl Mayers, who is he's in the squad. He fielded most of the day, but he's not actually in the team, and he should be, because he also bowls a really good swing bowling. Got a double century to his name, and in the selection, very odd. Wokes bowls, and that's well left by Brathwaite. You've also got others waiting to come in. Roston Chase left out of this match. Hasn't been in Test match team for the last year. In 2019, he took an 8th, and Mushtaq Ahmed, the West Indies coach, said he was as good as any frontline spin bowler. Look, Mushtaq should know, Tony. I mean, we worship him down in Sussex, but he's a pretty good judge, and he was very complimentary about Chase, who bowled well in the IPL as well.
I think a lot of England batsmen that day contrived to make his figures look better than perhaps they might have been.
Here's Wokes, and Brathwaite covers up, plays that defensively, and there's no run. But Wokes had a very good IPL. He's forced his way into the white ball team, but again has ended up losing his Test match position. Even if he batted at number 9, he's lost form of the bat, he would be pretty good. But this man Wokes batted well. What can he do with the ball? He bats well in Caribbean conditions, but can he do enough with it to trouble Brathwaite, who looked in good order? And Brathwaite confidently leaves that. So we can expect a pretty solid defensive pattern to play for the next few overs. Get under on the Bet365 market. Other prices are available from the likes of skybet888.com.
Well, I think Chris Wokes owes his opening partner Matthew Fisher a beer, because the West Indies will probably rein in their aggression against the new ball for now. On the tweets, we have lots of appreciation for Vernon and recognition from Brian that he is the second North American to commentate on guerrilla cricket. And then Teresa says that what they lack in numbers, they make up for in devotion.
Here's Fisher. He bowls, and that's defensively played by Brooks. Over.
Anna Forsyth says that she remains to be convinced, as do I, that Matthew Fisher is not just a generic man generically created in a lab. I think he looks a bit like the sort of stock player you get on the creative player mode in cricket video games. But a good bowler, it seems.
Got quite a long run up, but it doesn't take a lot out of him. It's quite a sort of rhythmic approach, yeah. He's a tall guy. He's got 2 Curtly Ambrose style wristbands, but that's all that Curtly Ambrose about. And that one gets the spike again, gets it
bit
to
of life there.
Gets a bit of life off the pitch, and Fisher looks happy in his work. That's one of the things you look for, isn't it, when a player steps up? Is he going to look like he belongs? And Fisher looks like he belongs straight away. And it was a left field selection from Andrew Strauss and the newly constituted selection committee, but it looks like a good one. So on this evidence, I think we can call it. Doesn't look out of place at all. And given that West Indies openers something to think about, they won't have seen too much of him. He bowls now, and he's right over the wicket. That's a good bounce, and really tests Folks. Folks not up to the challenge, goes down for 4 byes.
Oh yes, sorry. I was about to say, you say he's not up to the challenge. He would have had to have been about 8 feet tall for it to have been a challenge, but
it wasn't even that short. It really leapt.
Yeah, I was a bit tough on Ben.
That's not a leg bye, is it? Beg your pardon.
Oh, he's got a glove to it though. He probably would want to be the best glove man in England. Would want to be taking those.
I think that's very, very fair point there, Jacob. Here comes Fisher again. He's bowling to Shamar Brooks. Brooks plays it nicely around the leg side, gets it through the infield. There's going to be a long chase here. Not going to make it. Oh yes, pulls it in, and they're going to run 3. But it was a decent shot, working shot, get off the mark by Shamar Brooks, and it was very well fielded by the bearded Mahmood. Thank you.
I mean, I think it was a real shame that he didn't get there for Folks, but I certainly don't blame Fisher for having a little dig there. Why not? He's fired up. He's got his first Test match wicket, and he's got a point to prove. And England have got a big total on the board. I mean, surely you'd have a go, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. And the man he replaced, Stuart Broad, might have had a word or two, maybe a look. He would have really handed it out to those fielders. Here's Fisher. He bowls, and that's played defensively by Brathwaite, and there's no run. So the 486 trailing, England having declared on 507 for 9 after a flurry of wickets, and now West Indies in response, 21 for 1. and the man out was John Campbell, fishing at one from Matthew Fisher, who fished to the fisherman, and second ball got a wicket for Fisher, and he's looked the part, Matthew Fisher. And so he's coming from obscurity, but he's a youngster without many games to his name, so he could be anything. We could be seeing another long-serving England bowler here, bowls, and that's nicely directed, and it's played out without too much fuss by Brathwaite. Remains on 10, Brooks is on 3, 21 for 1. Tony?
Well, he took his first class wickets at just 18 in 2019, did Matthew Fisher. He was 15 when he was first included in the England under-19 squad for a triangular series against Bangladesh and Pakistan. So he's a fighter, and he also had other things to cope with in life. In 2017, it emerged he was hard of hearing, so he's had that to deal with. With his Yorkshire background, I suspect he'll be a tough cookie, I reckon. And maybe he had a bit of luck. It wasn't necessarily the best ball he'll bowl that got that wicket, but he got it. It's in the record books.
To all our listeners on Platinum FM 97.9 in Antigua, you've got Tony Bishop, not Ian Bishop. He's an expert on some of these stats. I'll come back to you in a moment, and that's played defensively by Brooks. There's no run.
Don't oversell me, David.
No, I'm not sending you down the river here, Tony. It's not the stats, actually. I was about to say, I wanted to prep you for this for the end of the over. Matthew Fisher continuing a long line of Yorkshire opening bowlers who've played for England. That's the one I was going to leave you with, Tony.
Well, Fred Truman's going to spring to mind immediately.
Exactly. Here's Wokes.
Swing.
Bit of swing there, and Brooks leaves it outside the off stump.
I am loving from Joe Root. He gets criticised a lot for his captaincy, but very rarely have England put in a short leg this early, and they're doing it for Matt Fisher. Backing his new bowler and a debutant at that is good captaincy from Joe Root, and it deserves to be recognised.
Wherever you're listening to us throughout the Caribbean or in India on Cricket Tracker or UK, Australia, wherever, how many Yorkshire opening bowlers can you name who've played for England outside the off stump? And Brooks lets that one alone. Matthew Hogarth,
definitely,
absolutely right, and plenty more. We'll just give you a few seconds to think about that.
I have a list ready to go.
Oh, we might delay it.
There's some good ones.
We'll leave it.
We'll see who can guess them.
We'll leave it for another over, Tony. So you can talk about the tweets, and then we'll see if we get any interesting responses from the listeners out there, wherever you're listening to us on whatever platform, whether it's YouTube or Facebook, Hot Mic. Here's Wokes bowled outside the off-stump. Brathwaite leaves it alone. And of course, all our listeners on Antigua Barbuda Platinum FM 97.9, and all the Leeward Islands that we're now reaching, including Montserrat, home of recently George Baker, St Kitts, Nevis, and Anguilla, as well, British Virgin Islands and US Virgin Islands. So all round the islands of Leeward Islands, we're here as Wokes comes into bowl, and that's covered up outside the off stump. Brooks and no run. You're actually listening to GorillaCricket.com. We're an alternative cricket commentary service available online and all those other platforms. Gorilla, not that spelling, the other spelling, GUERILLA, GorillaCricket.com. Think Che Guevara rather than a large marsupial.
Sangakkara Che Guevara.
Here's Wokes to continue. He's bowled to finish his over to Brathwaite. Brathwaite plays it down the leg side. There's a man there. Wicket, there's no run. 21 for 1. The end of the fifth over. Tony, tweets.
It's Jacob on tweets.
I'm on the tweets.
Thank you.
Bessie Jez says the West Indies are moving faster than England. It took England until the 9th over to reach 14 for 1. Mayank says he was about to scold Brian Barish for saying that Vernon was the second North American to commentate for Gorilla, but then he realised that he said Vernon was the second this year. Just refreshing them quickly. Yes, so we've got a few more. Jeff Perkins says the only real room for the usual exaggeration of Fishers will be to claim a first ball wicket.
And now it's his third over. Comes into bowl outside the off stump. But Brathwaite plays at this and makes good contact, but not completely well timed. It's going to take the single. I think. And 1 to Brathwaite. He was on to 11. Sorry, Jacob.
Well, while Jacob thinks about that, I can give you a Darren Goff.
Yes.
I can give you a Craig White if you like. Whether he opened, I think it was first change, wasn't I? Tim Bresnan, who I think has opened.
Here's Fisher to Brooks. It's down the leg side, tucked away nicely by Brooks. They're going to drop through for. I think they're going to take the single, or is there going to be 2 there? If they, I think, come back to 2. Brooks goes on to 3. Brathwaite's on 11.
Go back to George Hill if you like.
Oh.
He's right on medium, so again...
I think we can do better than this, guys. I think we're missing a lot of Yorkshire right arm fast bowlers who've gone on to play for England. Here's the latest to that crown who bowls, and that's sort of solidly played by Brathwaite. Just a hint of hesitation there as he pushed forward. And Craig White we're talking about. Jason remembers him. Craig White was quick, more like a reverse swing, so tended to be used as a first or second change. Of course, he was a useful batsman as well. Chris Silverwood, of course, the recently coach of English cricket. Silverwood would be there as well. I'm sure there's a whole lot more out there. Fisher, he's on 1 for 9. What a dream start to his Test career as he bowls to Brathwaite. Gets getting a bit of purchase off the pitch, but Brathwaite is equal to it. Pushes out onside Chris Spartan for a single. 24 for 1.
Jason thinks Basil is trying to grab your attention, David.
You're absolutely right, Jason. It was actually Parker, the 8-month-old puppy, who has not obviously seen the instructions on the door which say Guerrilla Cricket, please keep out. That sign is there for his benefit. He's only 8 months old though, and he's a wire-haired fox terrier. Here's Fisher, the bowls. That's good, well directed again. Almost got through the defences of Shamar Brooks. A few ums and ahs, but the encouraging thing about Fisher's opening spell, he's really hitting the right target areas, and he's getting some lift which we didn't see earlier from West Indies so much. So the ability to slightly get more bounce than you're expecting. I guess if you're playing against Jaden Seals, you expect it to bounce, but Fisher has got a few different options up his sleeve.
He bowled one genuine, real aggressive bouncer, but he had to pitch it pretty short to really get it to climb.
He did. This one, again, it's a good carry. Another good over. Very impressive start to Test match cricket to Matthew Fisher. And the end of that over, West Indies are 24 for 1.
Got a couple of tweets for you. Brian Barish posts a very interesting article about the development and timeline development of 5 major cricket venues in the US: Fort Lauderdale, Raleigh, Houston, Dallas, San Jose and Seattle. So if the game can grow there, that would be brilliant. Jeff Perkins says, who didn't let the dog out? It's David. Mark said, obviously Robert Croft fits that York bowler thing. Jeff Perkins again disagrees that the gorilla is a marsupial. I think it's a primate, David. Nigel Walker, fiery Fred Truman, you muppet. I think...
Well, we said Fred Truman first, to be fair, Bear.
We did say
Truman was first out the hat. Or
Ryan Sidebottom's been mentioned.
Ryan Sidebottom, absolutely.
And all that bounced... Wokes will be happy with that. That's the first time he's caused Brathwaite any problems. Brathwaite took the edge, didn't carry, but Wokes will be happy with that. He's getting some swing, and it was some way short of the slip cordon, but showing Wokes getting into some rhythm here. It's a perfect time to be bowling. You know, the sun's gone down, the light's closing in. I need to check in a moment how many more overs we've got tonight. Here's Wokes, and the sun comes back out again and plays that out Brathwaite for no run. We're on, what are we on now? It's in the 7th over, full time at 5:07 for 9. And how many overs to go, do you reckon, gents?
Let's see, they are saying minimum overs remaining today is 21 at the moment. Whether they'll get through all of those, they should do, shouldn't they?
Yeah, they'll be looking to pick up 2 or 3 tonight, won't they? Here's Wokes looking for his first, and game gets purchased. Brathwaite has to take the hand off the bat. This is going to be making West Indies supporters thinking, why didn't the West Indians get this type amount of extra nip off the pitch? Particularly like someone like Alzari, who sort of tends to hit the deck quite hard. But both Wokes, it suggests the pitch is getting worse quite quickly, and that score now of England's 507 suddenly looks, absolute mountain of runs outside the off stump, played down by Brathwaite, and there's no run. There were a lot of comments earlier. Mariah from Sportsmax TV said, "Why haven't England declared?" I said, "No chance. They get to try and squeeze as many runs out." And Bear said it earlier because they only want to bat once. And anyway, all the guys enjoy having a bat, don't they? In the England tail, you've got Leach coming in at 10, and Wokes. He batted well earlier today down the order as well. So he's got Brathwaite in his sights now as he comes into bowl to him, and that's too wide outside the off stump. Brathwaite leaves it alone. But yeah, a lot of good reaction to Vernon's contributions coming to us from Antigua, and he has brought with us an array of interesting perspectives, and he'll be joining us again tomorrow at tea time with Mariah from Sportsmatch. She's going to be making her Kurilla Cricket debut, and she's looking forward to broadcasting across the region. That's played down by Brathwaite. That's the end of the over. I think we've got a change.
Oh, we are due a change. It should be
Brathwaite's on 12,
me,
Brooks
Jake.
is on 4, West Indies 24 for 1, and taking over the ball by ball, I think will be, and I'll leave it to Tony Bishop to describe.
Well, I think it is me. I should be joined by Jason, who will take over social, and Jacob, you're kindly staying and seeing us through summary. England.
I will chat amongst yourselves as I grab my laptop charger, but other than that, I'll be back in a moment.
Well, I think we can do that. Matthew Fisher, Jason, what do you make of that?
He was a precocious starter, as you said, at 15, but he was in the under-19 team for a long time, and then he had to sort of wait his time in Yorkshire. He had a few fallow years whilst the likes of Ben Code and more recently Thompson have sort of gone past him.
Yeah.
He's never been out of the radar, I don't think. He's not an obscure choice by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, now this is an interesting change. I'm sorry to cut across you a little bit there, but England we're gonna have our first look at some spin. Now this might be a long-term plan to see if it's turning, and it might be just trying to change wickets, but it's going to be this fellow, change ends rather.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Well, it is Jack Leach. He has 2 slips and a forward short leg. Is this a move to tempt the West Indies? Is this going to be a long spell for Jack Leach, or is it just going to be a quick shuffle around to change bowlers? Onto the back foot goes Brooks, plays him nicely and almost gets it through point, but combination of leg and backside, I think, by Saqib Mahmood is enough.
I think it's a bit of an experiment to see if he can get as much turn as Pramal was getting towards the end of that innings.
Yeah, no, I go along with that. I think you're dead right. He's spinning that ball between his fingers before he comes in around the wicket, and onto the back foot goes Brooks and says, if you're going to drop those short, Jack Leach, it's going to sit up and I'm just going to slap you to the cover boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Not ideal, was it, Jacob? Just sat up, was there to be hit. There was a bit of turn, but it was very slow and sort of easy to read, I suspect, for Brooks, and he dealt with it very nicely indeed. All 79 is what the Windies trail by. Round the wicket again comes Reach. Now that straightens. Huge shout. It was a sweep from Brooks. He doesn't connect. I think the general feeling in the England cap is height, looking at some of the signals there, Jacob. I think Jacob might still be working out his laptop charger.
Oh, sorry, no, I am here. I think my feed's just a bit jumpy and my Wi-Fi might not be great.
All right, okay, well, there was no review around the wicket. Comes Leach again, he gets it to turn. That was a better ball, it was quicker, it zipped. Brooks knew what he was about when he left it. Through it went to Ben Folkes. But yes, he is getting a decent amount of turn. And actually, it's quite a brave and smart move, I think, from Joe Root. More flight from Leach this time. Rather edgily away to extra cover from Brooks. There will be no run. There is just that 4, which he dropped short, Jack Leach, and gave Brooks ample time to slap him away to the cover boundary. But since then, the other 4 deliveries of Leach's first over have been not tidily on the money. That one didn't turn as much, but turned enough. It was thumping into the gloves of Ben Folkes. And at the end of that over, the West Indies progressed to 28 for 1, 479 the deficit. Jason.
And of I asked the question of Hugh, is being from Yorkshire part of his hardships Fisher has faced, Tony?
I think I'm not sure if that's a leading question. I don't want to make myself desperately unpopular.
You can
more unpopular than I probably already am with.
Yeah, I'll let you off that one. Springing Birthday says the rampant success not of this venue in Fort Lauderdale should be a cautionary tale about expanding the venues in the USA. Just Cos comes out with a person to
Wokes is continuing, and he's been turned away by Craig Brathwaite down to Mahmood, I think it was down there.
He remembers
single taken.
Chris Old, Chile.
Chris Old, of course. C. Old, of course, played in that 1981 Headingley Test, didn't he, Chris Old? Didn't he then go and run a fish and chip shop?
He did. He's one of the 4 England players to have taught Mia Katie, or coached Mia Katie.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, Chile, Chris Old, C. Old. That one's fuller, and that's that's a good leave. I won't yet again rework the tired old truism of good leaves and bad leaves, but that was undoubtedly a good one, and it certainly got it. What it didn't do, Jacob, was get up that high. Chris Wokes has got a look of anguish on his face.
Some indeterminate bounce on this pitch, which the West Indies didn't seem to extract too much of. So good signs for England, and once Leach settles into his work, there should be some turn there for us.
Let's see how long the life stays in this extra lacquered kookaburra. Onto the back foot goes Brooks, punches this towards cover. He will get a single. And will bring his captain back onto strike. 477 that deficit. Remember, England finally declared after a bit of a wicket flurry on 507 for 9. Starring rules and mention in dispatches for Joe Root, of course, for a fantastic innings, but of course also for Ben Stokes. This one's fuller, and Brathwaite leans into it, guides it towards extra cover, takes a single. So they are rotating the strike, Jacob, well enough, these two. They're not looking to slap everything. If it's there to be hit, they will hit it, but they're keeping the scoreboard ticking as well. Not sure England will mind that.
Dialed in the aggression a little bit. Craig Brathwaite was scoring quite freely until that wicket went down, and now they're looking to build a partnership, lay the groundwork, pay their dues, and rotate well, and they're doing a good job.
Well, Wokes turns at the top of his mark, none for 13 for him so far. He has 3 slips. That's full and rather edgily just past the wider of those slips, and it's going to go all the way down to the third man boundary. Johnny Bairstow has his hands on his head, but it's going to be 4 more for the West Indies. It went between slip and gully, didn't it? And it was an edge. I don't think he was rather reaching forward for it, was Brooks.
I was just about to say Chris Wokes, having conceded 10 in his first over, has conceded 3 over the next 3 overs.
He's in again. Brooks has to jump and play that down towards gully. Quite late, but effectively enough, it is the end of the over. 7 runs have come from it. It's 35-1, much like we'd seen in Antigua. These two are the West Indies openers. Obviously they've lost one, but they've gone about their work with intent. I'm not sure England will mind that. Jason.
A couple more names for you, one from the 70s and one from the 90s for Yorkshire fast bowlers from Neil Frankland. One a side bottom.
Well, we mentioned, we mentioned. Of course, we said Ryan, but of course Arnie. Yes, of course. Also
And
played for Manchester United.
Yep, and also from the early 90s, Paul Jarvis.
Yeah, very good. Well done. Is this going to be Jack Leach to continue? Left armour has a little scratch of his nose before he sets about his work. 2 slips and a forward short leg still. Not so much turn that time, and Brathwaite can get on top of it. Crawley, one of those slips, is applauding. Didn't he shell one in Antigua at slip from my recollection? I can't remember.
A couple actually.
Yeah.
Dropped a difficult
there was a non-attempt,
coming
wasn't
back,
there?
and then
again.
he missed one. A difficult catch in the slips.
Less turn that time. It's guided to Mahmood, who's at backward point. And again,
I've got a couple of other names for you. We can slide them in this over.
Or yes, please, just after this ball. See what Jack Leach has got here. Bit more air at leg stump, looking for that turn back onto middle. Just a hint of it, not quite so prodigious this time. Who have you got, Jason?
When in days of uncovered pitches, I'd imagine you also had Wilf Rhodes and George Hurst. As
I was thinking about
bowlers.
Wilfred Rhodes. More of an all-rounder possibly than a opening bowler, as this one is guided around the corner onto the 45. Sharply fielded, no run.
Didn't he famously bat in every position from 1 to 11?
Yes, he did.
For England.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. You know what they're saying? They're saying was, what is it? Strong Yorkshire, strong England. Or at least that's what people in Yorkshire will tell you. As this one does turn a little bit, as it was tossed up outside a leg to come back into the right-handed Brathwaite, but he deals with it very tidily and very confidently. Nonetheless, it's a maiden so far for Jack Leach. He's only got 1 ball left of his second over, just that 4 runs conceded from him so far. This one has Brathwaite onto the back foot, and he is hurried a little bit, but he's played it successfully. And at the end of that over, 10 completed. It's 35-1 for the Windies.
Mog says has a comment on the US stadium. She says Seattle ? I hope it's an indoor stadium based on the climate.
Seattle, yes, it can get pretty chilly there.
In the Pacific Northwest.
Sort of. Is it the foothills of the Cascade Mountains, Seattle? I think it's the Cascades over there, obviously, which are sort of themselves a bit of an adjunct to the Rockies.
And I've just noticed that we were watching Matt Fisher, who must think it's also an easy and a hard game at Test level, because he's bowled a 3-over spell and got taken off, and now he looks to be back again.
Well, he is.
Having taken.
Have they changed ends there, having given Leach?
He's replaced Wokes.
Well, he's replaced Wokes, and he's going to be bowling from. I'll let you know in a moment. As this one nicely forward comes Brooks to push it back down the track.
I think it's actually a big vote of confidence in Fisher, because I think they've taken Wokes off because he's being a bit expensive and looks a little less dangerous than Fisher, and this end has the breeze which suits Fisher's natural outswing.
Oh, I think it's the
really helping him out.
Oh, I think it's the Garner end, the Joel Garner end. So if you want any motivation as a quick bowler, that's not a bad one to have.
You just answered my question. We've worked out which end is which yet, Tony.
Well, I think I have. Someone will tell me if I'm wrong. This one is confidently played by Brooks. And someone's offering a proposal of marriage on the screen. Marla, it says, "Will you marry me?" And there's a placard being held up with, love hearts and pictures of engagement rings. Now, where is she? And we've seen a picture of where is she and what's her answer. That's what we really want to know.
She's at home. He hasn't bought her a ticket.
Yes.
I've already bought you the bloody ring. I'm not buying you a ticket.
I always think that's a massively high risk strategy. You do see it, proposing to your potential future betrothed. What if they just say no and you've just done it in front of about
Puts a lot
10,000
of
people?
pressure on them as well, doesn't it? They kind of have to say yes.
2 slips go down. Fisher. Well, I think there was bat on that from Brooks. There may have been. It was bat and pad pretty close together, but to me that looked like it was bat first. We'll have another look for you, and it was indeed. Possibly a spot of youthful exuberance, I think we could possibly say, though. Mind you, 24. I mean, I suppose that's definitely youthful. It's youthful to me, to you and me, Jason. 24. So we can
2
forgive
years
him.
older than me.
Well, 2 years older than you. Really? Oh
Yeah, I'm
my
22.
Good
Yes.
gracious me! As this one is
We're looking older.
rather squirtily or edgily away to Gully. Good ball again from the veteran Fisher if you're Jacob, the youthful Fisher if you are Jason or me. Do you know? I never knew. Are you really only 22?
I am 22 years of age, born 24th of December 1999.
Well, I am absolutely.
We have the bishop, and now we have Jesus Christ.
Flabbergasted. Extraordinary. Fisher, 24 years old, from Yorkshire, driven and brilliantly fielded, diving away to his left at mid-off by who else? Who else would fling themselves?
It's Superman.
It is indeed Ben Stokes, who absolutely sets off after that, flings himself and gets a hand to it, and actually he saves the run. He is just he'll walk through walls for you, won't he? And I think he's put his fist through a couple as well in the past, if I recall. Fisher onto the back foot. That is slap. This one has evaded Gully and gone between Slip and Gully, and it is going to be 4 more down to that third man boundary.
Nice shot from Brathwaite. I don't think we can talk about what Ben Stokes does with his fists in his spare time. I think you're violating an injunction there or something, Tony.
Well, yes, or more likely an embargo. But
I know. I know
your Bristolian clubs.
Jay Grover, if he's listening, will make what I just said mean something entirely different. But I was referring to his scrap in a Bristolian street.
But it wasn't there wasn't a club called Embargo.
Oh,
it was. Yes, it was.
I thought it was. We're just going to have another look at that. It was actually really, really nicely played.
To be fair,
by
Tony, I was
Brooks.
thinking that you were going to talk about him breaking his hand by punching a locker, which I think was in the West Indies.
It was a locker, not a wall. You're absolutely right. Jack Leach is going to continue around the wicket. He comes forward. Comes Brathwaite, and so we all take a little bit of breath after what's been a pretty enthralling and often thrilling day. We can all have a little pause because that was just tidily, confidently and easily played by Brathwaite away into the offside.
Lots of love for Leach on YouTube. I'll get to some comments.
Well, that'll be interesting. That's down leg, and oh dear, that's gone through Ben Folkes. Off in pursuit goes the considerably tall frame of Crawley, who doesn't look the most elegant. Right, he looks all right when he's at the batting, but chasing after a ball late in the day, possibly less so. That was a poor ball from Leach. He's obviously looking for the ball to turn back into the right-hander. Didn't get the turn, and I'm afraid it wasn't the best look for Ben Folkes either.
But once his footwork let him down.
2 byes were there. Well done, Crawley. Forward comes Brathwaite. Better ball from Leach that time. 91 kilometres an hour. That's probably about. That's two Brathwaites, isn't it?
Thoughts on Leach going over the wicket, even to a right-hander, aiming into that rough?
Well, he's coming around the wicket now to the right-handed Brathwaite, who just pushes back down the track to him. Remember, England declared on 507 for 9. And the West Indies in reply, well, they've lost that 1 wicket, but they do. They are moving. They've moved to 41 for 1. Oh, that was a little bit of turn, and Brathwaite had the measure of it, pushing forward. Possibly slightly edgily, a little bit quicker too from Jack Leach on that occasion. Looking to try and push the ball through a bit. He's got 1 ball left of this over, and again It's a little bit of turn from middle to off, and Brathwaite though can deal with it confidently enough. And 1 wicket to a fall, and of course John Campbell, who was caught behind off the bowling of Matt Fisher. What a start to a Test career. Slapped for 4 with a loose ball, wicket with the next one. Jason.
Josh Cooper's on YouTube says, could be a big game for Leach this, and our own Sidhu says, bringing Leach on for the 8th over, is that distrust, disrespect from Root to his fast bowlers? Question mark. I think that's a bit tongue-in-cheek there.
Yeah, I think so.
But Pokey Bumfinger also said, it's a bit hard on Mahmood if so. And,
well, Fisher is going to continue, and he's continuing to Shamar Brooks, who is just tidily forward, and there is no run.
And Nazmud says a lot of feet have trodden that wicket over these 2 days. How's the wicket holding up? Well, it's going okay so far, but it's just starting to go a bit.
Yeah, we've certainly seen. We saw Pamal turn the ball quite a lot, and we've seen Jack Leach turn the ball quite a lot. We've seen Fisher getting some lift, but certainly with a brand new ball. This one, he does. Harry Brooks again, who takes one hand off the bat. He was in decent line to play that, but it seemed to come on him quicker, Jacob, than he was expecting.
Fisher's bowling pretty well and getting some good pace out of what was thought to be a bit of a lifeless pitch, but I have to defend Root's captaincy against our tweeters. I was reading about Mahmood that he averages in first class cricket something like 37 or 40 with the
this one is
new ball, as I'll break off.
Down leg and taken to his left by Ben Folkes, and there is no run.
I don't have the exact figures, but he averages something like 37 with the new ball, and struggles to control it. But when the ball gets older than 33 overs, he averages 23. So I think Leach with the pitch in the state that it is, with a little bit of turn, is a good option this early on.
Fisher again gets some life out of that ball. That lifted, but it was wide of off stump, and Brooks was quite happy to watch it by. Good, sharp. I like his intent. Young Matthew David Fisher, born in York,
and from Yorkshire. But Fisher and Wokes are good options up the top, and I think Mahmood should be reserved for a little bit later.
Largest concentration in pubs within a square mile, York, in the UK. It has many other claims to fame. Of course, that's edged, and it's not taken. It's just dropped short of Crawley. Did he spill it, or did it drop short? It was a legitimate edge. I think England might be debating whether he thinks he may have catch it. Crawley, I genuinely think, doesn't know. Nigel Dogood is going to wander over and have a chat with Joel Wilson. It could be. Well, they're going to have a look at it. This is an umpire's review. Crawley didn't know whether he'd caught it or not, so credit to him. He certainly wasn't trying to claim it. Fisher,
soft signal from Joel of not out, I think.
Yeah, and I think, Jacob, I don't know about you, my initial gut feel was that didn't look like it quite carried.
The feed jumped a little bit for me, so I didn't quite see it. But
well, we're going to have another look now. Gregory Brathwaite is the third umpire. Takes an edge. Crawley goes down. No, I think there's a lot of that ball resting on the turf, and he hasn't got his fingers underneath it. And I know camera angles can be deceptive. But good cricket all round, I think. Excellent delivery, legitimate edge. Don't think you can blame Crawley. Big tall frame that he has. Perhaps a shorter man may have got down, but the ball did die, and I don't think he's got. We're looking at it behind. No. If anything, maybe it was a drop. I think he had fingers on it, and then the ball made contact with the turf. Either way, I will be very surprised if this is given, though we continue to have a long look at it.
They always say at slip level that going forward is the hardest thing to do, to catch balls that are dying on you.
Yeah,
Good
especially
soft
if you're.
hands, Brooks.
Is he about 6'7"? Is he 6'5"?
6'5".
6'5". That's a long way down for someone like Zach Crawley. Well, I think the pictures we're looking at look fairly conclusively like the ball is on the turf. Put it this way: were I a West Indian batsman and I watched that several times and I'd been given out, I'd be disappointed. But they can relax. They will not be given out. Not out is the signal. It is as we rather suspected. So Brooks survives, quite rightly too. Excellent sportsmanship from Crawley, well done to him. He didn't know, he said he didn't know, he refused to get excited. Joe Root next to him was arms up in the air immediately. And well bowled Matt Fisher, and unlucky, nearly but not quite, nailed his second test wicket. In he comes, this one's fuller and driven away through extra cover, all the way from Brooks, and that is a lovely shot, over pitched and effectively dealt with. Well, I think it was. Yes, please do, Jason.
Yes, it was the Cascade, says Teresa. They're not related to the Rockies. It's a 16-hour plus drive between them. Mayank says 22. F me, I feel old being 28 now.
I won't get into that conversation.
I'm 54, thank you very much. Jeff Perkins says typical Bishop with that I thought they were older line.
Oh God.
And Neil Fangling responds
with,
at least that's what they'll tell you in Yorkshire. Half.
They will indeed. Jack Leach is going to continue after watching all of that excitement in the last over from Matt Fisher. Turned it early on in his spell. He's only bowling his fourth over now. A little bit of turn. He's got 2 slips and a silly point. So they're certainly keeping plenty of cover to the right-hander off the left arm bowling of Jack Leach. He's bowling from that Malcolm Marshall end. And forward to kill the spin comes Brathwaite. Trickles its way to gully. Again, there's no runs. Good tight spell this from Jack Leach. Just the 4 runs off his 3 and a bit overs so far. Craig Brathwaite stands ready again. He's forward. I think, Jacob, they feel they whether it's a weakness, Brathwaite is kind of playing those a little late, isn't he? He's not completely getting to the pitch of these. They are attacking that off stump, and as soon as I say that, they've decided to move the man who was a silly point over to forward short leg, and that one turns and taken by folks. I mean, at this stage of the day, I wonder if you don't bring in a short fielder on both sides, to be honest.
Exactly, don't give him an out zone. That's what I think they've done, is they've given him, because he's playing outside the line of it, hoping for it to drop into the leg side.
In comes Leach. That one was a terrific ball, though. That was on leg and did turn and played right in front of his stumps. If it's a question of you miss, I hit, then Jack Leach would definitely have been able to claim that. The ball did turn a lot, rather squared up Brathwaite. That turns from outside off and goes further. We are going to be due a change at the very end of this over, which is now.
I'll be back later. Thank you very much.
45 for 1. I'm just looking to see who should be on. It should be Bear, with Jason moving into the summarising seats, and I'm going to do some social media.
Okay, well, let me do some social media whilst we're getting organised. Message says, our grandchildren are older, 22, but it's interesting to know that the cool Tony Bishop knows more about embargo than the 22-year-old.
That's only based on what I read, not necessarily my drinking experiences in Bristol, although I have had a few, I might tell you.
What, the embargo?
Yeah.
Jacob being Jesus Christ checks out. Jewish, born on Christmas Eve, beard. Does your mum think you're God's gift to the earth as well? Question mark.
Every mum thinks their son is God's gift.
Exactly.
And I'm corrected by Jay Grover, who says it was in New Zealand that the locker was hit, and the dent was framed in plexiglass as the Ben Stokes Memorial Locker.
Oh shit! I've opened the wrong thing, haven't I?
Oh dear.
I thought that was a beer. I've opened a ting. That means I'm going to have to go and get some more rum instead of beer. But I'll do it at the end of the over.
Well, that's good to know.
Have we got a little break? Is it drinks? Maybe I've got time.
No. What you're going to go for the same as you had before? What did you have before? You had the
chairmans.
The chairmans.
I've had the Ryan nephews yesterday. I've had the chairmans today. Oh no, I'm going to leave it.
And with the Jamaican ginger in, do you?
Yeah.
Rum and ginger.
Rum and ginger. It's
Good.
good.
It
It's
is
good with grapefruit, as long as it's cold,
It is
basically.
very good.
Lots of ice.
Where do we end up with the GPL? Who's in the game, Bear? Let us know about that.
Let us know about that. So, what did England come out at today? Do you know how many runs England have scored?
No. I can tell you what they came out at. If you want to do your best Rachel Riley, hang on a second.
Could be late in the day for the Rachel Riley, but it was around about 240, wasn't it?
England started the day on England started the day on, my goodness me,
Am I gonna get there
244 for 3.
244 for 3.
Yes.
Yep.
3, 4, hold on. So what's that? 60. 244.
244 they were overnight.
56 and 7 is what? 63. So 303. Is that right? No, that sounds wrong. 263 runs England
Have scored
today.
thus far.
Plus 45 is 300. 308. I think everyone's out.
And we have another 13 overs remaining if they bowl them all.
No, that's Messi Jez is the only one left.
Well, he'll be happy.
As long as it ends on a 3, we're all good. We have a change in bowling.
It's been limbering up for a while.
Has been limbering up for a while. It's this man.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
And he is going to come in from, we think, the Jalgana end, yeah? And he's bowling to Shamar Brooks. And he defends that back to the bowler. And there is no run. And I've gone under 55 for the fall on the next wicket.
Have you?
Yeah. Not sure how wise that was, but I've got a little, feeling in my water tone that we're going to get another one.
In your water. It's probably a bit of a tingle, isn't it?
Yeah.
After all that rum.
It's interesting they've gone for Stokes rather than Mahmood at this point.
Well, I think that comes down to what Jacob was saying earlier. That's worked into the leg side, and there's no run. Although I don't think that's a good thing for a test bowler to say that I don't really bowl in the first 30 overs, even though I'm pretty fast. Seems a bit weird. Then maybe someone needs to teach him to learn how to bowl with a new ball.
I think it's actually more about trying to get something to happen tonight. And then
well, there's that too, but we've still got an hour of potential play, so he should get a little go tonight anyway. And probably if Leach hadn't come on so early, he'd have probably had a bowl. If it had been a different wicket, but I think they think that it's going to turn, and it certainly looks that way. Defended on the back foot again by Brathwaite. Back towards mid-off, and there is no run. Fisher's bowled alright, hasn't he? Getting that first wicket. It was a nothing shot by Campbell there, wasn't he? He just sort of put his bat out there.
I think if you're looking at the form of Campbell, apart from 100 in the recent first class game, he's had bare pickings.
Fair enough. Stokes in, fourth ball of the over, fenced at by Brathwaite. Out to the offside, and there's no run. Certainly looks a lot harder than when England were batting.
And coincidentally, on the same pitch, I think Brathwaite got 270 odd.
Ooh.
As Campbell getting a ton.
Okay. And was it this pitch? Was it here?
I don't think it was there.
Okay.
I'd have to look that one up. Let me do that one.
I hope this pitch breaks up. I hope something happens. I hope there's a bit of excitement. obviously England are massively in the box seat, and that's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. I mean, it is going to take something heroic for West Indies to actually, save this game. They're going to have to get a big first innings here. They don't want to leave it to the second innings. It's only going to get worse. And if the pitch starts doing stuff, it's they've got to get close to parity, but it's a long way to go. And it's over 500 runs. Stokes is into the crease, bowls, arrowing straight in at the stumps, full, and Brathwaite just about gets the bat down on it, and that's over with a dot ball. Playing across, well no, he ended up bringing his bat down straight. It's good defence. Right, I'm going to quickly go and do a run when
you can do that. I will catch us up to date on any messages. Mog, says we all want to do Rachel. Okay, thank you, Mog. Nestler's story for another day, but apparently he's met Rachel Riley. Mog is jealous of that fact. Messers says, weird to bring on Stokes, who wasn't originally going to bowl in the West Indies at all, rather than the specialist quick in Saqib Mahmood. Yeah, we were debating that. Jack Leach is in. Forward comes Brooks, pushed away into the offside. He finished that point, does Messers, which I should have been in bed hours ago. It's currently 4:37 a.m. He's in Perth in Western Australia, for those who don't know. But fortunately, the alcohol is working really well at the moment. As round the wicket comes Leach, onto the back foot goes Brooks, steers it towards cover, and there is no run.
John Campbell also has the dubious reputation, not dubious, but dubious record of having 100 in his last Test match, which was in 2019. Against, of all people, Ireland.
As this one is forward again by Brooks. And he guides it towards gully. There is no run. The Bear has sorted out his chairman's reserve and Jamaica ginger. Leach is in.
And swept.
Yes, there you go. You're back. Fantastic.
Down to fine leg. Here we go. 4 runs. There's a grapefruit this time, because that's what I happened to accidentally open instead of a beer from the fridge.
Well, you absolutely nothing happened for 3 balls, and then you came back with your chairman's and grapefruit, and then immediately there was a boundary.
Well, it's sundowner cricket,
Sundowner cricket.
To go with my large rum and whatever. Grapefruit.
To answer your question, Tony, it was at this ground because it wasn't a Jamaica versus Barbados game.
That one, it's too short. Good bit of fielding in the covers by Sajmamu, Saqib even, and he hauls it back in from going to the boundary, which has been certain 4 runs. Looking at the actions and about finishing actions, and I think that's Pamal doesn't really get through, whereas Leach really pivots and gets back round, which allows him to impart that extra pace, extra revs on the ball. He bowls a little bit quicker than Pamal, because that last ball was defended and there's no run. Sometimes I think he bowls a little bit flat. I'd like to see him get a little bit more elevation. It's hard to get it up and down and get the right lengths. Go for it, Tone.
Well, I was just going to... Nestlers was telling us about meeting Rachel Riley, and apparently she'd sat on his lap.
Ooh.
Be careful with how much you woo, because it was years ago. He used to work with her dad, and she came into the office on a Bring Your Kids to Work day. She was about 6.
Right, okay. That's a different kettle.
That's a different kind of woo.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Well, Stokes is going to continue. He only went for 1 in his first over, short at Brooks, who ducks underneath and goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Overs remaining 10.5, and we've got what? We might even get the 90 overs in.
We might. You just. Yeah.
10 overs in 50 minutes. Should do. Especially if they're not going anywhere fast and not trying to attack particularly. Now Jack Leach is at one end. 2 days in a row we finished before the official possible end of close of play. We finished 15 minutes early last night. It's bunted off the back foot by Brooks, forced to cover, fielded by Bairstow, no run.
And also Stokes tends to bowl his overs quite quickly for a fast bowler.
Yeah.
He doesn't waste any time at the top of the crease thinking about what he's going to do. He just turns and runs in.
Yeah, I like that.
Captaincy dream.
Yeah. And they're looking at Sahu and Mahmood. I'd give him a go before the end of play. Looks to be kicking his heels up. Maybe he's they're going to give him a little blast as that's defended by Brooks again. Square on offside. There's no run.
I reckon Leach will have one more and then he'll probably bring on Mahmood for like 3 or 4 overs from that end.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Maybe go back to Leach right at the end of the day again, possibly. I wonder whether the roller, because it seems to have calmed down, or maybe the newness of the ball and the hardness of the ball for Leach when he came on that first over. Short again. It's like periscopes his bat, does Brooks. It goes over the top of it and through the folks. Too many Oakses. And,
well, it's certainly true that there are spinners who do like harder ball. It's the shine that really gets to them. You know.
Yeah.
Hard ball is good for both fast and slow bowling.
Yeah, it's a shine. It just feels slippery. You like it when it's kind of gone off and you can get some dirt into the leather. Stokes in 5th ball of the over, full and well defended by Brooks. Back down to the bowler, no run. 138 Ks. Decent pace from Stokes, and again there's no run. Obviously the TV is talking about Mahmood. It's a no ball there.
Or the lack of Mahmood.
Or the lack of Mahmood, yeah. Or when he's going to get going.
He is going through some warm-ups, but that might just be "Hey Joe, I'm here"
it could be
type warm-up.
Yeah. Hey Joe, where are you going with that ball in your hand?
Yes, not towards you, Sakib, I'm afraid.
Now down leg side. Flick tap by Brooks, but goes through to the keeper and there's no run. Yeah, Knuckle on his last ditch attempt in here screwed up my jingles, didn't he?
Did he, by Jove?
Yeah, he started moving stuff around for some reason.
Oh, well, the filing system has always been, shall we say, sort of vaguely esoteric.
Yeah.
And not necessarily easy to follow when you're trying to locate our jingles or musical interludes.
Well, exactly. There's an awful lot of them, that's why.
Yeah. And you get them all for your Patreon subscription.
You can. Yeah. That's left alone outside the off stump. Last ball of the over. Stokes just goes to the 1 run, which was the no ball. And West Indies move on to 52 for 1.
We've got so many people who have liked us and sent us little messages on Cricket Tracker India. I'm just going to pluck a handful of names out at random from so many more. Tahari Nadeem, Raju Roy, Suman Sur, Samir Ali, Salim Pandit, Anil Narajiviti, Thakur PK Pinku, SP Rohita Bagar, Tarun Sharma, Naveen Rajput, Dusty Pak and Asif Dar. There are so many more of you, but we have news.
And speak of the devil, it is this man.
Goes and gets wickets. We got a guy named Sackett. 2 say stick it. Sackett Mahmood.
Playing 27 first class matches. That's only 2 seasons. How old is he?
Mahmood?
Yeah.
That's a very good question. I will be able to give you the answer in just a second.
I presume that's not 2 seasons, and there is also the first ball, decent ball outside the off stump. Through to the keeper and there's no run.
It's 25.
25, okay, so still reasonably young, that's cool.
Born in Birmingham and raised in Rochdale. Home of Gracie Fields, amongst others.
Isn't he the cousin of the other Mahmood who played in sort of like the Naughties? Sorry, I forget his first name.
Sajid Mahmood.
Sajid Mahmood.
Yeah, it's Sajid Mahmood, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I
Who
think he
himself,
is.
I think, was the cousin of Amir Khan, wasn't he?
Something like that, yeah. That is defended square on the offside by Brathwaite. There's no run. Probably won't see much of Mahmood.
Well, 2 debutant bowlers, both quick bowlers, is quite an unusual thing.
Yeah, it is.
And Fisher, you could say, has probably won the battle because it only took him 2 balls to get his first Test wicket.
Yeah.
And Mahmood's bowled 2 without a wicket.
If he gets one on his third, I don't think we'll complain.
At least Mahmood's had some white ball exposure before as well, playing in that series in the summer. And also in Sri Lanka as well, I believe.
Yeah, Ooh, now fished that a little bit by Brathwaite through to the keeper. There's no run. And obviously he was in the England B team when we had to sub them all in for the ODIs that we beat Pakistan 3. Was it 3-0 or 5-0? 3-0, wasn't it?
3-0.
Yeah, he played very well in the limited over series. Yes,
Yeah,
he did.
he did.
But then he took a fair bit of hammer in the T20 World
Yeah.
Cup from recollection. Not that I would equate that to Test cricket at all, but nonetheless he did.
And the T20s in the West Indies before this series as well. He got a bit of hammer. I think he played in 2 or 3 of those. Didn't play in all of them. He's in again, short, and on the back foot, punched by Brathwaite square on the offside. There is no run. First 4 balls have all been in the right areas.
They have indeed.
Like Fisher, he's got a nice side-on, fairly traditional action.
Yeah.
Which looks like it won't break under repeated stress, which is a good thing for England fast bowlers.
Yeah.
It's quite a rare thing, I think.
Well, exactly.
In recent times.
Well, he's in now. Bowling to Brathwaite again. And back foot defends it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
He's not quite getting the same lift that Fisher is, although he's got a ball, I suppose, that's nearly 18 overs old, and Fisher had a slightly younger
be
one.
reasonably hard. They haven't measured the boundary that much.
We're keeping him up.
Yeah. It's all the rums.
The chairman's reserve rum. Part of our amazing hampers that we get from that we've done this amazing deal for you with windrushbay.com.
The last ball of his first. Oh, now that's hit the pad, probably going down leg, maybe high.
No, I think it was. I think there might have been some bat on it as well.
I don't think there was bat on it. I think he played across it. Trying to work it into the leg side was Brathwaite, missed it, and there is no run.
I can. Rebel Scum is going. Early finish is good. You were talking about an early finish. You can catch most of The Spy Who Loved Me on ITV4. Yes, that's quite a tempting thing to think about, actually. QGB, GB says, weird is one word for it. Almost like Root has forgotten he included Mahmood in the team. Yeah, I think I'm kind of with you there. Mog points out that, and if you get access to all the jingles as a Patreon, you can hear all the actually good ones I've done, and not the, he says, less good ones. Those weren't his exact words. That get played on air.
That's forced off the back foot square on the offside by Brooks, but straight to the man at point, who looks like Jack Leach. So Leach is out the attack. They put him in, put him away for this evening, one would think, and they're going to go through to the end, possibly with.
Jeff Perkins is saying Bear hampered by rum.
Yes. Boom.
See what he did there? Very good.
I did.
Yes. They are fabulous hampers. 10% discount too if you're a Guerrilla Cricket listener. More if you're a patron.
Stokes in outside the off stump. Well, the West Indies seem to have decided they're not really going to play that many shots unless the ball comes in at them. They're maybe playing for the end of play already. There's a few overs to go. I'm never sure the way they put these advertising things in the pitch behind them. I mean, they're basically tent pegs into the ground. Surely that's dangerous, isn't it? A player goes sliding across the edge of them. Did someone rip their hand open on one of those a couple of years ago? Full and driven by Shamar Brooks. Gets it out. Not great timing. In front of square on the offside, and Leach will chase it down. There'll be a single. The Windies out.
That seems odd to me because I seem to recall certainly the first generation of the adverts on the field, they were spray painted on, and if you slid through them, particularly in things like football or rugby games, rather than in the winter rather than cricket in the summer, you would end up with a very blue leg or whatever.
Yeah, I remember now.
But these ones, I think, are plasticised now onto the grass.
Stokes pulls out of his delivery in the snow, and there was I think it was a game in India where they were basically doing them in chroma key for the TV. So
if you run over the top of them, then you change colour.
Well, exactly, but you only saw them kind of on a wide shot. But then when you looked at the keeper, the advertising wasn't behind them when they had it from the bowler's angle. Stokes in, and good leave by Brathwaite. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. He's quite skinny and small, isn't he, Brathwaite? Stop dissing him. I'm not dissing him at all.
He's compact.
Yeah, skinny.
He's compact and wiry. Wiry is often a phrase that
Yeah.
you'd apply to those with the less fuller figure like ours, Bear.
Talking about chroma key as you're sitting in front of one at the moment, didn't they start that at one of the World Cups where they changed chroma keyed the adverts in?
What? I don't know. That's into the leg side by Brathwaite. There's no football or cricket.
I think it was football initially, but I think it was also in the 2019 World Cup. The ICC chroma keyed some adverts into some of the blank advertising around the sides.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. You can do all sorts now, you know. There's an awful lot of England fans there, aren't there? They all look pretty happy. Slightly inebriated, one would say. On another day, we'd say something completely different. That is driven up to mid-off, and there will be a single. No, there won't be a single. What am I on about? It's a dot ball. Too much run. End of the over, though. And 8 to go now. 19 overs gone in the end. Brooks is 28. Brathwaite's 14. England are West Indies is 53 for 1. 8 overs remaining. Tone.
Yep, Shahid Qureshi is saying, well, it's a bit boring at the moment. You could cry. I think he's talking about the game, not the commentary, I hope. Our friend Pokey says, come on, Sack, make us proud. Let me see. Yes, that's probably it for YouTube. Jersey Jingler, Senor Peel. He didn't interview me. I guess I know where I am in the Jingler pecking order. But like a trooper, Messages is already on it, and he will be another Jingler to meet.
Oh, right, okay.
In our Patreon interviews, interviews.
Blame Messi, don't blame me.
No, we don't. He's already had him. He's just had a list.
Okay, cool. Left alone outside the off stump by Brooks, short of a length by remove. Sways inside it as Brooks goes through to Folks behind the stumps, and there's no run. Looks like a very nice evening over in Barbados. What's the other end to the three? Where's the 3Ws stand?
The 3W stand is
the
other end to the media centre.
Well, exactly. But they're all called by names of bowlers.
Joel Garner.
Is that the Joel Garner end? 3Ws is Joel Garner. Okay. That's left alone through to the keeper, and there's no run, even though he's a G.
Well, yes, he is. Matthew Fisher's getting a not surprisingly warm reception.
Inebriated.
The many inebriated reception from the Barmy Army.
We love you. I doubt they're saying that. Shamar Brooks has 10 matches, 473 runs, an average of 27.82 in test matches. Not fantastic, but only 10 matches. In behind that, he goes, and it's defended out to covers, and there's no run. He played against us when he came to England, there, wasn't he? He was inside there.
Yeah, he was.
Was that last summer? It wasn't last summer.
No,
it was the summer before.
It was the first year of lockdown, because the West Indies magnificently, heroically, and generously came here, and that I think is why we have this has become a 30-test series.
Yeah. Oh, that is the reason.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. So 10 matches, including those 3 in England, and this is his second. So he's only played 5 other tests. That was my point. And I guess if we see him quite often, you kind of think he plays all the time. He played more, but maybe he's been dropped and brought back. There was a no ball previous ball. This time it's arrowing in towards the stumps. A little bit full of overmood. There's no run.
Having just seen the Barmy Army chatting away with Matt Fisher, I'm reminded of the fact that one of the initiations of the Barmy Army is to create a jingle or a song for new test players.
Is it by Joe?
So they will have to create one for Matt Fisher for this test.
Ah, do you know what it sounds like?
Oh no, I don't. I've got no idea. I get that from Dutchbird Kate and from Hackney Hazel, who are both Barmy Armyites.
That's just worked into the leg side by Brooks as Mahmood continues. In his over, he's only gone for one run, and that's the no ball. So far, 10 balls. It's bowled pretty tight, actually.
Let me have a look over on various social platforms. Mog. They only interview the guys who don't know. They only interview the guys who don't know what they're doing. Well, I think that's Mog's advice to Sin or Peel.
Mahmood in 5th ball of the over, short, and dies just as it gets to Folks, and there's no run. Playing a little bit into England's hands, I think, here by not really attacking the ball, but I suppose they're 500 runs behind at the end of day 2, so you're not going to.
Yeah, I think getting off with 1 wicket down is the prime goal. Runs can always happen at any point in the game. Yeah. There's plenty of time left in it to score the runs they need to score to get a result out of it, in whatever form.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, if West Indies reach parity, this is going to be another boring draw. That's short, wide, outside off stump, left alone by Brooks, through to the keeper, no run.
George McPherson is on YouTube, watching us on YouTube. He says, I feel that after the first wicket, England let the West Indies bat freely. We need another wicket to put them under pressure. Yes, I think Joe Root and his charges would concur with that 100%, I would think. Anna Forsyth says, what do you think the Barmy Army are singing to Matthew Fisher? Just keep swimming? I suppose that kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe something to the Jules
Gone fishing? You know, Bing Crosby by a shady wadey pool.
Yeah.
Gone fishing. Yeah.
That's before my time, Tony.
Well, I mean, so a lot of things can be before your time that you'd still know of them.
No, not Bing Crosby.
I'm just looking at Brathwaite's strike rate at the moment. Having scored 10 off the first over of his 14 runs, he's now taken another 50 balls pretty much to score 3 runs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Worrell's, Weeks and Walcott stand. The
Joel Garner. The other thing to remember is media centre Malcolm Marshall, the alliteration of the M's.
Well, Jack Leach is back into the attack. Short experiment. Stokes has probably finished his spell, and therefore his bit for today. It's 2 slips and a silly short leg. First ball spins. It's a good ball. Good length. Maybe a tad fuller. I want to get it. But,
are we jingling, Jack?
Forward. Can do.
Or is the Jamaica and...
everything's taking its time, Tone.
Yeah, fair enough. It's that stage
Caribbean
of the day.
It is, yeah. It's a decent ball again by Leach. Good lead by Brathwaite. Interesting if Leach got an arm ball. Send that one going straight on. Pitch is just outside off, turns. He really wanted to be pitching about middle and off, I reckon. I think he's tried the wonder ball that goes in at leg stump. That's about right. That's middle stump. That's a decent delivery. Defended by Brathwaite though. There's no run. I'll talk over his jingle. Oh! That's got to be out. Surely it is. It's given. I thought it might have been outside edge, but it's scooted along the ground, and this is going to be the problem, isn't it? It's pitched on about middle and off, and it's just scooted along the ground. I think it's missed the outside edge of Brathwaite's bat and hit the pad. He's reviewed the decision, so maybe he thinks he got an edge. Maybe he did, because he seemed to jab his bat down. It just went.
It was a grubber, wasn't it?
It really was a grubber, and that's, you know, well, you've got to fear on a pitch like this, surely. Gregory Brathwaite, is he related? He's the third umpire. No. It's pitched around about middle. It's scooted up.
I think he got
if there's no scratch on that, he is absolutely plumb. That's going on to hit middle.
I think he might have got a little outside edge there.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I think no,
he did.
Yeah, he did.
Just
he
survives
the outside edge of his bat. Oh God, he's lucky. Lucky.
And it's very hard on Ben Folkes, but that take goes down then as a drop catch.
Oh really?
God, carried. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, it certainly went on to hit the pad, but it's not a straightforward catch. It's diverted a lot when it hits the pad. Brathwaite wants to know, but that'll excite Leach surely. I mean, crikey, haven't seen anything like that in any time in his test at all. And next ball he overcompensates, clipped out to deep mid wicket nicely by Brathwaite. It'll be a single, but that'll put the willies amongst the West Indian batsmen as well, though, won't it? You know,
yeah, I would.
You don't want to see that.
You don't want to see balls grubbing. Not really. Just at what is the end of day 2.
Yeah.
He really got it to shoot through. There's no doubt about that. Did Jack Leach?
That was the Carl Hoop and Nasser Hussain special, wasn't it?
But not quite. That basically dug a furrow that was that low.
That one is pitched up again, but to leg side and clipped by Brathwaite into the leg side, out to mid wicket. 2 runs off the over. Bit of excitement in between, and Brathwaite survives.
Should we do a change?
Right.
You should be rejoined by Jacob, and I think you're going to see us all home
on
for the day.
I'm going to carry on.
Carry On Bear. Fabulous film. I'd recommend anyone to go and see it.
Yeah, Josh is supposed to come back.
That'll be not today. No, he's not.
Oh,
today,
okay.
No.
So who's coming on as well?
It's going to be Jacob. Should be back with you.
And Jason's staying on.
And Jason's staying on to see you home.
All right. Okie dokie. We'll see you later, Tone. You have a safe journey home. And shame there, boys, wasn't it?
I haven't been watching. I've just been eating my dinner. So what happened?
We've just got a grubber that just scratched the outside of Brathwaite's bat as he was pinned right in front of middle and off at about shin high. It was overturned on review. Mahmood is going to continue into his 3rd over into the hip of Brooks, who clips it out to mid wicket, and there's no run. Now I can't remember how many runs we said England had scored today. I've had a few runs.
It'll be 263 plus 56, which is 311, 39, 319.
Oh, is it 263?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all. That's the number I need, because I can always add up the rest. 319, you're saying then?
Yep.
And your messages is left with 323 and 333. 5 overs remaining.
Jago has got an interesting sort of side bet on here. He says Lawrence to bowl the last over? Question mark. And just give it a bit of a tweak.
And has taken wicket.
Yep. With a end of the day delivery.
So if England got 263, anything ending in a 0, a whole number, so 60 or 70 wins the GPL. Anything else, no one wins. Mahmood in, and he's cut hard. Good bit of fielding in the gully. Who's that? It's tall man. That's Leeds. Alex Leeds. Good bit of fielding in the gully there, diving to his right. Hit pretty hard by Brooks. But there's no runs.
Well, I think he's had a look at Craig Brathwaite's defensive technique and decided if I'm going to hang around here, I may as well try and score some runs, because the safest way to bat is to bat naturally.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think a lot of balls will misbehave, but it'll obviously get worse as the game goes on. That one again on the back foot, forced out through the covers. It'll just be a single as it's chased down by Stokes.
Liking the look of Mahmood here, bowling pretty well. We've seen his action before, but it's quite a nice, slingy, quick action. It just some people bowl quickly and they just look quick, you know?
Yeah. Although speed isn't up with Fisher's, has to be said. It's a bit below. Fisher 1 for 18 off his 5. Wokes none for 17
trying
off
to
his
see
5.
which one was taller to see where their release points were, because I think Fisher's got a higher action.
Yeah, I think. Ooh, Fisher looks a bit taller. Inside edge onto pad, works itself into the offside off of that from Brathwaite. Allows them to get through for the single. 2 singles in a row. Score moves on to 58. 2 balls left in the over. Anyone on social?
I was just checking. There's nothing on Twitter. I think we are also up to date on. Pretty much up to date on YouTube with just Yarwan saying this England bowling attack will not be able to take 20 wickets.
Well, possibly not, but I think Leach might be the key, as that's driven up to mid-on, well fielded, and there is no run. As we see, Fisher got hit for 4 with his first ball, and got his first ever Test wicket, but his second just went across Campbell, who played an awful shot, hanging his bat out there. I think it was an inside edge rather than an outside edge. He played outside the ball and just feathered it through to Folks.
Yeah, it was an inauspicious and then auspicious start for Matthew Fisher. Slapped to the boundary for his first ball. I'll break off.
As that's left alone outside the off stump by Brooks, and that ends that over.
And then the second delivery in Test cricket, Campbell tried to do much the same thing. Played with a 45-degree angled bat and just under-edged it through to the keeper.
Yeah. Apparently his parents put a bet on him when he was 14 or something. They put 100 quid on at 50 to 1 that he played cricket for England. So when he was picked today, they've just earned themselves $5 grand.
Those are the sorts of odds you'd love, Bear.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Bear has been the beneficiary, I think, of such a bet. Didn't Manny put money on somebody, Alistair Cook?
He put. He got 33.
100 tests, I think it was.
Yeah, he got 33 to 1. I think it was that Alistair Cook would be England's all-time top run scorer after he scored his 100 at Narmediband on debut. As that is clipped out to mid-wicket. You off, Tone? Tone's off. He'll be back tomorrow, I think. Not here. I don't know. I can't hear you. I've got headphones up. What? Oh, okay. Tone will be in here tomorrow with me again. That was 2 runs, by the way. So currently, if no more runs are scored in the day, Messi Jez will win with 3-2-3 in a day. I'm sure there'll be a run, but we don't want 10 more because that'll put Messi Jez in the hot seat again. So Manny's bet was 33 to 1, 100 quid that Alistair Cook would be England's all-time top run scorer, and he won it. Defended back down the track, and no run as Leach continues.
That's the sort of bet you make and then completely forget about for the subsequent 12 years.
Yes.
Until £3,000 from some betting agency is deposited in your account, you go, what the hell happened there?
Yeah. That's a decent ball by Leach. Roundabout middle stump, giving a little bit of air, pretty full. Drags Brathwaite forward.
Good pivot from wide of the crease.
Yeah. Gets right on top of it, Brathwaite though, defends it down the track, there's no run. Still 2 slips and a short leg. Around the wicket, Leach. Cut though, guided backward. That's a nice late cut from Brathwaite. A little bit too short, a little bit too wide. And he was quickly onto it, Brathwaite, guiding it down to third man, unguarded boundary for 4 more runs. Really nice shot. Just run onto the face of the bat and then pushed it.
Yeah, very nice from Brathwaite. He's gone back to his slightly more sedate pace, but is still keeping the scoring ticking over quite nicely.
Yeah. There's only 4 overs left in the day after this one. Leaches around the wicket. Ooh, poked at it though. Sort of got forward, realised it had turned, followed it a bit with a back, got an outside edge, soft enough into the ground. It stopped in the slips. Decent ball.
Oddly enough, he's lucky he followed that. You're not really meant to, but if he hadn't followed that, that's hitting him on the back pad in line with off stump.
Yeah, probably. Maybe he realised that he committed to the line, hadn't he? And the last ball of Leach's 7th over. He's only gone for 17 runs. Tossed up and right on top of it again. Brathwaite defends it. Just drops it out.
Turn there.
No run. Yeah, there is turn, and I imagine it will get more and more inconsistent as the game goes on. That's clearly England's plan.
Myang says, don't forget the lucky punters who bet on Leicester City to win the Premier League at 5,000 to 1 and put £2 to £3 on and won. What luck.
Exactly.
Gary Lineker copped out on that one. Those were not his underpants, and I refuse to believe that they were.
Yes, because as he famously bet that if Leicester won the league, he would come into match of the day in his underwear.
Yes.
We tuned in our millions hoping for the Leicester City budgie smugglers, and we got basically shorts.
Yeah, of course.
Mickey Arthur wears shorter shorts than those.
Indeed. Mahmood comes in to start his 4th over. It's left alone outside Brooks' off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run. Bowled a decent enough line, Mahmood. It's just not really tempting them. They're not going to play anything out there if they don't have to. He's closer in line to the stumps. Oh, I'm tired. It's been a long day.
Made longer by the run, Bear?
Yeah, possibly. Mahmood in. Ooh! There's an appeal by Root, but I thought he pulled his bat inside. Indeed, it's a stifled appeal. It did whiz past the outside edge of Mahmood's bat. Root went up. Folks didn't.
I think that's just a yip of, if only that was 3 inches more towards the stumps.
Yeah, it wasn't actually that far from his gloves. Or maybe that's just the angle of the TV. Pardon me. And Brooks waiting, the sun is setting. The shadows getting longer. It's just length ball, worked it to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
So Bear, tell us, do you have another rum to tuck into tomorrow?
There's another bottle. I don't know. I've opened 2 though. I've opened the Round Nephews and I've opened this.
Oh God, you've opened the Ray and Nephew.
The Round Nephews arrived last week, so that got
opened.
You
poor man.
Yeah, and then the Chairman's Reserve or whatever it is arrived that I'm drinking now. I can't remember the name of because I had a couple of them. It's a dark rum though. I've never really had a dark rum. It's very nice.
I don't know whether to drink Ray and Nephews or try and clean my drains with it.
Ah, no, it's good stuff, man. It's all right. And a long drink. That's it. I don't. Normally. That's a weird ball by Mahmood. I don't know if it was a slower ball out the back of the hand. It did seem to be a bit slower than his stop ball, but it's very wide and there's no ball. I don't normally drink long alcoholic drinks. I'm more of a whiskey and a bit of ice, slug it type.
There on the shots.
Yeah. Well, not
Always
necessarily
dangerous.
shots, but short. But it's quite nice. I've had 3 of these today. And it's kept me going. Although some would say I'm a bit soporific now.
Well, it's late in the day in Barbados, isn't it? Suns. You can just imagine the cool breeze and the warm air. Sun going down.
Exactly.
Sure, it would be paradise, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't
Instead,
it?
we're in rainy Sydenham.
Wow. Yeah. On the back foot, Brooks pushes that out, but just behind the square. Gully comes across the field, and there is no run. 1 ball left. It's over, then just the 3 remaining. And Serge Mahmood is checking out the footholes where he's bowling into. Maybe he's not particularly happy with them.
Bowling well is Mahmood.
Yeah, he's bowling bad.
Getting into his first test match, 1 and over, less than 1 and over, on a pretty slow pitch admittedly, but he's got time to come into the game.
Yeah.
There's been no shenanigans from the England players about trying to get the ball changed either.
No. Well, if it gets hit a lot, I imagine they'll change their mind. That one's driven out to extra cover. And there'll be no run to end that over. 3 overs left. West Indies is 64 for 1. Brathwaite's 23. Brooks is 29. It's all looking quiet today. We got anything on social, or is everyone asleep as well?
I think everyone's drawing down the shutters for the day.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Just for that.
Apart from Punky Bumfinger on YouTube, it says we're going to get an over of Roots Magic Pies before the close.
I wouldn't have
that
thought
or
so.
Lawrence.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'd hope not. Although, sneak a couple of overs in if you want to give people a rest. But no one's really had a heavy load. Look, they've only rolled 24 overs and we've used 5 bowlers so far. Leach is going to continue. Brathwaite again defends. Back down the track and there's no run.
Yeah, do you change Mahmood next over? Give one to Lawrence or Root.
Nah.
So Mahmood doesn't
He's
have
only
to
got
leave
one
his
more
legs.
over to bowl. I'd just let him bowl out. It's what, bowl 4 or 5? Comes off the pitch.
Yeah, but if he pulls a hamstring, you get crucified.
Well, he shouldn't do though, should he? Driven out by Brathwaite up to mid-on. There's no run.
And Mayank makes a very valid point that the only downside to those hampers from Windrush Bay is they don't deliver to the arse end of the world.
Yeah, and they are a British company. That is defended out to the offside and there's no run. They're not a big multinational by any stretch. They're a small little company. I think they started up during lockdown. So whilst they have lots of produce that's West Indian, they don't have a big distribution network. And the weight of the thing I got today, it cost a fortune to send it abroad, I'd imagine. About 3 times the package. That's defended. It's a decent ball by Leach. Quite quick, pretty flat, in up middle stump. Brathwaite got right on top of it, squirts it out just behind square on the offside. There's no run.
And the young Jacob returning to the commentary has, after this ball,
defended back down the track, no run.
Had sparked some comments from Josie Yeager. Says, just finishing a PhD at 28, nearly 30 years ago.
Well, yeah, PhDs are shockingly long things, and I need to start working out whether or not I want to do one.
Yeah, that's a good shot by Brathwaite again. If he drops a little bit short, anything a little bit wide, he's on it. And it's another late cut, and it's again down to that third man boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
2 overs remaining. Really nice little shot, little dab, late cut. Let the pace of the ball take the down to the boundary. He's only gone for 21 in his 8 overs, pretty good. Well, as if by magic, this man is going to bowl.
We knew it! We knew it!
You want some runs? Dang, dang. Comes from 6 foot tries a van. If that does a grand with a watering can. He counts
Averages 20 with the ball, Dan Lawrence. 20.
2 wickets. Strike rate 42.
So he's a genuine all-rounder because his bowling average is less than his batting one now.
Yeah, true. He's in for his first ball. All whirling dervish is driven out towards the extra cover boundary. Is there a sweeper out there? There is. It'll be a single. The other thing is that Messi Jez is in danger of getting that GPL. One more run and it stays there, and Messi Jez has bagged today's prize, which will be the start of 76, so it'll be £81, I think, £82. Dan Lawrence up to crease bowls. Worked into the leg side by Brathwaite, only as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Dave McMullen has come up with a celebrity guest for us. He's responding to Chris Jazerson, who says he's really missing TMS, and he says guerrilla cricket is what you need.
It is. shining the ball. He takes a couple of steps to the ball, and then it's a whirling dervish, tosses it up. It's played by Brathwaite. Up to mid-on. There's no run. Just 9 balls remaining in the day. Brathwaite 27 off 78. Brooks 30 off 75. West Indies 69 for 1. As Lawrence tosses that up and just jabbed down on it by Brathwaite. Gets a single out to square leg. And 2 balls left in this over. He just jabbed there. Wasn't quite sure about it, Brooks. It's a bit.
Wasn't a convincing shot, was it? It was a bit of a late
push
ball.
Yeah, exactly. Lawrence in again, tosses that up wide, and Shamar Brooks has nothing to do with it.
Wise from Brooks. Lawrence has in the past trapped people by lunging out at him, thinking they are in no danger of any turn, and it just going to the edge of the bat.
Yeah. It's flat though, and pulled, and that'll be oh no, it's not going to be 4, but it'll be a single, and that means Messages misses out on the GPL. Phew! The house wins again. Shamar Brooks moves on to 31, and the West Indies on to 71. And the last over of the day will be bowled, and we'll finish just short of the closing possible time, which will be 9:30. I think. I presume Leach will bowl this last over. Indeed.
Over rates have been pretty good this.
They have.
This test match, which will please the Anoraks.
Yeah, Gary won't be able to moan.
Oh,
sorry for calling Gary an Anorak.
I guess.
Will Roots take captain's prerogative and bowl the last over himself?
Nah, no point. You'd have to warm up. What's the point? He batted and got 150. Leave it to the real man. Leach will just be happy to bowl that last over. Of course,
Leach is happy to bowl at any point.
If there's a wicket in this last over, it will end the day's play. There's 2 slips sitting with off. Ooh, now that one spat out the rough. Brooks pulled his bat away and pulled his head back.
That'll probably prompt another person at short leg.
Well,
or at least it should in the last over of the day.
Quite possibly. It has indeed. So we've got sitting with off short leg.
Good call, Jace. Good call. Commentator's eye.
Yeah, why not? It's last over of the day. Ooh, goes deep in his crease, Brooks, and that one scoots on a bit. I think this is the difference, isn't it? Pamal tends to operate at the lower ends of the 80s and sometimes even into the sort of late 70s. You get the feeling with Leach, it hurries onto the batsman a little bit more. As he comes in, third ball of the over, it's too flat, too wide though. It's a good bit of fielding by Wokes out at backward point, safe at certain 4. It's a bit too short, a bit too wide, and nearly got what it possibly deserved. Three balls left in the day, and Leach all hands on heads again as he floats that one up just on the off stump.
Was so nearly squeezed onto the pad and straight out to leave it off.
So what I mean, Johnny Bairstow's excited at sitting it off, isn't he? Big grin on his face, his bearded ginger face.
We've crossed over into the twilight zone. It's that time of day.
Leach is having a chat with Stokes and Root.
It's just kidology to put more time pressure on the batsman because he's got to wait around for a bit longer. And
well, I mean, you might as well bring everyone up around the bat, eh? Get a short leg in. I mean, you get a leg slip in, and whatever.
I agree. I thought they should bring in another close fielder for every dot ball that he bowls in this over.
Yeah, City point. Leach is in, and again Brooks is happy going back, but it's coming onto him. I think that's maybe not the wisest ploy. Jabs is back down on that one, and again it scoots off into the offside, and there's no run. And this will be the last ball of the day, which will be bowled by Jack Leach to Shamar Brooks.
And here they come, about 3 balls too late.
Yeah. This, so well, 3 slips, 2 slips, Galley, don't know, with a spinner. There's just lots of people very close to the bat on the offside behind square. And Leach is going to bowl the last ball. It's too short.
Too short.
And Shamar Brooks is able to go back, just push it up to mid-off, and there's no run. That ends the second day of the second test from Barbados. And the West Indies go in at the end, 71 for 1. Early loss of Campbell. Brathwaite's 28 not out. 79. Brooks is 31 off 83. And 200 and what? So we think 334 runs scored in a day, I believe. Yeah, looks
pretty
that
good.
way.
Yep.
Pretty good.
That's the most runs I've seen scored in a day of Test match cricket for quite a while. It's been quite tedious recently. Lots of bowlers
That's
being on
mainly
top.
helped by, to be fair, by Ben Stokes going absolutely ballistic in the first session, and almost scoring a ton in a session.
Yeah, indeed. Good day of Test cricket. I think this game has got possible result in it. Actually, I think the pitch certainly looks like it's going to have a little bit more inconsistency in it as the game goes on, which will only promote the speed of the game. And by day 5 it could have completely crumbled, in which case it will be very difficult to bat on. I still think West Indies have got to get close to, within 100 runs of England to completely avoid defeat. I think that would take them long enough. In fact, come from behind, it would take the best part of another day and a half.
I think the worry is that we still haven't seen the West Indies man from the last Test match, Nkrumah Bonner, to the crease yet. And if he gets to play the same way as he played in the last Test, this has got a dead Test written all over it.
Well, yeah. The other option is he doesn't last that long.
But you can take the wickets at the other end if you really have to.
Yeah, you can take the wickets, and England have got a lot of runs to play with. If they get them out for 320, they're still nearly 200 runs ahead, and that would probably take up most of tomorrow and maybe a little bit the day after. It gives them a chance to bat the rest of maybe day 4 or whatever, and then have a pop at them on day 5. I think England want to lead here. They probably wouldn't make them follow on at 200. They'd probably bat and try and get a quick 150, leave them 350 to get in 4 sessions, something like that. You don't know with Test cricket, but you've got to see how tomorrow pans out. But England certainly in the box seat.
Yes, I think I'm not sure what Jacob thinks about this, but Stokes' runs are scored at such a rate that he's put time into the game to get a result now. Who would have thought after the first session of the first day, where they only scored something like 40 odd runs, they would score 500 runs at 3.5 and over.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels a long time ago that England were trickling along at 1.5 and over, and Ben Stokes, we say it all the time about him, he changes game. That's what people have talked about.
That's what Josh Butler was supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly. And people have talked about Stokes. I mean, no one doubts his credentials, but you'd like the average with the bat to be a bit higher, you'd like the average with the ball to be a bit lower, but anyone who saw his spell in South Africa, his 100 also in South Africa, his 100 in this game, he changes the complexion of game.
Yeah.
And so he's just so valuable to a team, and you're absolutely right, Jason. Time is in this game now, and it's on England's side.
Absolutely. And with that, we're going to wrap up because it's been a long day and my brain's dead and I've had a couple of rums. So it's time for me to go and lie down and chill out.
Yep. Let me just finish off the tweets, messages, challenges. Bloody hell! I stayed until 5:30 a.m. to be robbed again. Nearest the pin 7 days in a row.
You are the only man playing on a golf course sometimes, though, Messi. If that's a good analogy. Not entirely true, but
you place your own pin.
Yep. Mog says, Gary, we'll still find something to moan about, never fear, talking about not finishing on time and over rates. And he also says, I don't want to speak ill of the terrible, but TMS is terrible.
Wow. Well, TMS isn't on, is it? It's
no, it's Talk Sport.
It's Talk Sport who have the radio rights.
Yeah.
The All England's away tours for the next however many years.
I thought it was only 2 years.
Is there anything on YouTube? Dan De Castro reminds us that the Windy Women are on in 3.5 hours. I think I will get some sleep for that, because I've got to work tomorrow. Percy Bungpigger says, thanks, gorillas. Dan De Castro says, ciao. And he says it's also dinner time in Toronto. Bon appetit. And Rain Webb says, well played, Windies. And there's some questioning about the action of Dan Lawrence. Is it legal? Question mark.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, it's legal. It's
illegal.
Idiosyncratic would be one way of putting it.
And that's all from YouTube.
Okie doke. Right, well, let's wrap it up then. Thanks, guys. We'll be back tomorrow at about 1:50, 13:50 GMT. And we'll see you all then. Until then, sleep well, have a good night. Have a good day, wherever you are in the world, I suppose. It could be morning, it could be evening. But one thing's for certain, we're off.
There's cricket to be played and we're off.
Yeah. See you all later. Bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy,